take it to be both parties, because when you say the other party was not competent enough, but how are you also trying to make sure your side was competent enough and prepared enough for the exercise? So why would you rush to quickly?
So that's your answer to the question you have asked.
Okay, Honorable, I was speaking to the returning exercise turned to the old ways. It was exercise turned to the old ways. It was successful, and they just had few challenges, which could bring whatever you've seen and whatever.
The national election is beyond what's happening here in Kampala, because even here, you see many people scheme, folks. But they are here scheming, saying, okay, they have won me, but by not very many votes. How can I play around with the math? It's what's happening in many different parts of the country, and it's precisely what I've been saying, yeah? When you say you are loved by the people, so why do you have to steal votes? Why do you have to behave like a thug? Because that's what this government is doing. It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah? You superintend over a process. You say you are loved by the people, so why do you have to steal votes? Why do you have to behave like a thug? Because that's what this government is doing. It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah? You superintend over a process that is free and fair. Let the people decide. And Daniel, an election is not just an event. Some of you make a mistake to think that the election happens as it did yesterday. No, an election is a process. Beginning is a process. Beginning with consultations, if they get to happen, then campaigns. Just look at the kind of brutal campaign we have had. People have been killed, many have been injured, many are in jail. You know, our candidate not allowed to go and campaign in districts where he's scheduled to campaign. That's part of the process. So when you are stopping somebody from going out to campaign, because you know that it's going to expose the rot of your government, the things that you have failed to do, and then you say, all is well, what you're saying, they have said everything is okay and so on. An election is a process, not just an event. Daniel.
So, Honorable, okay, let us look at what we expect from these results. Why don't we first wait for the results and then maybe compile a few of the hiccups, and then you can use the right legal channel, like the court. You can petition court if you have enough evidence that the integrity of the election, the process was compromised.
Daniel, you ask that question again and make sure you listen to yourself this time round. Go for it.
Honorable, why don't you wait for the process to end and then you can take legal actions?
So what am I doing now? Because as if you have found me with a stone, I want to beat someone and you're saying, no, you wait and go to. So what are you asking?
Someone out there might misquote you to take you as trying to bring a premature argument right now that the process is not yet done, but you're already blaming the process. So I don't know. Yeah.
Daniel, be attentive as I answer, because a few seconds ago I just said that the election is a process, not just an event that happened yesterday. It is a process. So I'm talking about the irregularities that have happened throughout the process. The campaign is part of the election. When you're brutalizing candidates, not allowing them to go out there and so on, you're disenfranchising them. So now I'm raising these issues and you're saying, why don't you wait and then go to court? So I'm wondering what you're saying, Daniel.
Yeah, because, Honorable, it is only the court that could maybe determine whether the process that you're trying to say was actually right according to your way. But when you come before all this is done, then someone might take you to be rushing to judge. You're a lawyer.
Okay, let me not rush. So ask another question, if you have one.
Okay, Honorable.
But I need to run and get back to something.
All right, okay, I will let you go for now.
Thanks.
All right. So that is Honorable Isenyonyi Joel, the leader of opposition and the MP candidate for Nakawa West, who is already trying to blame the process. Maybe he has had bad news from a section of the candidates from his party, and he's already trying to blame the process on the organizers. So, Julie, that is what is happening here in Colorado. I don't know whether you're still getting me.
Daniel, we definitely have been following that conversation. Interesting one at that. And thank you so much, Daniel, for getting us that information that we needed. And for that conversation with the leader of opposition, that is Honorable Joel Senyonyi, who is also a candidate for Nakawa West, who was so far reported to be in the lead. Interesting questions that Daniel asked him from over there. Some of the remarks that he made, the fact that the election process, the election is not an event, it's rather a process, and he wonders why it feels like the Electoral Commission started preparing for an election 5 years later, as if a year ago. And he also made point of the fact that the BVVKs were one of the indicators that the EC was not prepared at all, and of course agents being disturbed from the different polling stations. Now, NUP being one of those parties that are known to rally many youths. And of course, when it comes to the conversation of rhetoric, as Jacob Eyero did mention during our conversation, he's still with us in studio, and it's at that point that I want to bring him back. And we start from that interview, that conversation that we've just watched of Honorable Joel Senyonyi and UBC's reporter Daniel Mugoya. What do you make of it?
Well, again, I want to say this very clearly. Joel is my acquaintance. I don't think we are that friendly to each other, but I know him very well. He is very good at delivering what he intends to deliver. I'll give you two examples in his speech there. One, Joel talks about policemen being paraded to vote. The biggest police barracks in the country is actually in Joel's constituency. So it is not possible for policemen not to vote in Joel's constituency. So I would have loved that Daniel asks Joel, where were they paraded and were not on the register to cast that vote? Because you see, what Joel has realized, results coming in from Nakawa West are indicating an NRM lead in a place that was largely NUP, from what we are hearing. Kampala Central might go to NRM, and many of the areas that were predominantly National Unity Platform areas in the last election. So they are now trying to build up rhetoric that is generalized, so that what has happened in Luwero is what I used to speak. Yet I am here, I've not gone anywhere. And I use the kindness that Daniel was offering him to get off the hook quickly. And so that's what we are saying, that there should not be any generalizations, there should be specifics. Yes, we know people died. Very unfortunate, very unwarranted for an electoral process which is ticking of ballot papers. Why would people die? So that should have accountability, and the people that executed that, whether they be policemen or army officers, must be held to account to the dot of the law. But that said, that is not there for ground to generalize everything. And I've said this already, and I'm going to emphasize it. Whoever is talking about the biometric voter verification machine should talk about the use of the machine. What was it there for, and was that process failed? That is the integrity question of the voting process. If you are saying that this cup, which was supposed to hold my tea, has failed to hold my tea, then the next question is, did you actually drink tea, and how did you drink it? Not whether we ask, are there other cups that you could use? So this continuous blame of a machine, even if they were all operational, okay, they had absolutely no part in how many votes will be cast by how many people. They had no part in voter turnout. No. The voter turnout was on the basis of mobilization by political parties and candidates to say, please turn up and vote. Number two, those who voted, are their votes accounted for, is a verification process or verifiable process by the presence of agents who were already permitted by law. If Joel was saying that the Electoral Commission, which had time to manage this process, blocked us from having agents in polling station A, B, C, and D, I would say that is credible, and that begs the question of accountability on the part of the law. But in what Joel is saying, all I could hear is a man that is being very explanatory, gifted with language and diction, to be able to rage bait the people.
Very interesting.
And get off the hook
And when you
easily.
talk about the issue of agents being disturbed at polling stations, is actually not the only one I've seen make a mention of or complain on that. I also did watch Honorable Kabaziguruka make mention of the same issue. One of the other candidates, a lady, the name is skipping right now, but she's also contesting for MP Nakawa West.
That must be Winfred Nakanja.
Yes, thank you very much, Winfred. She also made mention of the same complaint that agents were being disturbed at different polling stations, the Luzira area, and it's something that came up. Agents are meant to be at these polling stations to represent their candidates. Why were they being disturbed away from these polling stations? I think it's something to look into, but still...
I mean, I can comment on that. And I think we need to also understand people go into an election to win it, and they employ all manner of strategy to compromise the process. Whoever is acting acts in a certain way. It is incumbent on the candidate to ensure that the person you have chosen for being an agent is able to not get compromised, or when there is a problem and it goes the wrong way, there is a verification process to record that. That is why there is room for electoral court cases to ensue. And you've seen that in every election cycle, very many victories get overturned by court, and we go order a by-election, and we go and have a by-election or a declaration of the first runner-up as the winner. So this, yes, those incidences occur, and those incidences can be verified, but I am insisting that it is a case-by-case basis. It must not become a generalization. Because the case-by-case basis, yes, in their conglomerate, in their totality, can affect the final result. We agree to that. And that verification process happens in a court of law. But what Joel is talking about is called rage baiting. Let us throw something in the bush so that as many animals as possible run out of it. No. Let's be very specific. If someone says agents are, you say yes, but which polling stations and how many? Does that have a statistical impact on the outcome? There is a general rule of the thumb when it comes to election. It's about the quantity of what you're talking about. Does it matter in the general scheme of things? If you're saying that 2% out of 100 polling stations have been affected, then we ask that by the time we tallied the 98%, did the 2% have a significant statistical impact on the outcome? If the answer is a yes, then court will annul. If and that's the litmus test, that's the legitimacy test.
Right.
If the answer is a no, then we proceed.
Indeed. Our conversation this morning with Jacob Eyero is observing peace during and after elections. But of course, we did chew on that very conversation that Daniel Mugoya has just had with the leader of opposition, Joel Senyonyi. And it's interesting, rather interesting for this particular conversation, because NUP is a party that is widely known to rally many youths in Uganda. Many youths, many young people are rather quite behind NUP, and having Joel Senyonyi speak is something that is rather interesting for this particular conversation. Now, before we veer away from that conversation, speaking into the BVV case, something that I wanted you to hear your 2 cents on. You did share why people are not considering the importances of the BVV case, and many of the opposition were very excited for the BVV case in line with ballot stuffing. because one of the updates it had that wasn't existent in the past with these machines was the fact that it would be able to scan the ballot paper that one is given. One man, one vote. One woman, one vote. And even at the point of counting these votes, these ballot papers would be scanned to tally what is in that machine versus what is in the box, which ideally is now a failed goal in regards to ballot stuffing. What do you think you have to say on this particular matter, especially in regards to complaints, peace, and maintaining the calm?
Where I voted from, the machine worked perfectly. And the process I saw the machine execute was duplicated manually. Every part of it. The verification that you are receiving one ballot paper is duplicated by the presence of the eyes of the agents and the tally of the people at the polling station. That, okay, that's one voter, you tally. So by the time someone goes through the entire process, the number of voters has been tallied by agents present for all members of parliament and all presidential candidates. On presidential candidates alone, we have about 7 or 8 of them.
8 candidates.
8 candidates. Those are 8 people at a polling station, permitted to be in the polling station, to tally how many people have actually gone through this process. On members of parliament, there is no single constituency in Uganda where the members of parliament who were unopposed, and in fact, there is no constituency where there was no contest happening. Because even where we had constituencies where NRM had unopposed candidatures, it was for either the constituency member but not for the woman member of parliament. So you would still have agents for that election, a minimum of 2 therefore. So in every polling station we expected a minimum of 10 eyes seeing the voter register, comparing faces and being able to verify that it is one man, one vote. Surely for an election that happened between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m., Uganda has been blessed to be around the equator. There is no scenario where 4 p.m. is as dark as 9 p.m. In our country. For those who have eyes, they will see. And for those whose agents sold their agency, then the problem is not the person who is buying alone, it is also the one who is accepting to sell their birthright, or in this case their work right, not to be compromised. So for me, those are the questions we need to deal with. That yes, the process was duplicated into the manual verification present at the polling station. So the integrity of process was compromised on the technology end. In other words, we did not execute it with the finesse that we wanted for a 21st century, but we still executed it with the credibility that it deserved for an electoral process to be called free and fair and verifiable. For me, that is the most important part. But, and I want to dispel this fear. Colleagues across the country, young people, elections have not started happening with the presence of internet. Elections have been happening in many countries for eons of years. We have had elections in the places we celebrate happening without a single utilization of the internet in many years past. And they were verifiable, but there are also issues in some places. So those checks that we require are the ones we should insist on for a credibility of an election. I would have loved the BVK machines to work perfectly. They didn't work perfectly. Now that they didn't work perfectly, if there is a situation where, because they didn't work perfectly, the election was rigged, there is a court process for that. Let us use it and be able to execute that.
Right. In just a bit, we'll be heading to Bukedea to get an update from there. That is the Speaker Among's home district. We'll, in just a bit, be heading there to get statistics coming on from there. But Jacob, let's look at lessons, especially for young people. Lessons that we can pick from past election processes that have transpired and shaped Uganda. What lessons do you think we can pick for what we are experiencing now? And of course, I believe we are already learning from our own lessons, seeing as we've already elected. But what is there for us to learn?
Well, I think, of course, the situation in the BVK machines means that preparation needs to be done better because the country has spent a lot of money on those machines. and it would be good to see value for money.
True. That's very true.
Because we've spent a lot of money on the machines, for many of them to malfunction on the hour of asking.
Indeed, and allow me just cut you short there. We'll definitely be coming back to the lessons, but over the phone we do have Jamila Oluka, who is in Bukedea district. That is the home district of Speaker Among. Good morning, Oluka.
Good morning, Julie.
Good morning. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Right. What is the environment like at the Tally Center over there? Give us an update.
Yeah, at the Tallying Center right now, the situation is calm. Yesterday, these guys slept here the whole night because of transport. The votes kept coming in late, but they were able to finalize this morning. And the returning officer by the name of Museveni, Joel, has been able to finalize the results that have been collected. And as for now, they have not yet announced. They will be announcing in a few minutes because they are waiting for all the candidates and the respective people to be here so that they can announce. But I can go ahead and provide for you provisional results because they cannot say it until it is announced officially, but these are the results that I believe, even when they announce, will remain the same figure. We start with the presidential candidate, that is Brira Frank Kabinga, who has obtained 88 votes, and then Robert Kazibante has obtained 74 votes. Robert Chagulan Setamu has obtained 3,528 votes. Mabirizi Joseph has obtained 44. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera has also obtained 51. And then Munyegwa Barak Serunga has obtained 86. Nandara Mafati James has obtained 1,332. And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Kibaharura, the NRM president, has obtained 109,962 votes. However, there were some votes that were invalid, and that comes to 1,761, and the total number of ballots votes counted was 116,626. So the ones which got points totally, the 1,079. So far, if I could show you here, the NRM supporters around the place waiting just for the returning officer to announce the results so that they can jubilate. Because in the beginning, they've been saying they're going to give the president a block vote. And from the time of the results, you can clearly see that the margin is very, very big because he's on 109,000. And yet other candidates are below the average. So then we go to the member of parliament. We in Bukedea County, there were 4 candidates, whereas other counties were unopposed. That is Kachumbula. We had unopposed. That is Mr. Patrick. For him, he was unopposed. But in Bukedea County, there was competition. And I'll go ahead and mention the people who have been competing. One of them is Honorable Akon Rodo Kuru, who came in as independent. She obtained 2,150 votes. And then we have Ikojo John Bosco, who has been a cabinet. He has been a member of parliament from Bukedea County for the last 10 years. However, this time around, things have been so good for him because he has only obtained 10,458 votes. And then we have John Odeke Michael, also independent, who obtained 402 votes. And then we have the NRM flag bearer of David Bicham, who has obtained 68,103 votes. Then we have finally Opejo Silas, who obtained 308 votes. So in total, they were able to cast 82,493 votes, and then the spoiled ones were 650, and the invalid ones were 1,072,000. So generally the mood is good, people excited, especially for Bicham, because here NRM had put a block vote for the president, and then also they campaigned vigorously for their member of parliament. So as it stands now, we are waiting them to announce the results official, but these are the provisional results from Bukedea County for member of parliament and then for the president.
All right, pardon me. Thank you very much, Oluka, for that update. But just paint us a picture of what the security has been like even before you reached this particular point of the provisional results. What has the security been like in the area?
Yesterday, during the voting, because by the time I went to cover the speaker, it was around 6 a.m. The time I was moving to the polling station in primary school, at least I witnessed security moving. There were so many patrol cars moving, and then also in the polling stations, there was security, very tight security. People were guided, the elderly were guided, and there was nothing like physical fights, anything like violence, because security had been deployed. One thing again I want to tell you, Julie, in Bukedia district, the other day and yesterday, they had put curfew. By 10, everyone was supposed to be at home so that they maintain security in that district. So as it stands now, even if I wish I was able to show you, I would show you that the police is moving around. There is police, there is army, and then prison service also is here. The security is very, very good, and people are calm.
Right. Thank you very much, Oluka, for that report. We'll definitely be getting back to you after the results have been officially read. But clearly, the provisions you've given us are also enough to show what the mood is like in regards to who is winning on that side. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. That is Jamila Oluka from Bukedia district, which is the home district of Speaker Among Annette. And for your information, by the look of what she has read to us, it looks like the area is yellow. I mean, from the NRM, I tried to get the number properly, but it looked like it was 1,000 or 19,962. I need clarity on that, but it was quite a margin. Bulira got 88 votes, Kasibante got 74 votes, Chagulanyi got 3,528 votes, Mabirizi got 44 votes, and Muntu got 51 votes, Munyagwa got 86 votes, and Nandala got 1,332 votes on there. And looking at when it comes to the side of MPs, Akol Rose had 2,100 votes. There is John Bosco, an independent ticket, who happens to also be the incumbent, had 10,000 votes, 10,458 votes. There was Odeke, who had 202 votes. The NRM candidate had 68,103 votes on there. It looks like the area is really yellow. They're just waiting for official announcement of the result from Bukedia, but by the look of things, from what she has given us as a report, it looks like jubilations are already ongoing. Now it's 14 minutes after 9 a.m. The EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, made mention yesterday of the fact that he would be back this morning for the second provisional results from the National Tally Center. We're definitely waiting for him anytime soon. But in the meantime, we are continuing on with our conversation, observing peace during and after elections, especially from the lens of the youth. Because Uganda is largely populated by young people, this election is very important for all of us, because at the end of the day, young people are holding the mantle and the future of this nation in regards to who they vote, how they carry themselves, how they perceive situations at that. I have this conversation with Jacob Ayeru, who is the outgoing chairperson of the National Youth Council and an active NRM youth leader at that. Some of the highlights for me so far that have stood out from this conversation is the fact that there is a problem, an issue of rhetoric that is disturbing many young people in Uganda. And in his words, he says that the opposition is using quite a lot of it as a stone to throw into animals to disperse them and cause chaos. Right before we went into that report from Bukedia, we were looking at lessons that have been learnt from the past election cycles. And of course, voting has already taken place in this election cycle, but still, what lessons can we still carry on and take with us through the 5 years until the next election? Over to you, Ayeru.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the people of Bukedia. The president will win massively in Bukedia. But people sometimes forget that Bukedia has been, for a long time now, an NRM stronghold in a sense, because the MP for Kachumbala County has been running on the NRM ticket and undisturbed. So we really need to recognize that some of these figures are not surprises. The specifics, again, will come out when they do come out. What was surprising for me was that there was even a curfew imposed in Bukedia.
Yes, they did have a curfew.
That was very surprising because as just in Soroti, and it was okay all day, all night. People were expressing their will freely. And that was the case across Uganda. And so that's the element, I think, that was a bit surprising. Why was there a need for a curfew in Bukedia? Now, back to does not say me access to the points of contact in the electoral process. In other words, look at what's happening at polling stations and relay, just like you're doing here by phone call. That's very important. It's unfortunate that the security apparatus deemed it necessary to have the internet off for the maintaining of peace. And for me, that is not a cost we cannot afford for the value that peace gives us, especially with the examples I've already given you. So that is something he has to take measures into. In this election, no one is talking of a wave. In fact, some of the results, for those of us that have had the opportunity to speak to me, and the body politic of Uganda is beginning to become influenceable. In this entire campaign season, Uganda is beginning to become influenceable. In this entire campaign season, everywhere he would go, he would tell you how many hospitals have been built or refurbished here. People that you can see and from the programs of government, what that has done to them. So people have been listening and they have been seeing. From the parish development model, one candidate was saying, no, I want to scrap the parish development model. and I remember one of the media houses relaying an interview where someone said, I think I am going to vote President Museveni because this one wants to remove my first opportunity to hold 1 million and use it for something. So people are becoming awake, Ugandans are awake, young people are beginning to notice that politics must deliver what you want, not just what is fashionable for your age. If someone can sing well, he can dance well. Dancing is good. I love to have a good dance competition, but it must deliver on the aspirations for you to have a clear future. When the government was talking about the NRM candidate introducing a graduate startup scheme, that influenced 3.1 million new first-time voters in this election. Right,
and if you talk about a dance competition, I definitely would wish to have one with you on that regard. But right before I read this piece of information that's coming through, I'd like for you to indeed put up just a plug there on the conversation of rhetoric. What if one would counter-argue and just say that what if NRM cadres are turning a blind eye with this whole conversation of rhetoric? What if they're actually turning a blind eye and they're not necessarily listening and hearing to us as the youth? As you prepare to speak into that, updates coming through. The ruling National Resistance Movement NRM candidate, Moses Mayanja, has been declared MP-elect for Busiro North after garnering 19,319 votes to beat 10 other candidates. His closest contender, Ronald Semaganda, this one happens to actually even be my OB. Ronald Semaganda of the National Unity Platform got 14,667 votes, and John Bosco Tebandeke, who got 1,001 votes. Other candidates are Frank Nsubuga, who is on the independent ticket, who got 470 votes. Emmanuel Sentongo, independent as well, who garnered 460 votes. And Charles Mugisha of Democratic Front DF, who got 288 votes. Ashraf Sechikubo, independent, who got 178 votes. Damiano Kato, independent, who got 263 votes, and Hussein Bukenya on independent ticket got 1,919 votes. Swaib Kagwa of Jema got 179 votes. And Moses Senkungu of PFF got 112 votes. Uganda decides 2026. That is an update coming in from Busiro North. Coming back to our conversation, first, you have a right to speak into that result that has just, that update that has just come through, but also then move forward to turning a blind eye.
I am very glad that this is coming when I was making the point that people are now listening. In the last election, people were very emotive, I think largely because there was no opportunity to have physical campaigns. You know, when people come and the crowd listens, everyone goes home with information. But in the last election, we were restricted in how many people can come and listen to your message. So I'm not surprised that the NRM has now taken back Busiro North. That is Wakiso here,
yes,
for those that may not be familiar with Ugandan terrain. So you just wait for more surprises that are coming in, because the people are awake and they are noticing that you now need politics of economic development, not just politics of rhetoric. And I wanted to make the second point, that this election cycle is returning a result that must cause us to reflect as a country. Because a political campaign where you do not have alternative policy addressing a policy is not a political campaign. It is just a fiasco, so to speak. In this election, we had one candidate who was speaking, and to be speaking, it was very hard to trace who else was speaking. You see, people now know that it is not as important to me who is sitting on the seat of president as it is what he is doing there. If what you are doing there does not reach me in Kampala Central, in the ghetto, in Masaka, or what you are even proposing does not, if you're saying that what government is doing now with this PDM should go away, then how are you saying you're going to reach me?
Right.
If that proposition is not there, then yeah. But you asked me,
yes,
whether we are letting off the people easily. No, we are not. And I want to be very clear. I am one of those people that do not believe in violence at all, regardless of which side it's coming from. Whether it is the security forces, they must be held to account, both internally within the security forces, but also by our legal processes, which now give a person to hold issue on actions by security forces. If you're the one who beat the people, you will be the one who answers, not the whole UPDF. It will not be UPDF, no. Who was on ground? Who was the commanding officer on ground? Same for the police force. So all armed forces now, we amended that law, and there is accountability to the person. So that is there. But two, very recently, and I think in the last week, I don't think we have seen incidences in the last week of campaign where there was any blockages or any beatings. Or I saw candidate Robert Chagulanyi have very peaceful campaigns here in Kampala on his final day, in Nansana as well. Well, he was abusing very many of the guidelines, but they let him be. That's one thing that you need to notice. But you also need to notice that the presidential candidate, who is also the incumbent president for the NRM, held a press conference to say there's no need for any beating. And if you notice, the beatings did not continue thereafter. Right. Where even skirmishes existed, they still ensured restraint.
Right. Thank you very much. That is Jacob Eru, who is the outgoing chairperson of the National Youth Council, as well as a very, very active NRM youth leader. He's been speaking with us in regards to maintaining peace during and after elections from the lens of the youth, and it's been a pleasure indeed speaking with him. Right now we are going to the National Tally Center, where we are expecting Justice Simon Biabakama to give us the second update of the provisional results from the Tally Center as they come. Good morning.
program by singing the national anthem and the East African anthem, and then we'll have a prayer, and thereafter the chairperson of the commission will lead us in the proceedings of the day. So, all upstanding, let us sing the national anthem. While standing, let me invite Ms. Susan Wegoye to come and lead us in a prayer as we begin this morning. Susan?
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Almighty God, our Father, we want to thank you for another day. We thank you for this time in the history of our nation. We thank you for the Electoral Commission. We thank you for the people of Uganda. We thank you for this land that you have given us. We pray, O God, that may your peace and your mercy and your protection continue to reign over Uganda, over the people of Uganda, over the leadership of Uganda, over the Electoral Commission. We pray, O Lord, as we begin today's business, that your presence will abide with us, that your peace will continue to reign over us, and that your joy will fill us and keep us safe. We give you back all the praise, all the glory, and all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Susan. You may take your seats, Commission. Good morning, Uganda. Good morning, everybody who is here in the Tare Center, the National Tare Center. And good morning to all Ugandans that are watching this occasion, this function, live from the National Tare Center for Presidential Elections of 2026, here at the EC ground, the Electoral Commission grounds in Rubowa, Rweza, in Makinde Sabagabo. Lord Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the Deputy Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, members of the Commission, the Acting Secretary, representatives of presidential candidates in this presidential election, representatives of political parties, heads of delegations of missions that are observing this election, members of the civil society that are accredited at this National Tare Center, all observers, both local and domestic and international, members of the press, staff of the commission, and everybody that is watching, good morning and welcome to today. We are here at the National Tare Center for the Presidential Elections of 2026, and we are now in the hands of the Commission, and I will take this pleasure. I will take this pleasure to welcome you all and to hand over to the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to take us forward in today's program. Lord Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you, members of the Commission, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners present, and heads of missions, representatives of political parties, stroke presidential candidates, our distinguished guests, international, local observers, media, and all invited guests. Good morning. We are gathered here today to once again update you and the nation at large on the results of the presidential elections that we have received so far at this study center. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register is 21,649,067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. The total number of stations from which we have received results so far is 22,000 22,758, representing 44.85% of the total number of polling stations. These are the results so far per candidate. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 23,267, representing 0.45% of the valid votes cast. Kasivante Robert, 15,929, representing 0.31% of the total votes cast. Chagulanyi Sentam Robert, 1,312,047, represent 1,312,047,000, representing 19.85% of the total votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 10,910, representing 0.21% of the total votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 29,504, representing 0.57% of the total votes cast, total valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 14,742, representing 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandara Mafabi James Nathan, 108,301, representing 2.08% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 3,960,438, representing 76.25% of the total valid votes cast. Valid votes in total so far, 5,194,338. Invalid votes so far, 129,441, representing 2.43% of the total votes cast. Total votes, 5,323,779, representing 24.59% of the registered voters on the National Voters Register. Spoiled votes, 17,281. That is the position currently. Now, as we indicated in our opening remarks yesterday, we shall be releasing these results at regular intervals. And therefore, our next session will be at 2 p.m. See you then.
he did tell us by around 9 a.m. we should expect him for another update this morning, and indeed, together with his commission, has done so. And these are some of the preliminary or results that are not really conclusive, because he will return at 2 p.m. later in the day to give us another update. But of course, yesterday he did tell us about 133 polling stations that had submitted their results, and for now they have got from 22,758 polling stations. That is representing about 44.85%. Don't forget that we do have about 50,000 polling stations, and of now, if we do have 22, we still have a number of polling stations that haven't submitted in their results. But about the update from candidate Bulira Frank, yesterday he did have 84 votes, making about 0.36%, that is of the valid votes. But right now he does have 23,265, that is making 0.35%. So there is an increase there from candidate Frank Bulira. We do have Robert Kasibante. Yesterday he did have 66 votes, making it 0.29 valid votes, and of now he does have 15,929 valid votes, making it 0.31%. Candidate Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu of the National Unity Platform yesterday did have 7,753 votes, making it 33.64%, and today he does have 1,312,047, making it 19.85%. Candidate Mabilizi Joseph, yesterday he did have 45 votes, making it 0.02%, and today as of now he does have 10,910 votes, making it 0.21%. Gregory Mugisha Muntu for the ANT, Alliance for National Transformation, as of yesterday he did have 164 votes, making it 0.71%, and the update that has been given today this morning, he does have 29,504 votes, making it 0.57%. There is an increase there. Munyagwa yesterday did have 145 votes, making it 0.53%, and now he does have 14,742 votes, making it 0.28%. And yesterday Nandala Mafabi, he did have 560 votes, making it 2.43%, and right now he does have 108,301, making it 2.08%. And candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yesterday did have 14,232, making it 61.7%. That is as of yesterday, but this morning he does have 3,869,438, making it 76.25%. Valid votes as of yesterday, they were 23,049 valid votes, and this morning we do have 5,194,338 valid votes. Justice Simon Bibakama detailed us that he will return later at about 2 p.m. together with the Commission to give us any other update as and when things will be coming in. So at a later time, we shall also be getting back to you, our viewer who is watching UBC TV and Star TV at this very particular time, to also give you on an update in case anything happens within. If we get certain agents who are in here that we can actually interview at a later time, we shall be as well hearing from them to get an update or an overview on what they think and what kind of information do they receive from the different parts of the country, given that not everyone can access the internet or data right now, except those who have actually the leeway after being permitted by the NERA. Back to you at the broadcast house.
electing your leaders at various elective positions. Valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret. Cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected. Your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote. My vote.
Well, it's about 5 minutes on to 10 a.m. Welcome back from the National Tally Center as Justice Simon Byabakama, who is the Electoral Commission chairperson, has just given us an update of the second provisional results from the National Tally Center. He will be coming back at 2 p.m. But so far, indeed, as we've got the report, in case you have missed it and you haven't caught up with it, well, here it is. As it stands, of course, the total number of registered voters for the general elections 2026 general elections, 21,681,491 voters. Polling stations, total number of polling stations registered is 50,739. Now, results from the second provisional results being released are from 22,758 polling stations, covering for about 44.5% of the polling stations. And starting with Bulira Frank, who is now at 23,267 votes, started with 84 votes in the first results. And at that point, he was at 0.36%, now at 0.45% of the valid votes. Kasibante, who was at 66 votes in the first provisional results, now stands at 15,929 votes. At the first provisional results, he was standing at 0.29% and right now stands at 0.31%. Looking at candidate Chagulanyi, who was at 7,753 votes in the first provisional results, he stands at 1,312,407 votes as we speak right now in the second provisional results, and standing at 19.85% of the valid vote from 33.64% of the valid votes in the first provisional results. Looking at candidate Mabirizi, who was at 45 votes in the first provisional results, and that was at a 0.02%. He now stands at 10,910 votes at a percentage of 0.21% of the valid votes. Candidate Muntu was at 164 votes in the first provisional results, and currently with the second provisional results stands at 29,504 at a percentage of 0.57%, all the way from 0.71% in the first provisional results. Candidate Munyagwa stands now at 14,000 742 votes, bringing him to 0.28%, coming from 145 votes, and that was at 0.63% of the valid votes in the first provisional results. In the first provisional results, candidate Nandala was at 560 votes, and in the second provisional results, candidate Nandala stands at 108,301 votes, bringing him to 2.08%, a shift from 2.43% in the first provisional results. And finally, candidate Museveni, who was at 14,232 votes, at 61.7% of the valid votes in the first provisional results, currently stands at 3,869,438 votes, bringing him to 76.28% of the second provisional results. Valid votes so far registered are now 5,194,338 and were 23,049 in the first provisional results. And in the invalid votes currently stand at 129,441, bringing them to 2.43% of the total votes. And total votes altogether are 5,323,379 votes. That is accounting for 24.59% of registered voters. Spoiled votes so far are 17,281, coming from 37 votes only. The next provisional results will be at 2 p.m. from the National Tally Center. You are watching UBC TV, here to inspire you. My name is Julie F. Nantava. And in the meantime, I've been picked to look at what the statistics of the past elections looked like, starting off with the 2011 general elections. It was held on the 18th of February 2011, and the registered voters at that time were 13,954,129 voters, and only 59.29% were the voters that turned out to vote. The total number of polling stations in 2011 were 23,968 polling stations, compared to what we have now, and that is 50,739. Total number of polling stations whose results were received at that time were 23,851, and the total number of valid votes registered in 2011 were 7,938,212, and the total number of invalid votes in 2011 were 334,548, accounted for 4.04% invalid votes, and the total votes cast were 8,272,760. That was the year 2011. But looking at the year 2016, well, 2016 had 27,881 polling stations. That is about 99.5% of the total polling stations. Pardon me, now this is polling stations whose results were received. But just to go into the total number of polling stations, there were 28,010 polling stations were registered in the year 2016. And out of those 28,010 polling stations, 27,881 polling stations sent in their results. It's the results that were received and counted. And valid votes at that time were 9,851,812, and invalid votes were 477,319. Total votes cast in the year 2016 were 10,329,131, registering spoilt votes of 29,005. Keep in mind that in 2016, it's when the biometric voter verification kits were introduced to the polling system, to the voting system of Ugandans. Now, let's look at 2021, just 5 years ago, before this current election. that we are exercising, that we exercised yesterday, are now counting votes for. In 2021, we did have registered voters come to 18,103,603 voters registered in 2021. And a total number of polling stations was at 34,684 polling stations were registered. Those results that were received in 2021 were 34,601, accounting for 99.76% of the total polling stations. Now, valid votes at that time were 10,350,819 valid votes registered in 2021. Invalid votes in 2021 were 393,500 votes, accounting to about 3.66% of the total votes cast. And the total votes altogether in 2021 were 10,744,319 votes, accounting for 59.35% of registered voters. Spoiled votes there were 29,913, and 83 polling stations in 2021 were nullified. So far, for the 2026 general elections, we are at the second provisional results from the Electoral Commission, and we stand at the number of registered voters that is already obviously standard, which is 21,681,491 voters, 21,681,491 voters. Polling stations in this election cycle are 50,739, and so far results coming through have been collected from 22,758 polling stations, accounting for 44.5% of the registered voters over the polling stations. And definitely we'll keep them coming with reports from the field and with our field reporters in the field here on UBC TV. So stay tuned and be sure to follow all the facts with the statistics as they come through from UBC TV here to inspire you.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
A very good morning to you. In case you're just joining us, you are watching UBC TV. 8 presidential candidates, and we've just received provisional results, the second provisional results from the Electoral Commission, and that is at the National Tally Center in Lubowa, where they are being released from. And of course, we are looking at how they are varying from the different presidential candidates, right from what we can say. And in case you haven't caught up with them, let's take a look at what we have on the screen here. As you can see, it's a summary, and the national polling station summary, 44.9% of provisional number of polling stations from the EC, and for course 22,758 stations have been reported as per, this was as per 9:36 a.m. and this is as of today, the 16th of January 2026. Results coming directly from the Electoral Commission and nowhere else. That means that they are as facts and truth as we receive them from the Electoral Commission. Looking at the summary, candidate Yoweri Museveni of the NRM party is in the lead, as you can see, 76.25%, and he is being followed by candidate Robert Chagulanyi of the NUP party with 19.85%. And you can see that thereafter, candidate Nandala Nathan Mafabi of the FDC party follows with a 2.08%, as you can see on your screen, followed by candidate Mujisha Muntu of the ANT party by 0.57%. Candidate Mubarak Munyagwa of the CMP party, that is the Common Man's Party, follows with 0.28%, and candidate Robert Kasivante of the NPP party, that is the National Peasants Party, follows with a 0.38%. As you can see, candidate Joseph Mabirizi comes through with a 0.21%, making him lead from behind, as Frank Bulira comes at second last position so far with 0.45%, as you can see. General elections, and of course the leading party, as you can see from the pie chart here, it shows that the NRM party is leading indeed by the pie chart. Yellow is taking over with a 76.25%, and NUP is in the second lead, and of course other parties follow on thereafter. We bring you the results as they come through. Justice Simon Byabakama did mention that at 2 p.m. it's when he'll come back with the third provisional results. And as he opened yesterday, as he opened the National Tally Center, he mentioned that it will be on Saturday 17th. On Saturday 17th, it will be on Saturday 17th January 2026 that he will be announcing the official result of who the next president of Uganda will be, and that will be before 5 p.m. tomorrow. It's a time period of 48 hours that he is given to announce the results. So by tomorrow before 5 p.m. we will be in the know of who the next president of Uganda is. But of course, in a few places regarding member of parliamentary seats, a few places, some members of some candidates who have contested for members of parliament already know their fate. For example, in Busiro North, Mayanja has been declared as the winner of the Busiro North candidacy, and he was followed by Ronald Semaganda of the NUP party. Candidate Mayanja is of the NRM party, and candidate Mayanja, actually for him it was the second time that he was contesting. He did contest in 2021, put up a very heavy campaign and lost that election, but again he has finally got his win in this particular election of the 2026 elections. We'll be giving them to you as they come. Of course, we also learned from Jamira, who is in Bukedea, where the woman, the Speaker of Parliament, the 11th Parliament, Honorable Anita Among comes from and hails from, that Bukedea is yellow as we speak right now. We shall definitely be coming back with Jamila to give us a full update of what the official announcement from the returning officer was. But by the time we spoke with her, she was giving us provisional results that were definitely showing all signs of yellow to the side of NRM in Bukedea district. You are watching UBC TV, and indeed, thank you so much for choosing UBC TV this morning. Thank you so much for choosing to be fed with facts and truth as they come through this early morning. Uganda goes to the polls. Now, let's have a look at what candidates with the member of parliamentary seats, those who contested, what their fate looks like so far. We're starting off with Moroto woman member of parliament. And from what we can see, Chiai Helen of the FDC party has 1,028 votes so far. And you can see, as you can see on the pie chart, it's quite small. But Atiang Stella of the NRM party there comes through with 18,557 votes, which accounts for 69.2% of the votes. And as you can see from the pie chart, the NRM is covering Moroto woman MP. That is Atiang Stella with 69.28%. And looking at other candidates, Apio Lucy Chegem, who is of independent, comes through with 7,199 votes, and that is garnering 26.88% of the votes. And indeed, Apun Bonis Kabonik, independent as well, comes through with a thin score of 0%. Interesting at that. Anyways, let's have a look at Mateniko County. Mateniko County here, Lotukei Raphael Dean represents here the independent ticket, and she comes through at a 6.37% with 1,029 votes, as you can see on your screen. But looking at Loki John Baptist representing the NRM party, and he comes through with 8,487 votes. That is covering 52.51% of the votes and making the pie chart look yellow as well. That is still in Karamoja sub-region in Mateniko County, as you can see. But looking at the independent candidate, the other independent candidate, as well as you can see, Akol Caesar Abura comes through with 6,647 votes, covering 41.12% of the votes. Let's have a look at Moroto municipality and see what it looks like there. Now, it's interesting. It's almost half and half, as you can see on the pie chart. But looking at what the pie chart presents here, let's start off, of course, with the yellow side. Adiaka Charles Achotoi, pardon me, this is Adome Francis Lorica, who covers the yellow side, NRM, and that is bringing us to 2,300 votes, covering 51.66%, as you can see on your screen. And this half of the pie chart is covering for Angela Fred, who is on independent ticket and looking at 21,109 votes, covering 47.37% of the votes. Now, looking at other candidates, let's just tap there and see what Angela Zainab Ali, representing the FDC ticket, has a 0%, as well as Ojamuge George Francis on the NUP ticket has a 0%, making this Moroto municipality almost a half and half of independent and the NRM. But as you can see, that the NRM has a slight win. It's quite slight. It's almost a half, but it curves in a little bit and makes it a slight win for the NRM party that has 51.66% by Adome Francis Lorica, winning Angela Fred on the independent ticket. Let's look at Tebeth County. Tebeth County, on the pie chart, as you can see, independent by Lokoru Albert, who has garnered 4,426 votes, giving us 65.15% of that candidate. And the NRM candidate has 34.85%, as you can see on your screen. That is Lokawao Michael Wilson of the NRM ticket, bringing the independent candidate to a win in Tepeth County. Now, let's look at Kinkizi County East. Kinkizi County is not yet ready, but definitely will be bringing you all the results as they come through here on UBC TV. Thank you so much for choosing UBC TV. We are bringing you the provisional results as they come, and of course, as they are so far telling us, the story they're telling is the fact that in the central region, NUP is really dominating. It's red in the central region, but in other parts of Uganda, it's rather yellow. And it looks like this election is between two candidates. You might think that out of 8, it's only 2 that exist. You might think that it's only 2 and the other 8 are not there. But fortunately for you and us and I who voted, all of us who participated, we got a chance to choose one candidate out of the 8. And so far, NRM and NUP are at loggerheads, each one defeating each other at different areas. We did look at Bukedea. The report that came through from Bukedea, Jamila did show us how yellow was winning, but then for the woman MP seat, NUP was winning on there. We did hear from Sironko. Farida did come through and give us an update of the tentative results on there. NRM was leading, but it's also interesting to know that at the polling station where candidate Nathan Nandela Mafabi voted from, he actually lost at his polling station. But at least you could tell that the competition was between FDC and NRM, which still begs to say that in one way or the other, Sironko people still felt, still gave presence to candidate Nathan Nandela Mafabi as to where he is born and hails from. Justice Simon Byabakama did mention that at 2 p.m. he'll be coming back to give us the third provisional results. I know many Ugandans, of course, can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 17th of January 2026. And before 5 p.m., it's at that point he'll be giving us a full detail and report of who the president of Uganda is. But for now, we just have provisional results that we are basing on and looking at the different areas of Uganda as to what they are producing and what we are bringing to you from the district tally centers, and of course for presidency coming officially from the National Tally Center. You are watching UPC TV. Stay tuned as we bring you more of the updates. will be the next president of Uganda. And as they say, numbers change the game. That is why we make sure that we repeat and bring you these numbers, the statistics as they come through from the National Tally Center. And indeed, as presented by the EC chairperson, that is Justice Simon Byabakama. You are watching UBC TV. My name is Julie F. Nantaba. Let's look at more of the statistics and, of course, looking at Uganda's general elections in regard to total registered voters. It's interesting that women pay heed to these factors such as these in regards to national matters. As you can see in regards to gender breakdown, let's start with the registered voters, who are 21,681,490 people registered to vote. That means expected to have voted yesterday. By looking at the gender breakdown, you can see that only 47% of men, accounting for 10,334,362 men are accounted to vote in Uganda. And of course, looking at the percentage of women is 53%, accounting for 11,347,129 women registered to vote. It, I think, tells a lot. Is it a matter of population that men are less than the women in Uganda? Is it a matter of spirit and determination that women are more determined than men in matters of national importance? Well, I leave that thought to you to chew on. But let's look at a voter count per region. And looking at West Nile region, we do have 1,394,343 there registered from the West Nile region. And looking at the northern region, accounting for 2,074,138. Karamoja, 5,044 people from Karamoja region. Central North accounts for 1,003,745 people. Now the Eastern accounts for 1,096,255, and the Elgon region comes through at 2,188,393. The Western region accounts for 2,748,917 people, and the Southwest region accounts for 2,724 people, as you can see on there. Looking at Kampala region, which beats the rest of the regions with 5,871,635 people, and Kirak accounts for 2,154,893. Now, of course, one of the conversations that is rather interesting is the fact that the NRM party already has MPs representing. So far, the total is 17 of them. But let's look at who we have. Unopposed candidates, the current Vice President of Uganda, Honorable Jessica Alupo, who is a Ugandan politician, educator, and a retired military officer serving as a Vice President of Uganda, and woman MP for Katakwi District, elected unopposed in the 2026 general elections, and she previously served as Minister of Education and continues championing national development, women's empowerment, and governance. The other candidate to look at is one you would now call Mama Bukedeya, Anita Anet Among, who is Uganda's Speaker of the 11th Parliament, very unopposed as a woman member of Parliament, waiting to serve in the 12th August House. And of course, she is recognized for firm leadership, legislative experience, constituency representation, and overseeing parliamentary business, debate, and national lawmaking processes nationwide, and democratic and governance issues at that. The other candidate to look at unopposed, of course, is Honorable Thomas Tayewa, Uganda's Deputy Speaker in the 11th Parliament, looking forward to serve the 12th August House, as he was unopposed in the Ruhinda North. And indeed, he is a trained lawyer known for parliamentary leadership, policy debate, regional representation, and promoting effective legislative oversight, accountability, transparency, cooperation, nationally and development. And of course, his demeanor when you talk about cooperation, it's one of the things he brings forth even when he stands to speak to masses and speak his truth. Quite soft-spoken, but speaks with the facts, and that is a man who always comes through with the facts. The other unopposed candidate is one that is loved by many Ugandan youths, and that is Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, who is the woman member of parliament for Nebi district, unopposed, looking forward to serving in the 12th August House. And she is known indeed for her youth engagement. If you follow her social media, especially her Instagram, it's one that will keep you locked in because she has interesting content on there, yet content that is rather decent, youthful at the same time, and keeps a Ugandan youth very engaged. Of course, given her relationship with her husband, who is a musician, but she is known for youth engagement, local development advocacy, constituency mobilization, women empowerment, and contributing to legislation addressing regional and national priorities, governance, inclusion, accountability, service, delivery at that as well. Now, the other candidate to look at, I hope we are able to get more of the candidates. Ofono Pondo, he is the Eastern Region Older Persons Member of Parliament, looking forward to indeed serve in the 12th August House. A former media executive advocating elderly welfare, social protection, policy, inclusion, and representing senior citizens' interests within Uganda's national legislative framework, governance, equity, dignity, and representation. Let's see if we do have more. Definitely, Emmanuel Banya comes through there. He is the Member of Parliament of Koboko County, and he has been elected unopposed in the 2026 general elections. Tasked with representing constituent interests, promoting local development, participating in legislative debates, and supporting government programs for regional socio-economic transformation, governance, accountability, service delivery, inclusion, and stability thereon. Lillian Paparu Obiale is the other candidate that is looking forward to serving in the 12th August House. And she's representing West Nile women, focusing on community development, social services, gender advocacy, and legislative participation in the national parliamentary affairs, governance, inclusion, equity, representation, and policy. Quite a common fact that I'm finding with most of these candidates is the fact that they are ready to represent for service delivery. It's something that has been lacking with most members of parliament, and if you go to ground, you realize that many people are indeed lacking with service delivery and complain when it comes to their members of parliament. But those that have gone through, of course, are promising that. Let's look at the other unopposed candidate, Ruth Rujoki Mushabe. She is the woman member of parliament of Chiruhura district and was elected unopposed in the 2026 general election, focusing on rural development, women empowerment, agriculture support, constituency service, and active participation in Uganda's parliamentary legislative processes, governance, representation, policy oversight, inclusion, and equity. And the other candidate to look at is Geneva Arinaitwe, still under the NRM ticket. Geneva Arinaitwe is the woman member of parliament for Rubirizi district. She has been elected unopposed, of course, for the 12th August House as well. And her focus is on the education matters, education, health, women's rights, rural development, and bridging grassroots issues with national legislative priorities. The other member of parliament to look at as it's Emily. Emily, I believe, should be a female, but the picture that comes through is that of a male, and I think we need clarity on that as well. But so far, Akum Catherine Mavenjina, Ugandan lawyer, politician, former magistrate serving as the older persons member of parliament for Northern Uganda in the 12th August House. And she's known for her experience, especially when it comes with activism for women's rights, advocacy, social policy, leadership, and community representation. And Emmanuel Banya is one that we looked at already. But one thing to know for sure is that the NRM party already has 17 cadres in the 12th August House. And of course, those were unopposed, counted unopposed. Now, of course, there are wins in different areas who are being added to that list. If at all it's a 17-mile stretch or it's a stretch from 0 to a point, NRM was already leading by 17 miles and is already adding on. Will other political parties catch up? Well, we await to see as the results continue to come through. We'll definitely be giving you more of the results as they come through and more of every statistic as it comes through. But just make sure that you stay tuned to the national broadcaster, and that is UBC TV, where facts are shared and then spread to the public so that no information is misinformation. Well, Uganda goes to the polls, and now Uganda gets its result of who the next president shall be. You are watching UBC TV. My name is Julie F. Nantaban. We are showing you statistics from the different areas as to how each party is performing, what each area looks like. Is it red? Is it yellow? Is it gray? Quite confusing. We did see that there is, it must have been municipality, Moroto municipality, that was actually very, very gray, with independents leading more than the NRM tickets right there in regards to MP. But let's look at what districts look like, and starting off, of course, with Moroto that I've just been talking about. As you can see on your screen, Yoweri Museveni of the NRM party is at 24,906 votes. That is accounting for 90.76%, followed by Chagulanyi Sentamu of the NUP ticket with 1,446 votes, accounting for 5.27% of the votes. What a difference there. Let's look at what the district statistics look like. As you can see, registered voters in Moroto alone are 41,546 voters registered. And you can see those who are voting as male voters, 18,443. Remember what I talked about at the start, the statistics of men and women registered voters. We do have the female beating here in Moroto. And as you can see, female voters are 23,103 voters registered to vote in the election of the 2026 general election. Like I said, I pose it to you for you to chew on and ponder. Is it a fact of population that women are more than the men in Uganda, or is it a fact of spirit that women are more determined when it comes to matters of national importance? But as you can see also, the total population of Moroto, as by UBOS 2024, it's 103,639 people, and polling stations there are just 118. Now let's look at other candidates away from NRM and NUP. Third position was taken by candidate Nandala Nathan Mafavi of the FDC party with 529 votes, covering 1.93% of the votes, of this percentage there, and followed by candidate Frank Bulira of RPP with 191 votes, covering 0.70%, as you can see. And candidate Mubarak, candidate Mubarak Munyagwa of CMP party covers with 110 votes, 0.40%. Candidate Robert Kasivante of the National Peasants Party comes through with 99 votes in Moroto district, and brings us to 0.36%. And candidate Mugisha Muntu of ANT comes through with 90%. Actually, it's I think quite a surprise. Well, not as in regards to region, maybe not, but you would expect candidate Mugisha Muntu to actually beat all Robert Kasivante and Bulira there, but he comes through at the 7th position with 90 votes, and that is covering 0.33%. And finally, candidate Joseph Mabirizi of the CP party comes through with 72 votes only, and at 0.26% of the vote, as you have seen. We bring you the statistics, and definitely as they come through as facts and spread as the real information that you need to follow up. Numbers change the game, so do not be as excited until the final result is announced tomorrow by the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama. That is before 5 p.m. He'll be coming back at 2 p.m. to give us the third roundup of the provisional results. Uganda goes to the polls 2026.
n'abadriver bannange ne bakondakita nammwe mwenna abakolera ku paaka eka nti bwe tuba tusa kusaawa ey'okulonda tukuume emirembe ne bwe kubanga nti ayisemu si ewuwo kuuma emirembe.
What I understand by peace is maybe connecting together or unity together without quarrels, without bad attitude. Yeah.
Tewali kyengenda bagamba kyamanyi just know omuntu alina emirembe okulonda oyo gwawuliriramu emirembe.
All from one family, the beautiful part of Africa, yeah.
Let's talk peace, wherever you may be.
Let's talk peace.
Uganda, talk peace. 256.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagan's Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Amanya Belinda. Allow me remind us that elections come and go. They are periodic. Every after 5 years, we have another set of election. But what remains is the fact that we are Ugandans and we are not changing that fact. So in this coming 2026 elections, may we remember that what unites us is the blood that runs through our blood vessels. So go vote whoever represents your aspirations, your views, your beliefs, and feel free to vote them respectfully and without any form of violence. I wish you all a great and deliberate election come this election season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Let's talk peace.
As we approach the general elections in our country, the Republic of Uganda, this is a call to all the young people. The most important thing for all of us is to ensure that we keep our country peaceful. Definitely you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for, but as young people we think we have a very, very big mandate to keep our country peaceful. But we...
Let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Yonko kuna ajumanya ejini initiate yokwasa kwebembera abantu ombwiro budiri ontuzamu tayo yana hajera ekibine cyo kwagera mureke kunkaza hotera karuru dene kintu kitambure jo misu
nyewe ninjira nti okufuna obusinjana n'emirembwe twaruga omukaruru nari kitwazo mukutera karuraka leka tugende n'omu ebembezi oturafune tutagire mu kuyomba no kugwanangana.
Wherever you may be, let's talk peace. Uganda, talk peace. 256. Let's talk peace. Let's talk peace. Wherever you go, my sister, my bro, let peace be with you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Let there be peace.
Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. Always pray for peace.
Emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibira ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala ng'awagalira kirala naye obuzibu bwe buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bw'ategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes. So tubasaba tubeere ba mpisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Greetings Uganda, my name is William Nahura Murinda and I'm here to talk to the old people in Uganda about keeping peace when that day and that time of election comes. Mahatma Gandhi said that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Therefore, peace during election is not only path that we want to reach to the destination, it is the destination that we want. Thank you, and may God bless you as you choose your best candidate peacefully.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm urging all youth, I'm urging all Ugandans, please, let's have a peaceful elections this time round. Let's vote peacefully. After voting, let's walk back home. Let's protect our gains. Let's be peaceful. Please, let's gather in numbers. Let's go and vote peacefully. Then we go home peacefully. Thank you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and Partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace. This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and Partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Thank you for watching UBC. We are bringing you the UBC UG Polls 2026. And of course, earlier on, we had an update from the chairman of the Electoral Commission, and that is Justice Biabakama. And we shall have another update at 2 p.m. Yes, that is what we anticipate according to what he told us earlier on. And of course, the provisional results keep on coming in and the numbers keep on changing. Some of you are already excited. Others are already in a somber mode. Others are excited and the next minute they are sad. But of course, it is an election. There is always a winner and there is always a loser. But looking at the provisional results as they stand from the National Tally Center that is in Lubowa, Reza. And of course, the leading candidate there, like you can see, is Yoweri Museveni for the NRM party. That is the flag bearer. Standing at 76.25%, canvassing over a number of votes, and that is 3,960,438 votes. And coming second is Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, the flag bearer for the National Unity Party, and standing at a percentage of 19.85, with the number of votes at 131,200. With a total amount of 1,312,470 votes. And of course, Nandala Mafabi James, that is for the Forum for Democratic Change, is at 2.08%. And of course, about Nandala Mafabi, something interesting at the polling station where he casted his vote yesterday. amazingly or surprisingly, he managed to come second in lead against the NRM. And of course, he secured over 146 votes at his specific polling station, and the NRM candidate had over 157 votes, making it a difference of 11 votes. And of course, moving on to the Alliance for National Transformation, the candidate there is Mugisha Muntu, who is at 0.57%, with the number of votes of 2,020. The number of votes is 29,504 votes. And of course, Mubaraka Munyagwa Serunga for the Common Man's Party, he is standing at 0.28%, with the number of votes of 14,742. And Robert Kasibante there of the NPP standing at 0.3%, with 15,929 votes. Of course, more from the provisional results from the National Tallying Center. That's in Reza. Joseph Mabirizi of the Conservative Party is at 0.21%, standing at the number of votes so far at 10,910. And of course, Frank Bulira comes at 0.25%, with the number of votes that are 23,267. Yes, just an infographic for you there. You can look at the pie chart that clearly gives you the visual portions of each and every candidate as it stands from the National Tally Center. And of course, yes, the colored part with yellow, as you can see, is having 76.25%, representing the NRM candidate, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. When we look at NUP, that is 19.85%. Of course, there is that shade in red. Robert Chagulanyi stands with that portion, or with a proportion. And of course, yes, we have the Alliance for National Transformation. They are in purple. Yes, it's a bit constricted because that is the percentage on which he stands of 0.56%. And of course, the FDC also, when you look at our pie chart there, it is a big promising to converse over the NUP, that is the NUP proportion, but the FDC is standing at 2.08%. And of course, Mubaraka Munyagwa Serunga comes in here, as you can see there, at 0.28%, as it is reflected on the pie chart, as you can see there. And of course, advancing, Robert Kasibante on 0.30%, still represented there at our pie chart. And yes, to go on with the RPP flag bearer, that is Frank Bulira, standing at 0.45%, represented still on the pie chart. Each and every candidate has been represented. We have not left out any candidate. And of course, lastly, it is Joseph Mabirizi, standing at 0.21% of the current votes that have been tallied at the National Tallying Center. Apparently, the number of votes that have been counted, we shall be showing them to you there later on. But of course, the polling stations are 22,758 as reported as per 9:36 p.m. And of course, it stands at 44.9%. And of course, we are going to be speaking to some of our reporters in the field to give us a feel of what is happening wherever they are situated and wherever they are reporting from. And of course, I'm with Mohammed Yiga, the one in Mbali, going to give us a snip of something that is going on there, to paint a brief picture of what is happening. But yes, Mr. Yiga Muhammad, ogamba otya sebo? Oli eyo, oli Mbale? Mulembe Yiga?
Mulembe.
Wabize dda?
Kama huwa. Oh yeah, okay. Ondetera malewa wobukomo.
It is okay.
It says omulabi waffe ali ku PCTV. Mubulire oba musigire ekifaananyi kiki ekigenda mu maaso awo Mbale okuva obudde obukiro paka essaawa zino nga kikwatagana n'ebyokulonda.
Okulonda wano mu kibuga Mbale kwaggaddwawo ku ssaawa nga 11 olwo ne twolekera Mbale City Chambers we babalira obululu oyinza ogiyita Tale Center. Wakati mu byokwerinda eby'amaanyi obubokisi bwatuusiddwa akawungeezi okutandikira ddala ssaawa 11 bwakomekerezeddwa okuyingira ndowooza paka ssaawa nga zaabadde 4 olw'okuba nti ebitundu ebimu byabadde nga tebituukikamu oba oliawo n'entambuza yaabwo yabaddemu engeri y'akasoobo. Kakati no batandise okubala obululu buno ssaawa zaabadde nga 5 n'ekitundu era nga ne wetwogerera bakyabala. Mbale okufaanana ekifaananyi kinene kiri nti erina divisions 2 omuli Industrial City Division wamu ne Northern City Division. Kati embiranye ey'amaanyi ebadde nnyo mu kalulu k'abakyala era nga wano abeesimbyewo ku kuvuganya ku kifo ky'omubaka akiikirira ekibuga Mbale omukyala kuliko Wanyoto Lydia Mutende wamu n'omukyala Koni Nakayenze Galiwango ate era nga mu ngeri y'emu wali Koni Nakayenze Galiwango ali ku independent ticket ate nga Lydia Wanyoto ye flag bearer ow'ekibuga wa NRM mu kuvuganya kuno. Kati waliwo n'omukyala omulala ye wa NUP yalina ticket ya NUP bamuyita Aisha Nakayenze nga waliwo nno n'owa DP ayitibwa Peace Namono. Era nga akalulu okusinga okuvuganya ennyo olw'embiranye ey'amaanyi eri wakati wa Lydia Wanyoto wamu ne Koni Nakayenze Galiwango. Naye nga mu kiseera kino okusinziira ku bibalibwa ebivaayo biraga nti Lydia Wanyoto akyali mu comfortable seat oba aleebya munne Koni Nakayenze Galiwango wadde nga oba oliawo ne owa Nuupu Aisha Nakayenze asobola okujja mu kifo ekyokusatu nga bwe bagenda bagoberegana. Naye ate era mu ngeri y'emu akalulu ak'abasajja oba ak'omubaka alondebwa obutereevu nako k'amaanyi nga kano kali wakati kalimu omukulu Kalimu Masaba ono yabadde akiikirira Industrial City Division ali ku independent ate era nga waliwo n'omukulu ayitibwa Wasuukira Anthony ono naye independent. Wambogo John Wekesa yalina flag eya NRM ku kifo kino ekya Industrial City Division ku kya MP ate nga waliwo ne Rashidi Walimbwa owa Nuupu naye nga waliwo n'omukyala wa FDC ayitibwa Madanda Wokuri Margaret. Okuvuganya kw'amaanyi omubaka alondebwa obutereevu kuli wakati wa Wasuukira ne Karimu Masaba incumbent MP. Naye nga Karimu Masaba alabika nti ate ateesinga liini bw'ogeraageranya bano bonna banne baali nabo. Mu Northern City Division wali ababaka abeesimbyewo ku kifo ky'omubaka owa Northern City Division bawererako ddala naye nga mubo mulimu Paulo Wanyoto ono nno brother wa Lydia Wanyoto avuganya eri ku abakyala ate waliwo ne Haji Umaru Nangoli ono yaliko RDC nga Mbale tennafuuka kibuga ne wabeerawo ne Stacey Wambede ye abadde akiikirira Northern City Division mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu ate nga mulimu ne Gasho Musizoomu Rabbi Wambede ono yakiikirirako ekibuga kino ekya Northern City Division mu Parliament era nga yaggibwayo Stacey Wambede. Waliwo Ivan Masaba owanu ate nga waliwo n'omulala ayitibwa Mukone Richard ono nga naye wa independent. Kati okuvuganya okw'amaanyi mu Northern City Division mu kibuga kino eky'Embale kuli wakati wa Haji Umaru Nangoli ali ku independent ne omukulu Ivan Masaba owa NUP naye ne Kudu Hussein eyali RDC w'e Masaka n'akyusibwa n'azzibwa 10 nga ye RDC waayo naye abadde ataddewo okuvuganya okw'amaanyi naye obukeeredde ng'ate agenda asereba. Kati okutwaliza wamu ebyokwerinda binywezeddwamu ddala okwetooloola Tale Center emmamba ze zikwaniriza waliwo abasirikale abapaakito abatambuza ebigere ne kabangali za poliisi zennyini zeetooloola ekibuga naddala okusalako tale center weeri kati tewali kintu kyonna kiyinza kutaataaganya kulonda. Wabaddewo okwagala okulwanagana wakati w'abawagizi ba Kalimu Masaba ne omukulu John Wambogo ng'ono yalina tiketi ya NRM naye ab'ebyokwerinda bayingidde mu tale center era ne bakkakkanya embeera okubala obululu ne kuddamu naye nga kubadde kwesibyemuuko ekiwaliriza omukulu Anthony Watuukira aliko independent ticket okuwalampa emmeeza owulidde asobole okubeera nti oba oliawo eddoboozi lye liwulirwa naye DPC n'abakuumaddembe bayingidde mu tale center ne babeera nga embeera bagikkakkanya okulonda mu kibuga Mbale akalulu tekannamanyi bw'oba kanaalangirirwa ddi kubanga kumpi okuva ekiro kwonna babala akalulu ka president ne badda ku k'omubaka alondibwa obutereevu ne badda ku k'omubaka omukyala naye nga Mbale erina abantu abeesimbyewo bawererako ddala kumpi ku buli kifo naye nno ng'ovuddeko ne mu kibuga Mbale ntunuddeko ko sayidi y'Ebulambuli wali Ebulambuli ko kumpi okulonda kuwedde era balangiridde abawanguzi nga ku kifo ky'omubaka omukyala akiikirira disitulikiti ey'Ebulambuli Sarah Nambozo Weekomba yalangiriddwa ng'ono abadde avuganya ne Patience Nambozo waliwo n'omukyala omulala ategerekeseko erya Jacqueline naye ng'ate mu Elgon County era mu disitulikiti ey'Ebulambuli Nyansi Omudiimi wa Makuyu ono yabadde incumbent mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu era awangudde munne Master Moses ate nga Elgon County Elgon North era mu ngeri y'emu mu Bulambuli omubaka Engineer Irene Muloni awanguddwa Gerald Nangoli kati ate era mu ngeri y'emu wasene Bulambuli County wabaddeyo omukulu ayitibwa Biara Emmanuel ono nga yabadde ne tiketi eya NRM era awangudde munne Alex Burundo. Alex Burundo ono yakiikirirako essaza lino era mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu. Bwe tugendako sayidi y'eri Manapa waliwo omukyala abadde ayitibwa Musubika Anet ono awanguddwa omukyala mukulukulu mu myaka ayitibwa Rose Mutonyi yaliyoko mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu naye era n'avaayo kakati Rose Mutonyi azzeeyo era ku tiketi eya NRM. Tujja kwongera obatuusaako ebippa sayidi eno mu bbendobendo lya Bugisu naye ng'ate ne Sironko bantegezezzaako nti omukyala Aisha Naburo Mafaabi Lumoro alabika nga akyaleebya munne oba minisita Florence Wamala Nambozo mu kalulu k'omubaka omukyala akiikirira disitulikiti eyo. Ebirala ebisingakaawo tutabikuŋŋaanya ojjako nga waliwo kyobuuza
eyiganga todaba kubanga onzirukako njagala onsiigire embeera nga bweri awo wabweru we bali mu kubanga ate babalira obululu abantu beetooloddewo bangi oba abasecurity be basinze okuba nga babeera mu kifo ekyo.
Ekifaananyi ekiri mu ttale sente ekisookera ddala abantu baabali mitinze batono nnyo buli kandidate yaweereddwa abantu babiri okuyingira nabo bannamawulire ffe tusingamuuko obungi then ab'ebyokulonda babaawudde bali wagguluko eri gye bakolera emirimu gyabwe kakati ebweru abakuumaddembe be basinga obungi mulimu poliisi mulimu UPDF wamu n'abambadde engoye eza bulijjo wabula walabiteeko abatunuulizi b'ebyokulonda oyinza obayita ba observers abamu balabika nga babadde bava mu nsi za Bulaaya bayingiddewo okaawo naye ate ndowooza ekifaananyi kye bafunye we bajjidde we wabalukiddewo akanyoolagano nga kampu oba enkambi eya Kalimu Masaba n'eya Wasuukira neya John Wekesa Wambogo baagala okugwangana Malaka kati ndowooza bo kyekifaananyi kye bafunye bayingiridde we battale center kulwanagana ne kubalukawooko naye oluvannyuma ne kukakkanyizibwa abakuumaddembe. Mbale City Chambers oba Mbale City Council yeetooloddwa bbugwe oba ekikomera nga erina geeti bbiri geeti emu yokka yeyingiza oba n'okufulumya abayingira ebweru emmamba zeetooloddewo. Jjukira nti Mbale City Chambers eriraanye regional block awakuŋŋaanira ebyokwerinda kaakati sayidi eri waliyo regional block abakuumaddembe bangi emmotoka gye ziri ne wano okwetooloola Mbale City Council era nawo weebali ate nga waliwo n'ekkubo okuva ku cricket ground okukkira ku Toro Road nayo lyasaliddwako jjo teriisa mmotoka era baalisazeeko abantu tebalikozesa okufaananako ne bulijjo baatadde emizindaalo ebweru kakati abantu abasinga obungi tebabakkiriza mu Tale Center bano abatunuuli bano banjagala kubeera nga mmanyi ebifo eno n'ebweru ku kikomera ekyambale City Chambers nayo baataddeyo emizindaalo eminene n'abali obusukkakkubo nabo basobola okuwulira ebirangirirwa mu Tale Center.
Yiga oyogeddeko n'abakulu ab'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda abali eyo nsonga ki gye bawa okubanga n'okutuusa kati nti okubanga tubala oba babala obululu bwa presidential candidate tekunaba kubanga kubaako we kwatuuse.
Tugezezaako okwogerako nabo naddala lwaki kuba batugambye nti waliwo obubokisi obwazzenga ekikeerezi by the way waliwo n'ebimu ku DR forms ezireetedde olwo ssaawa ndoze zibadde 12 ng'abamu ku bakozi omukyalo omu agamba nti yazeerabidde n'abaana be yabadde akola nabo ezo bazireese ssaawa 12 n'ekitundu era wabaddewo akanyoolagano nga enkambi zonna tezaagala bino biyingizibwe kuba buli omu abadde tamanyi bino bwe babireeta biyambaani era nga bamubaga nti baagala kutubba bululu bwaffe enkambi zonna nga buli omu alwanyisa bireme kuyingizibwa wabula abakuumaddembe n'abakakiiko batudde mangu ne basobola okubeera nti bakkaanya ku bintu bino ebibadde bireeteddwa omuli DR forms zibadde ziwerera ddala oba zibadde nga 10 naye nga zeetaagibwa naye ate nga tezaatuuse mu budde waliwo n'obubokisi obwayingidde mu soole ekyo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda tekatuwadde ansa nambulukufu lwaki kubanga akawungeezi twabaddeko kakiiko ako ku electoral commission nga bali mu kulagira emmotoka zigende zitandike okugyayo obubokisi naye ate waliwo obuyingidde mu ngeri ey'omusoole wabula enkambi zombi obwedda buli oludda lutulwekkaanya n'okutunula obutiribiri okulaba nti tewali kiddamu kuyingizibwa mu ngeri ekontana n'amateeka so embeera bwekyo bwekyali wano mu kibuga Mbale oba oliawo n'ebitundu ebiriraanyeewo.
Tweyanziza nnyo omusasi waffe Muhammad Yiga. Of course, he was giving us what is happening in Mbale city. It comprises industrial city and the northern city. He says counting of the ballots started at around 11:30 p.m. That was yesterday, saying it was attributed to the delay in bringing in the votes and the ballot papers. And of course, they also had some hurdles in transporting the ballot papers from the sub-county to the district tally center. But of course, he gave us an analysis of who has been elected in some of the constituents that have been announced their results of voting. And of course, for the industrial city, the woman representative to parliament, it is Wanyoto Lydia. So far she is in the lead and she is the flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement. But the tight race is between her and Connie Galuango, who is an independent, and the flag bearer for NUP, that is Peace, that is Aisha Nakayenze, comes in third. And of course, the direct member of parliament, the race is between the incumbent, that is Karim Masaba, who is an independent candidate, and also Wasukira Anthony, who is an independent. The NRM flag bearer there is Wambogo John, and the National Unity Platform flag bearer is Rashid Wanchumba. But we are anticipating to have a one-on-one with the Electoral Commission chairman, that is Justice Biabakama, with one of our reporters in just a few minutes. And of course, yes, still more from Mbale city. We do have the northern city. There is Paulo Wanyoto as a contestant, and of course Haji Wumaro Nangobi as an independent. And yes, of course, there is also the Seth Wambede, Rabbi Wambede, and Ivan Masaba, the flag bearer for National Unity Platform, and also Hood Hussein. But the the hot race is between Ivan Masaba, the National Unit Platform flag bearer, and also Haji Womaro Nangobi. But of course, let's speak to Semambo to say what is happening over there. Semambo jebale kosebo.
Kale nyabo.
Oli live ku UBC tubulire ekifomoli atera n'embeera nga bwetambula.
Embeera nga bweyimiridde mu kitundu kya Wakiso kino ekitebe naddala ekitebe ekikulu wenjogerera buno obudde abasirikale ne security eri very tight era okuyingira okuaccessinga ekifo kino ekyatali center kikubeerera ddala kizibu nnyo nnyini ddala omala kulaga mpapula zikukkiriza okuba ng'oyingira ekifo kino eno.
Okay, Semambo, you pardon me, but can we use English for the biggest portion of our viewers?
Okay, as I said earlier, that the place is very calm and it is very restricted, whereby one to access it, they have to be authorized, and then you have to have a letter from the returning officer to access the area. So inside the Tally Center, so far one member of parliament has been confirmed, and that is the NRM's Moses Mayanja, who has snatched victory for Busiro North. Kagwa Swaibo Sereko of Jema Party received only 179 votes. Kasita Hussein Bukenya, an independent, got 1,919 votes. And Kato Damiana, so an independent, 263. PFF's Senkungu Moses also snatched 112 votes. And Semaganda Ronald, who was in a title race with Moses Mayanja, received votes of it is 14,667 votes so far. Those who expect, we are expecting to listen from the returning officer to see more positions that will be declared, more candidates who will be declared victors, and those we expect is Nopos Mwadankunyeji of Chadondo East. I've seen around Zambale Blasio Mukasa is also around, and Magola. So other candidates who were competing with them have not been at the Tally Center. Maybe by the time you come at the Tally Center, you have a snatch on what is happening and what you expect. So these people who are around, maybe they expect themselves to be victors by the end of the day.
Okay, so what is the environment like when it comes to security deployment, since you've talked about some people being restricted from accessing the venue?
Yeah, not even all journalists are allowed to enter the Tally Center, as I told you, whereby you have to have received a letter from the returning officer to allow you to enter. Heavy deployment of men in uniform is also seen at the gate and the roads that lead you to the headquarters of Wakiso district.
Okay, if we look at Nansana municipality, between Zambali, Blasio, Mukasa, who else is tightly competing with him?
Right now, what the system that the Wakiso district is using, they declare region per region. So they began with
constituency.
Yeah, constituency. So constituency per constituency. So they began with Busiro North. So anytime we expect the returning officer to declare another person in a few hours. But as of now, I've seen Blasio Mukasa. As I told you, the people who expect to, who think they have already won, because by the time you come at the Tally Center, you already have your provisional results and declaration forms. So those who think that they are here to get official declarations are so far the ones around, and their opponents, none of them is around.
Okay, thank you so much, Semambo Joshua. We shall be getting back to you in a short, but as of now, let's have a one-on-one with the EC Chairman, Justice Biabakama, with our reporter.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Tunde. It is still morning. Good morning to you, Tunde, and to UBC TV once again. We are still coming to you live from Lubowa, Sabagabo Machindie, where the Electoral Commission has mounted the tally center for the 2026 presidential elections, which is, as well, as far as I'm informed, their new home that they're trying to set up, and with time they will permanently be here. Now, we have a chance to talk to the man himself, the man in charge of the whole season, the electoral process 2026, that is Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon. That is the order of the name I've come to discover. My Lord, good morning.
Good morning, Jordan. How are you?
I'm fine.
We're viewers of UBC.
Yes.
Welcome to the National Tally Center, Jambago. I mean, Lovoa. I'm seeing 2021.
Okay. How has been the process, in your view, since campaigns to date?
Oh, well, I think the process has been, of course, campaigns had a little, the usual. But overall, the campaigns went on well. The presidential candidates were able to cover the areas they wanted to cover, and quite successfully, in my view, and thankfully. We don't have major incidents like we had in 2020 when so many people died. I want to commend the people, and yesterday, of course, people went for polling at the 50,739 polling stations, where they were able to cast the votes for the president, woman member of parliament, directly elected member of parliament. And I want to say this process went well, although there were glitches in the morning on account of the biometric voter verification kits, which developed issues in some areas. In other polling stations, they worked well, but in other areas they didn't. But we were able to switch immediately to the using the manual register, and people voted, and that's why today we are here to receive the results.
Two things. There was concern about the unprecedented disqualification and denomination of candidates. How did this happen? And the biggest question is, you, Electoral Commission, denominating people you nominated. How did you discover your mistakes after making them?
No, the mistakes were not, first of all, the mistakes were not by the Electoral Commission. They were by the candidates. Yes, because you see...
If you approve my papers,
yes.
How do you again discover that they have a problem?
Now, let me tell you, Jordan. First of all, the law provides that after nomination, your papers can be scrutinized by any voter or your opponent in the race. After nomination, the voter or your opponent is at liberty to scrutinize your papers, inspect them, and if there are issues he or she discovers in your papers, that person has a right to complain to the Electoral Commission. It is in the law. If the lawmakers had intended that once the candidate has been nominated, whatever mistakes are there, they should not be looked into, or they should not be raised, they should have said that. But the mere fact that the law recognized that even when someone has been nominated, the nomination can still be challenged in law, and the challenge can be raised with the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Commission will sit as a quasi-judicial body, entertain the complaint, look into the merits of the matter. If it finds that there was no merit, dismiss the complaint. If it finds there was merit, then we take the necessary steps as recommended in the law.
How can voters have the capacity to detect these gaps in candidates' papers, and you, the Electoral Commission, these papers pass your stages and they go to the next level of nomination?
Yeah, first of all, let me tell you that we have 2 days for nomination, and we have tens of candidates coming in for nomination in those 2 days. Our team that verifies the papers, the nomination papers of these candidates, they are in most cases overworked. They have to catch up with the time. At times they nominate people beyond 9 o'clock, even beyond midnight. So there are occasions, therefore, when, yes, that's why even in the courts of law, by the way, a judge will hear a case, but then you have a right to appeal against the decision of that judge. It goes to another court, and the court will overturn what the other judge decided. Will you say, how can you, the same courts, be the ones now to overturn what your fellow judge has decided? So that is the process of the rule of law, and that's what the process of due process means. That's what due process means. So, secondly, indeed, The law, the denominations we carried out were in accordance with the law. Let me give you an instance. If the law says for you to qualify to get nominated, you must have a minimum academic qualification of A level or its equivalent. You present your certificates or your academic qualifications. Someone says, but no. No, Jordan, when did he attain A level? We started with him. He stopped in O level. I question the credibility or the correctness of that academic qualification. Yes, so you come to the commission. The commission will interrogate the matter. If we find indeed that you do not have the necessary academic qualifications, the law says we disqualify you. So the disqualifications that were carried out were in line with the law. And by the way, Jordan, you know, we had, I think, about 400 petitions. How many disqualifications have we done? They're about less than 15. Yeah, less than 15 or 20, if to my recollection. Then secondly, how many have we, if we had allowed there for all the 400, it means more than 300 people to be in school. Dismiss many of them.
Clarify about the issue of unopposed, because there are also many this time in the history of elections.
You know what, Jordan?
Yes.
Ugandans have become more vigilant now. People have become more vigilant to scrutinize the credibility and the validity of the papers of the candidates who have gotten nominated. Yeah, the bar has gone out now. Has gone up now. For example, people are quoting the case of Makindi, the mayorship of who are about 11 disqualified. The person who complained said, "I have looked at the papers of all my opponents. They have issues. They have not complied with the law on the terms of numbers of supporters they're supposed to get from each electoral area." Just looking at the papers of the candidates. When the commission invited them and they came with their lawyers, we studied their papers, we scrutinized them, we analyzed them. Indeed, we realized or discovered there were issues they know, and we did not look at any other evidence apart from the nomination papers filled by each of these candidates, and we said, here the law says each of your supporter must sign against his or her name. If they don't sign, it means they do not consent to your, it's in the law, your candidature. It says, and the law says the supporters must be from that particular electoral area. If you are getting supporters from Salama A electoral area, the 20 must be from that Salama A. Don't get supporters from Salama B and put them in the list of Salama A. If you do, and we find out we cancel those ones from Salama A, then you'll be below the quota.
Some people thought there was an element of biasness. Let's clarify that quickly.
Which bias? I have said we looked purely at the nomination papers of each of those candidates. Nothing else. Not on the papers of the petitioner, not on any other record, but the papers of the petitioner vis-a-vis our national voters register. Because the first thing we had to ascertain, Jordan Lukomwa, yes, who is a supporter, is he a registered voter or not? Because the law says the supporters must be registered voters, and they must be from the particular electoral area which you say you are getting supporters from. So I want to tell the people, and I want to affirm, we had no bias at all. We followed the law, and if anybody is not satisfied, go to the courts of law. But now the courts of law seem to be agreeing with us.
We leave that one. Yeah. The biometrics, what really happened? Briefly before we...
Yeah, the biometrics, and unfortunately the biometrics worked.
Some people think you did not practice how to use them. They're blaming you of a lot of things. But
we did. Of course, human beings will always blame others. That is normal. But we did a lot of preparations. We practiced. We trained our people who are going to use those biometrics. And that's why in some areas they worked. It's not that there was a total blackout or failure of their metric machines in all the polling stations. In some areas they worked perfectly well, in others they did not. So it is our interest as a commission to investigate, to establish what exactly happened in those areas. Why didn't they work in those areas? But you see, at this point in time, particularly yesterday, we had to make a quick decision. What is paramount? Is it to ascertain or establish what could have gone wrong with the machines, or to give credence, to afford the power of the people of Uganda under Article 1 priority, so that the people go to vote? And we say that thing that is sacrosanct, that is supreme. It cannot be watered down by the fact that the machines have broken. No, that power cannot be watered down by anything else. So we said, since the National Voters Register is available at every polling station, since the ballot papers are available, and all these other materials required for polling,
Verify the names with the register.
you verify the names with the register. It is provided for in the Constitution, in the Presidential Elections Act, Parliamentary Elections Act, and Local Government Elections Act. We said, and in any case, Jordan,
yes,
the data that is on those kits is derived from the National Voters Register.
So it's the same thing.
It is the same
just
thing.
a machine
It is the foundation. Yeah, the foundation. By the way, the kit was merely meant to assist, to aid in the identification and verification of a voter. It was to assist. What does it mean? You are assisting is a basic thing. Now, the basic thing is the manual register. This kit was merely to fasten or to quicken the process of identifying a voter. If you come with a VLS or your national ID, it has a barcode, on the machine, go. But now they had to go to the register, look for Lokomwa's name. But we said, whatever we did yesterday was in line with the law 100%.
You need to teach this again, briefly. How do you receive results here from the district? I've voted in the village before. From the polling station, they are ridden on the bike to the sub-county, from the sub-county now to the district. How do they get here?
Yes, the results received here come from the district tally centers. They do not come directly from the polling stations. The polling station delivers to the district tally center through the sub-county. The sub-county is just a collection point. These boxes are gathered at the sub-county. No business, no activity. Absolutely.
We need more
no activity, no business takes place at the sub-county apart from collecting these boxes which contain the materials. From there they are placed on vehicles and conveyed to this. It is the district at the district tally center where they are opened. The tamper-proof envelope carrying the results, the DR form, is opened by the returning officer. He then tallies these results, puts them on the system, loads them on the system, and then transmits electronically to the National Tally Center here. So the results we are receiving from the districts are being electronically transmitted. That's why you are not seeing vehicles of our staff from up country coming in and out, delivering results. Naffe tuli bakabi wadde internet bagigaddewo naffe tusobola okutambuza tukyakola naffe tuli bannyo.
People I think thought that you would say this is from now on PG. Justice Byabakama has gotten 3. Lukomwa has gotten 3.
Yeah, I've had that concern. Yes. I've had that concern being expressed here. But they are not showing us where they're coming from. I'm in touch with my IT people, and we're saying, look, we are not here to hide anything.
Good.
We are not at this location to hide anything. We want the people of Uganda to know, want the candidates to know what is being streamed in, what is coming in. We are going to look at that, and I promise, I hope by 2 p.m. when we come back to address the nation, we are going to see how to manage that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan.
Katamba on Star TV is telling me that we give a brief in Uganda. Straight questions. Campaigns zibadde.
Campaigns okutwalira wamu ba Star TV mbalamusiza nnyo zitambudde bulungi. Weewaawo wawaddewo obuntu butonotono naye okutwalira wamu tewawaddewo okuyiwa kwa musaayi nga bwe twalaba mu mwaka 2020. Abacandidates basobodde okutuuka bwe balina okutuuka. Abantu okutwala bannayuganda balaze ekifaananyi ekirungi. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. Olunaku lwajjo twabadde n'okulonda ebifo byonna ebironderwamu emitwalo 5,739 byaggudwawo. Ebirondeswa ebyokulondesa ne bituukayo ne tubiteekayo abantu ne basobola okulonda. Naye olwokuba nti jjo twafunyemu obutaataaganyizibwa mu kubuuma bwaffe, ebifo bimu bwakoze, ebirala tebwakoze, naye egyo ne tugamba nti kakati tuyimirize okulonda olwokuba nti obuuma tebukoze. Netugamba nti nedda, obuyinza bw'abantu obuli mu ssemateeka bulina okutuukirizibwa. Nabyo ne tugamba nti tukozese regisita eziri ku buli polling station, buli mulonzi waali. Omulonzi bw'atuuka ku polling station akakasibwe, amanyirwe ng'abasinziira ku regisita. Era njagala kuwebaza abannayuganda bonna gy'omwalaze ekifaananyi twabadde n'abagenyi bangi, obuzaabazi bavudde bweru, naye ndowooza beewuunyiza nti bannayuganda ndowooza bantu bankiso kubanga bagunjuvu.
Is Michael Jordan Lokoma, yes, having a one-on-one with the electoral chairman, that is Justice Biabakama. And of course, coming in just now, Bugweri County results. Now the presiding officer there, that is Michael Ogutu, has announced the winner there. And of course, Sadala Wandera, who is the NRM flag bearer there, won with 24,624 votes, while an independent candidate there, Abdul Kantutu, has lost with 1,752 votes. Of course, Abdul Kantutu, for those of you who remember him, he was once in the Forum for Democratic Change, and of course, he came as an independent this time, and he was once chairman of the COSASI. He's been very vocal in matters concerning accountability and, of course, government expenditure. So that is it that has just come in right now in regards to the provisional results that we are receiving here on UBC. We are UBC UG polls 2026, giving you the results as they come through, and specifically from the National Tally Center there in Lubowa Reza. And of course, we are waiting for the presidential final results that only take 48 hours by law to be announced. And of course, there are also other results that we are still waiting for from other polling stations, so that we have the entire information concerning the elections. And of course, yes, Justice Biabakama mentioned something that caught my mind as people try to complain about the deregistered candidates. And he said it was within the law and within their mandate, and that it was the mistake of those candidates, not the Electoral Commission mistake, because they are the ones that submitted these documents that did not meet some of the requirements to be nominated, and their being deregistered came as an aftermath of having scrutinized the documents that they submitted. And of course, we are also looking forward to give you an insight of the local government elections after the presidential and member of parliament results, of course, are given to us by the Electoral Commission. There in Remiaga, of course, tallying is still going on, and of course, in Mitiana Stella, there is also tallying that is still going on. And of course, Julie is going to come up with some other results as we conclude. My name is Joan N. Murunji. Keep it UBC. We are giving you UG polls 2026.
It's the UBC Uganda Polls 2026. Welcome back from that session with Joan Murungi and of course that immense interview with the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, who has cited very interesting nuggets there. First and foremost, it's not the EC to blame for those who are denominated and disqualified from the race. It's rather the candidates that are to blame. And of course, he also did highlight on the BVV case that it was in the mandate of the Electoral Commission by law for the Electoral Commission to switch immediately to Ugandans using voter registers in the manual manner, to make that quick decision so that Ugandans are not denied their opportunity to vote, as was the issues with the BVV case. Now, let's look at a bit of a summary in regards to what statistics are coming through, especially with members of Parliament. And right there, let's start off from Chivoga West County. Looking at the pie chart, as you can see, I hope it gets clearer. As you can see, indeed, it's all yellow for the most half and a quarter of the pie chart. Looking at Lule area, Eric NRM, who has garnered 9,235 votes, gathering 61.25% of the votes. But of course, the independent has covered the other half of the pie chart, and Mutumba Abdul on the independent ticket takes 5,842 votes at 38.75% of the percentages. Looking at some, if you look at Frank Pigahabu on the independent ticket, right here he is at 0%. Same applies to Nachanzi Grace Kakoza of Nup, who also has 0%. Sabina Daniel, independent, 0%, and Simbwa Ben on the FDC ticket as well gets a 0%. Now, looking at Ntungamo district, as you can see, interestingly, it's a whole independent that is actually dominating the NRM side. Quite a lot of conversation here, if you ask me. But looking at the statistics, Karuhanga Gerald Kafureka on the independent ticket with 3,967 votes, getting to a 58.42%. And looking at the side of the NRM, Musinguzi Yona, representing NRM, garnered 41.58% of the votes with 2,824. Ntungamo district, a whole chart of the independent dominating right there. And of course, Biendeza Edward on the independent ticket is at 0%. Same applies to Rubahamya Magambo of the new ticket at 0%. Looking at Busiro County North, one of the hotly contested areas, as you can see, NRM and NUP were really at loggerheads onto each other. But as you can see, NRM took the most part of the pie chart, slightly ahead of NUP. And as you can see, Mayanja Moses on the NRM ticket garnered 19,319 votes. And by the way, earlier on, I did mention that he contested for the same parliamentary seat in 2021. Unfortunately, I've got my facts right. He contested for LC5 chairperson in 2021 and he lost that seat. But this time round in 2026, Mayanja Moses came back for the seat of direct MP in Busiro North County, and as you can see, he is the merging and has been already declared, by the way, by the Electoral Commission District Tally Center that he is the winner. From there, winning the NUP candidate Semaganda Ronald, who garnered 14,667 votes, as you can see, with a percentage of 43.16%. Other candidates to look at, well, we do have Mujisha Charles Katongole, who is of DF with 0%. Sumuga Frank, independent at 0%. Senkungu Moses as well, representing PFF at 0% as well. Sechikubo Ashraf of independent at 0%. Kato Damiano, independent, 0%. Kasta Hussein Bukenya, independent at 0%. Kagwa Swaib Nsereko Jema at 0%. Sentongo Emmanuel Pius, independent as well at 0%, and Tebandeke John Bosco, independent as well at 0%. So it's safe to say that independent altogether featured nowhere mostly, but it was NRM and NUP, and as you can see, NRM took the lion's share there. Now looking at Kakumiro woman member of parliament, let's look at the pie chart. As you can see, it's all yellow for the most part of the pie. If it's a pizza plate, well, you can see that the independent side is taking a very small slice of the pizza share, and the rest of it is eaten by the NRM candidate, and that is Nabanja Robina. NRM with 78,533 votes, representing 78.01% of the votes. As you can see, the independent side had two candidates, Tushemereire Grace, who garnered 22,136 votes and getting to 21.99% of the votes, and Tivulihwa Harriet, independent, who got a 0% on there. Looking at Kinkizi County East, as you can see what the pie chart looks like here. Kinkizi, we do see yellow dominating there. Getting back to Kinkizi West, we do see yellow dominating almost that big half, but still there was a tight race with the independent. As you can see, Chris Bariomosi on the NRM ticket got 23,830 votes, and that is at 52.35%. And looking at the bigger part of the independent ticket, that was carried by Arinitwe Sam Kajojo, who was on the independent ticket at 20,737 votes, carrying 45.56% of the percentage on the pie chart. And there was, of course, another independent ticket there. That is Newamanya Benedicto of the PFF party, who indeed got 65 votes, carrying a 0.14%. We did have Naturinda Agre independent carrying a 0%, and Karunji Ruth Tukahirwa carrying 731 votes, carrying 1.61%. Looking at a Park municipality, as you can see, independent all over the place. Just a small slice of probably two slices if it's a pizza plate, two slices for the NRM, and the rest of the slices go to the independent ticket. Ochan Patrick garnered 9,138 votes, getting to a percentage of 72.09%. And of course, Nechon Isaac Emma Odong, NRM, gets to 3,538 votes with a 27.91%. And Akora Maxwell Ebong of the UPC party gets to 0%. Now, finally, let's look at Maruzi County and see what is on there from Maruzi County. Excuse me. Maruzi County, as you can see, Opeto Moses of the NRM party garnered 10,488 votes, getting to a 45.78% there, and then getting to UPC that covers this whole area. Obong Peter Achuda, UPC, 12,421 votes with a 54.22% on there. So UPC covers Maruzi County, as we had earlier on reported. Now let's get a bit of detail from Kakumiro woman member of parliament and Kinkizi County East. These are areas of interest. Getting to Kakumiro a member of parliament, as you can see, the Right Honorable Minister, Prime Minister of Uganda, Nabanja Robina, who Ugandans give many names. For example, Majagere. She comes back winning and leading under the NRM ticket, 78% there with 78,533 votes. If you watched her footage yesterday as she cast her own vote, other ballots that she took, she did take. She voted right from the basin, and when it came to her own vote, she rightly voted out of the basin and showed all cameras that she has voted for herself, and indeed she leads with a 78% against Tushemereirwe Grace, who is at a 22% on the independent ticket with 22,136 votes. Now let's see what Kinkizi looks like. That is Kinkizi County East. Kinkizi County East is where Baryomusi Honorable Chris Baryomusi represents the NRM party. As you can see, with 52%, 23,830 votes leading there. And that is against Arena. It was Sam Kajojo, who is of independent ticket on the independent ticket with 20,737 votes at a percentage of 46%. That's a summary right there, but of course the results keep on coming, and as UBC TV we are here to make sure that you get all the results. The team is jam-packed, the team is ready. UBC Uganda goes to the polls 2026. So stay tuned to UBC TV, and of course up next is the rest of the team as they come through with more of the results.
My name is Amanya Belinda. Allow me remind us that elections come and go. They are periodic. Every after 5 years, we have another set of election. But what remains is the fact that we are Ugandans and we are not changing that fact. So in this coming 2026 elections, may we remember that what unites us is the blood that runs through our blood vessels. So go vote whoever represents your aspirations, your views, your beliefs, and feel free to vote them respectfully and without any form of violence. I wish you all a great and deliberate election come this election season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NNI taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. As we approach the general elections in our country, the Republic of Uganda, this is a call to all the young people. The most important thing for all of us is to ensure that we keep our country peaceful. Definitely you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for, but as young people we think we have a very
let's stop peace yonko kunajimanya egi ni initiate yo kwasa kwebembera abantu ombwiro obutiriyo ntuzamu tayo yana hagera ekibine cya kuhagera mureke kunkazaho tera karuru dene kintu kitambure jo miso
nyewe ninjira nti okufuna obusinjana n'emirembwe twaruga omukaruru nari kitwaza mukutera karuraka leka tugende n'omu ebembezi oturafune tutagire mu kuyomba no kugwanangana
wherever you may be. So Uganda, talk peace. The 256. Let's stop peace.
Wherever you go, my sister, my bro, let peace be with you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Let there be peace.
Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. Always pray for peace.
emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibira ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala nga wagalya kirala naye obuzibu we buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bwategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes.
So tubasaba tubeere ba mpisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the UG polls, or UBC UG polls, as we bring you updates from across the country. In this case, the voting is done. Right now, every hour, minute and second is crucial. And as promised, UBC will be bringing you those updates as they come, the provisional results and much, much more. I'm Loreen Masika Kazimoto, and today I'm with my colleague as well,
Ryan Tumine Bierohanga.
Brian, it has been a roller coaster of emotions, mostly when it comes to the provisional results that we have been receiving from the EC. They have been, shouts of joy and jubilation, while others have been having tears and dismay. But nonetheless, you Ugandans voted, and we are here to present to you all the provisional results as they come. All right, we start off with the updates from the Electoral Commission. Take a look. As you have seen on your screen, that has been the update on the current results or provisional results. And we must remind you, those are provisional results. Those are not the final results. The final results will be announced tomorrow and still by the Electoral Commission. Now, in Kakumiro District, the Right Honourable Robina Nabanja has been declared winner of the parliamentary race, retaining her seat as a woman member of parliament. The Electoral Commission confirmed the results after tallying votes at the district centre. Now, her victory in Kakumiro underscores her continued popularity and strong support among residents as she balances her role as Prime Minister with her responsibilities in Parliament.
Candidates: Nabanja Robina, Tibulihwa Harriet, and Tushanere Grace. Nabanja Robina of the NRM party garnered 78,533. Tibulihwa Harriet, who was an independent candidate, garnered 3,627. Tushemerire Grace, also an independent, garnered 22,132. Therefore, and accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumiro Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabanja Robina, who obtained the largest number of votes, congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Ate obululu bwange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko ki. Abantu bamumpadde nga baagala ate nga sina budde bwa campaign. Museveni oye! Museveni du! Abandi bona kini!
Indeed, as you have seen on your screen, the excitement of course, Right Honourable Robina Nabanja after being declared winner of the women MP seat of Kakumiro District. Now, if we can just get into the chart and looking at the Kakumiro Member of Parliament seat, well, as you can see on your screen, the results are pretty obvious. Yes, we do see Robina Nabanja taking on the lion's share with 78% percentage, that is for the NRM party, and that is a total vote of 78,533. Now, looking at some of her opponents, we do see Tushemerere Grace coming in with 22% of the vote, and with a total number of votes of 22,136. Indeed, you can see from the charts, definitely it was an obvious win for her. Brian, she is a very phenomenal woman, very strong woman, and very courageous as well. She has juggled so much, and I know that definitely, you know, giving her another chance at leading the people of Kakumiro was a good choice, I would say.
When you look at Nabanja is the first woman to hold the office of the Prime Minister since independence. She has served in Parliament since 2011, representing Kibale District and later Kakumiro District, following the district's creation. Now a seasoned politician who is Nabanja there for you. She has been the State Minister for Health. Then she's also known for championing the community development. So Nabanja bouncing back as the woman representative of Kakumiro district is not really a shock to so many.
Indeed. I mean, her bag is full. I mean, she has had lots of experience, and definitely with the highlights that you've given us and some of the things that she has, done over the years. 2011 is not very far away. I mean, it's a lot of years indeed. And I would say that she has more to do in the next 5 years for the people of Kakumiro.
Indeed, she has championed the women empowerment service delivery across the constituencies, and now her victory in Kakumiro really underscores the popularity and the strong support among the residents as she balances her role as the Prime Minister with her responsibilities in Parliament. Now, as a tallying goes on in different parts of the country, we ably have some winners in different regions. These are provisional results. Now, these include the Prime Minister, of course, Robin Anabanja. There for you, the Information Minister, that is Chris Baryomunsi, and then the Minister of Health, that is Jen Ruth Acheng, then Sanjay Tana in Tororo, among others. UBC News, UBC UG polls. Now we are joining some of our foot soldiers who are in the field to bring us some of the provisional results that are in different places of the country. We are joining Sando Martin, who is for us there in Busia. Sando Martin, are you there online?
Yes, my brother, I'm on.
Yes. What is the latest update that is happening in Busia?
Thank you very much to our listeners. This is Sando Martin, Busia District, at Busia District Headquarters, Macho Hall, where the tallying of the voters is going on. Giving a brief, Busia District has 4 constituencies, including 1 municipality, with the registered number of the voters of 208,529 voters. As per now, according to the preliminaries, we are in Samia Bugwe North. Samia Bugwe North had 7 candidates. The number of registered voters had 73,840 registered voters with 7 candidates. Among these includes Mulimba John, NRM flag bearer, the incumbent, Wandera John Paul, Amama Vincent, Pade Gerald Auku, Okumu John Emru, Mulaitis Deborah, and the Deogracias Njoki Kasubi. Now, according to the results which have been just concluded by the returning officer, Madam Aduro Joan, she has declared Wandera John Paul independent as the duly elected member of parliament for Samia Bugwe North constituency after scoring 17,747 votes, followed by Mr. Mulimba John, the incumbent NRM flag bearer minister, after scoring 16,185 votes. Others like Mama Vincent scored 910, Pate Gerard Auku scored 172, Okumu John M. Root 6,763, Mulai Peace 1,115 votes, Deogracias Njoki 1,194 votes. As I speak now, the counting is still ongoing, and Madam Adro is handling Samia Bugwe South, where we have 6 candidates, among which includes Mr. Oere Odero Godfrey, the incumbent, Maganda Julius Wandera, the former minister, East African Affairs, on NRM ticket, Ekesa Fred Achoka, Nope, Ngwabe Robert, Okumu Justus on FDC ticket. In the shortest period of time, we shall be letting you know who has won in Samia Bugwe South constituency. Looking at the security is very tight, and people at the municipality, that is the Busia district, they are doing their work as normal. The other side of the constituency, that is Samia Bugwe North, where they have already declared, people are jubilating. Sando Martin, Busia, UBC.
And now that is our food soldier, Sando Martin, giving us the latest updates in Busia municipality. Now, let's cross over to another update.
All right, now away from Busia, we are into Bukedia, where David Bechem Okwere, the NRM flag bearer, has been declared as a winner with 68,103 votes, followed by the incumbent, John Bosco Ikojo, who got 10,458 votes. Okwere refuted the allegations that he was planted by the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Annette Among, to achieve her personal interests in the district. We have more.
Because one would begin wondering that my opponent, let me say, Honorable, the incumbent MP, he was a flag bearer for 2 terms. Those are 10 years. who was using him or who sent him at that time when he was enjoying the 10 years. Let him tell anyone. Must it be that when he loses this time, then another person becomes successful? He begins being sent by another person? So I think that's a wrong assumption. My winning as a flag bearer of the party was the will of the people. Because people actually lacked what they call quality service for the last 10 years. And they have been looking for a person who can actually wipe the tears that people have been mourning in Bukedia for the last 10 years. I can actually even tell you that even if you have a vehicle and you are having 4 tires, all the 4 tires are supposed to be running to help the vehicle move. In Bukedia for the last 10 years, it's only 2 tires which have been running. That is the tire of the Right Honorable Speaker, which has been running, and you can see the services which has provided in the Bukedia constituency. The second tire which has been running well is the one of Honorable Ishagi Opolot. If you go to Kachumbala, you see people appreciating the services these 2 people have provided. But when you come into the male seat of Bukedia constituency, even if you took a tour around, there are roads which have failed to be worked on. My question now definitely remains, what was the incumbent MP doing to supervise such works, although it was meant to be done by the local government under the leadership of the LOC 5. But there are also other things like quality services, like hospitals. They are quite daring. The other thing, of course, is the absence from people being in contact together with the community. There was nothing. I have never seen for the last 10 years when the incumbent MP is on order paper presenting issues affecting Bukedia in the last 10 years. It's not there. You'll actually find that he's ever talking that he's a chairman of national economy and is ever flying out borrowing money for the country. The issue is what money has he borrowed which has benefited Bukedia as well, because he's trying to ride on some of the projects which the president has established himself about the seed school. Seed school is a government policy which has spread countrywide.
Indeed, UBC, UG polls, we are coming to you live here at Broadcast House, and we are speaking to some of our political people that are in the field, giving us updates of what is happening in the field. Now we are joining Eddie Orwa, who is in Lira, giving us updates. Eddie Orwa.
Yes.
A very good afternoon. What is the latest update that side?
Good afternoon to you and all our viewers. I'm coming to you live from Lira City, the commercial and industrial city here, where we have just received the final results, final declaration for one of the most contested races here in the region. That is the contest between 2 prominent ministers. That is Gender Minister Beta Mongi and then the Health Minister Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng. The returning officers just declared that Jane Ruth Acheng as the newly elected woman member of parliament for Lira City, retaining her seat. Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng obtained 38,074 votes. That is for the woman member of parliament position for Lira City. And then they were in the contest, only 2 of them, and then her counterpart, the gender minister from UPC party, secured 26,199 votes. That is the results that we have just got from Lira City storytelling center right now. What I can also confirm to you that is that there is a lot of excitement in the city. So many people are already lined up on the streets trying to wait for the minister herself, the winner, the victor of this highly contested race, to come around. I can hear some people dancing around the street, all kind of songs. What you can hear in the background is Kadodi song. So that means there is also a huge number of the Bagiso community living around in this city, and they have already come on street with their songs, and then they are playing high volume, trying to wait for her if she will come around, and then they can wave at her, then they can cheer her up, then they can celebrate the victory together with her. It's been a very, very, very hot contest here. But finally, the Electoral Commission has given out the results, and now we know the winner. We can confirm authoritatively that Dr. Jane Luther Jeng has retained and secured as the current, as the woman member of parliament for Lira City. Dr. Jane Luther Jeng was under the NRM ticket, and Gender Minister Betty Amomi Akena was under the UPC ticket. So I can see under the UPC ticket. So I can see a huge convoy of cars coming on the main street of Lira City in celebration. People are happy. They are mothers cruising around. People are enjoying. People are playing music. People are dancing. People are singing. You can hear from the background. One of their daughters, whom they highly believe in her, has already made it for the second term in parliament. If you may remember, Dr. Jane Luther Jeng was first appointed health minister when she wasn't a member of parliament. So she would always go to the parliament as an ex-official, but last term when Lira City was granted a city status, she was the first duly elected woman member of parliament for Lira City in 2021. So this will be her second term as a woman member of parliament for Lira City.
Yes, Eddie, thank you so much. And yes, Eddie?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The health minister, Jane Cheng, has won the race in city. She bounces back. She first won the parliamentary seat in 2021 and now bounces back on the NRM ticket.
That has been one of the hottest in Lira for the woman district member of parliament seat for Lira.
Indeed.
And it has had its highs and its lows. And finally, the Ugandans have, chosen the one that they see fit to, hold that mantle, to take on that mantle for the woman district member of parliament. Of course, congratulations to Dr. Jane Ruth Cheng for having a second term. This is a second term in the Lira woman member of parliament seat.
Indeed.
All right. Well, as we promised, we will be giving you more updates across the country. We have our team spread out, ready to collect and give you the provisional results and paint you a picture of what is happening in the different parts of the country. And we here at Broadcast House will bring that also to you. Now, we would like to give you a recap of the Electoral Commission update that was held earlier on at around 10 a.m. Here on your screen, but also to remind you that there will be more updates from the Electoral Commission throughout the day. The latest I've heard will be around
Electoral Commission. We thank you for another day. We thank you for this time
of Uganda.
in the history of our nation. We thank you for the Electoral Commission. We thank you for the people of Uganda. We thank you for this land that you have given us. We pray, O God, that may your peace and your mercy and your protection continue to reign over Uganda, over the people of Uganda, over the leadership of Uganda, over the Electoral Commission. We pray, O Lord, as we begin today's business, that your presence will abide with us, that your peace will continue to reign over us, and that your joy will fill us and keep us safe. We give you back all the praise, all the glory, and all the honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Susan. You may take. I'll take this pleasure to welcome you all and to hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to take us forward in today's program. Lord Chair, you're welcome.
Thank you, members of the Commission, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners present, and heads of missions, representatives of political parties, stroke presidential candidates, our distinguished guests, international, local observers, media, and all invited guests. Good morning. We are gathered here today to once again update you and the nation at large on the results of the presidential elections that we have received so far at this tally center. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register is 21,649,067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. The total number of stations from which we have received results so far is 22,758, representing 44.85% of the total number of polling stations. These are the results so far per candidate. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 23,267, representing 0.45% of the valid votes cast. Kasirante Robert, 15,929, representing 0.31% of the total votes cast. Jagulanyi Centam Robert, 1,312,047, represent 1,312,047,000, representing 19.85% of the total votes cast. Maveriz Joseph, 10,910, representing 0.21% of the total votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 29,504, representing 0.57% of the total votes cast, total valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 14,742, representing 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, 108,301, representing 2.08% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 3,960,438, representing 76.25% of the total valid votes cast. Valid votes in total so far, 5,194,338. Invalid votes so far, 129,441, representing 2.43% of the total votes cast. Total votes, 5,323,779, representing 24.59% of the registered voters on the National Voters Register. Spoiled votes, 17,281. That is the position currently. Now, as we indicated in our opening remarks yesterday, we shall be releasing these results at regular intervals. And therefore, our next session will be at 2 p.m. See you then.
Now we are heading into an official announcement from the Ministry of Education and Sports. Official announcement on the reopening of all schools and education institutions. Reference is made to official announcement issued on the 6th January 2026 by the Ministry of Education and Sports regarding the reopening of all schools and education institutions across the country on the 2nd February 2026. The ministry hereby informs you that due to the general elections and to ensure the safety of all learners, all schools and education institutions across the country are directed to reopen on Tuesday, 10th February 2026. For avoidance of doubt, this includes all international schools, tertiary institutions and universities. Vice chancellors, principals, head teachers, parents, guardians, school administrators, students, and the public are hereby notified that Term 1 for the academic year 2026 runs from Tuesday, 10th February 2026 to 1st May 2026. All school administrators are directed to adhere firmly to these dates and the approved school calendar published on the ministry website, that is www.education.go.ug, school calendars, assigned by Dr. Cadrens R. Turiagenda, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports, on this 16th day of January 2026. So, schools are going to reopen on the 10th of February 2026.
And not the 2nd of February.
Yes, the Ministry of Education has just pronounced
clarified
this,
that.
yes.
And I think it's a good thing because, of course, for the safety, but also giving space for the releasing of the results for the PLE, UCE, and UACE.
Yes.
So all that will have to be compacted in between January and into Feb as well. But that's a good gesture. So teachers, principals, and even the parents, now you know that on the 10th of February, schools will be reopening. It has been confirmed and it's solid. And like we promised, we will be giving you updates from across the country online. Right now, we have Ronald Mugabe, who is in Tororo, here to give us an update on what's happening, the situation, how the situation is looking like in Tororo, and also some of the results released there. Ronald, good afternoon. You are live.
Yes, good afternoon to you. This is Ronald, and of course, Tororo. As you can see across the country, what is going on now is tallying of the final, taking tallies of the final votes, especially for members of parliament. And just to let you in on at least the latest we have is that as of yesterday, at least the people of Tororo municipality went to bed knowing who would be coming in for them. That is Sam Jetana, who managed to aggregate more than his contender, that is Apollo Yeri. But of course, at the moment, what's going on is a neck-to-neck, especially with the woman member of parliament, Court Angela and Sarah Opendi, are toe-to-toe. So we are yet to really get a final aggregate, but we will be keeping our ears here to ensure that we give you that information.
All right, Ronald. What has been the situation mostly when it came to the celebration? Was it all smooth, or there was a bit of resistance from the other different parties that he was standing against?
Well, of course, it was quite dramatic yesterday. Of course, as Shyam and Apollo, who were toe-to-toe, we had incidents where Apollo's supporters started on celebration, but of course, that was cut short after the final aggregating was done, and of course, by the district returning officer here, who was able to give the final announcement, and then the paperwork has already been drafted, so that one at least we can say. But of course, celebrations for Shyam are still ongoing even up to now. I've been going through the town, and you could see young, youthful men and some ladies, holding the insignia of their candidate, and also the PLU insignia.
All right, the current winner, is he a first time, is it the first time that he had been standing for the post, or he has been, is it the first time that he's taking up the post, and is it the first time that he's been standing for the same post as well?
Yeah, Shyam comes in, of course, after Apollo, because Apollo is the incumbent and Shyam is the new now kid on the block. Of course, many of you will be uncle or father, who is Sajay Tana, who was there before I came in. I'm sure the name rings a bell quite a lot, but looking at what is on ground, because this is a youthful candidate, and he was able to rally so many youth, and you can see the majority of the people here are very youthful and very energetic, of course, coming to his cause, and I think that has been the rally cause, being for his first time. Of course, many thought that his father would come in, but after the pulling out of his dad, then he was able to come in by surprise. Of course, you can see that the numbers are not really lying, and we could see a return of the Tana name, but of course this time around a much younger Tana, like he has been dubbed here, especially by most of his opponents. Of course, those are some of the rhetorics you can see on the ground, but we are likely to see him come into Parliament this electoral year.
Thank you so much. Ronald Mugabe is in the Tororo district, and indeed a new kid on the block, and the numbers do not lie, for sure. And we do, of course, wish him all the best. As an independent, you know, coming into Parliament, it's a new playing field for him, first of all, and also coming in as an independent. So we do wish him all the best in you know, representing his people and his constituency. Brian?
Indeed, UBC UG polls 2026. Now let's look at the neck-to-neck race in Kampala Central. The battle for the Kampala Central Member of Parliament seat remains too close to call as vote tallying continues at the District Tally Center at Kololo Independence Grounds. Early figures indicate a tight contest between NRM's Misa Kabanda and NUP flag bearer David Louis Lubongoya in what observers are calling a neck-to-neck race. Now the Electoral Commission says results are being verified and will be released in phases, urging the public to remain calm as counting continues. Supporters of all candidates are waiting anxiously as the race heads towards a decisive outcome. Let's take a look at what is happening in Kololo. UG polls, UBC UG polls 2026. Yeah, we are covering a 360 coverage of the UG polls 2026, and now I'm joined on the phone call with one of our foot soldiers who is in Entebbe for us. That is Sula Kagugube. Sula Kagugube.
Yes, my brother.
Osibyo tya sebo? Yes, sebo. Webale kusiima sebo. What is happening in Entebbe?
Okay, thank you so much, my brother. Generally, no any cases of violence reported so far. And if you move around along into the streets, they are all empty. Shops are still closed. So meaning, most of the people, they are still at home. So basically, the situation is calm. And of course, everything which is happening, we are currently waiting results from our official district. Of course, we are waiting for the declaration. So the state competition between Shaka Steve Bashaija, the bearer, and Navakan Namri Joyce, who is on no ticket. So, of course, supporters, they are eagerly waiting for the declaration as police and security agencies are patrolling every corner to ensure that there is no any single case of violence reported in Entebbe municipality.
Sula.
Yes.
Our viewers want to really understand what the security is, how does the security is, are the people in Entebbe operating as usual, are the shops open, or they're eagerly waiting and looking forward on what is happening in what is coming out from the polls, I mean the results?
Okay, what I can tell our viewers, all businesses are still at standstill. Of course, they are waiting for the official declaration for the president and, of course, these members of parliament. If you move around Entebbe municipality, all the shops are closed. Actually, even yesterday we are closed and they still remain closed. So as they wait for official declaration, we are hopeful maybe by tomorrow they would have declared the member of parliament for Entebbe municipality. I can give you an example, my brother. Today being the market day here at Abaita Ababili. But if you look around, all streets are empty, and of course you can't see any hawk around. So meaning people are still at home waiting for maybe to hear from electoral commission. But of course for supporters, they are eagerly waiting. If you look at around different maybe camps, you can see they are eagerly waiting, and most of them travel to Wakiso, of course, to be there and witness as electoral commission declare their candidacy winners.
Ku byewakakuŋŋaanyawo Sula, ani aleebye ani awo mu lwokaano olwo?
Mu lwokaano luno bwazibidde ebyabadde biva mu kubala akalulu. Of course kino si kyankalakalira n'ebyabadde bigaga nti muna NRM Shaka Stephen Bashaija kyakulembedde mu lwokaano olwo ng'aleebya munne Nabatajjoyce owa National Unity Platform. N'okutuusa leero ebyo bye tukyalinawo naye nga tulinda akakiiko k'ebyokulonda naye nga tusuubira nti essaawa yonna bajja kuba balangirira naye ng'ate okusinziira ku RDC w'Entebbe Frank Kyazze ko naye wano mabegako atukakasizza nti bw'oba oli awo bo omuwanguzi baamulabye dda tetusobola kwogera kati kubanga obuyinza tetubulina naye ategeeza nti guno gwe mulundi ogusookedde ddala bw'oba oli awo mu byafaayo okuviira ddala mu kalulu ka 2020 bw'oba ojjukira nti ekibiina kya NRM kibadde kisanga obuzibu mu kufuna obuwagizi bwakyo mu bantu ababa beesimbyewo okuviira ddala ku mukulembeze w'eggwanga naye ku mulundi guno agamba bw'oba oli awo ensolo ku kizibu kweri era nga mu bitundu by'Entebbe obwagenza okwongera ku kifo ky'obwa pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa ng'avuddeyo n'obuwanguzi mu bitundu by'Entebbe.
Okay, Sula, thank you so much for that update, and we shall be joining you later on. That was our foot soldier on ground in Entebbe, Sula Kagugube. UBC UG Polls 2026.
As we continue to bring you updates on what is happening in the different parts of the country. And not only that, we have some provisional results of what has been happening in the parliamentary race for the parliamentary seats in the different parts of the country. We will start with, of course, Busiro County in North, and this is what it looks like. We see for the provisional results, we see Mayanja Moses of the party taking 56.84%, which registers a 19,319 votes. And looking at another, we see Semaganda Ronald of the National Unity Platform taking on 43.16%. That registers to 14,667 votes. And of course, if we can move to the next county. All right, still with the course Busiro County, these have been the standings in that particular county. All right, now let's look at Chiboga West County. We do see a registered win for Lule Eria Eric, still under the NRM party. He has registered a 61.25% win, which also registers as a 9,235, and we also do see Mutumba Abdul, who is an independent, with 5,846. All right, the Kinkizi County East, and we do see which also is the county of the Minister of ICT, Chris Bariomunsi. As you do see on the pie chart right here, he did register a win of 20. That is Kikinzi County. Let's get into that again. We did register a win for Kikinzi County, that is under the NRM leadership. All right, we look at the Apache municipality. We do see, remember, these are provisional results. We do see Achan Patrick, who is an independent candidate, taking on the lion's share with a 72.09%, which registers to a 9,138 votes. An opponent coming in second, that is Nechwan Isaac Emma Odong for the NRM party, coming in with 27.9%. That registers to a 3,538%. All right, let's maybe take one more for the road. Let's take one more for the road. All right, now let's get into how the country is faring. All right. Still, with some more, let's look at the Kakumiro district. Like we did say earlier on today, Kakumiro did register the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, a win for her, and then of course a win for the NRM party as well, with a 78.01%, registering to 78,533 votes, of course, which gave her a win. And we did see to Shemerere Grace, who is an independent candidate, coming in second with the 21.99%, registering with a 22,136 votes. We will continue to give you more updates on what is happening in our country, and more so what is now, as you can see here, the map of Uganda. You can see the activity that is going on right here. It's really hot, I should say, when it comes to results coming in as they go. I will take a particular into the district of Moroto, and as you can see how the presidential race is going on in Moroto district. You see Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the NRM party. He has taken on a 90.76%, a total of 24,000 960 votes. And coming in second, you see Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert for the NUP party coming in with 1,446 votes, which is equivalent to 5.27%. Let's just take a look at the other candidates in Moroto district. They're standing on in Moroto district. Nandala Mafabi for the FDC party coming in with 529 votes, equivalent to 1.93%. Frank Bulira of the RPP party coming in with 191 votes, equivalent to 0.70%. Mubarak Munyagwasi MP party with 110, equivalent to 0.40%. Of course, more updates will be coming through right here with us UBC, and of course the UBC UG poll. Of course, with more time that we'll be having, we'll be engaging with much more reporters who are across the country giving us updates on what is happening. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. Now, we are joining one of our reporters who is in Kanungu, and that is Crispus Arinitwe coming to us on phone. Crispus Arinitwe. Crispus?
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at the district headquarters. Kanungu district is found in the western part of this country, Uganda. It borders DRC, and Kanungu district has got 164,908 voters. It's one of the first 50 districts with many voters, and has got 441 polling stations. Has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. This morning at 8:30 a.m., the results for Chinchizi East County were officially released by the returning officer, David Mukundane. And I can authoritatively say that we have got official results for Chinchizi County East. The incumbent Member of Parliament, Honorable Chris Bariomonsi, has won. He won with 23,830 votes. In the second position is Arinitwe Samu Kajojo, who stood on an independent ticket with 20,739 votes. So Bariomonsi defeated Kajojo with 3,091 votes. In the third position, we have got Karunji Ruth Kahirwa, who also stood on an independent ticket. In the fourth position, we have got Akamfunda Akampa Wakaruma, also independent, with 90 votes. Tabaruka Aran for FDC, that is ARANF. FDC, he had 67 votes. We also have Nwamanya Benedicto, PSF, with 65 votes. Now, Linda Agre with 56 votes. Yamukama Alex, also independent, with 56 votes. They tied. So, right now, I can say that what is still actually holding us is about 5 polling stations in Chinchizi West. We are missing their declaration forms, because ideally we should have had results for Chinchizi West already out, just like for Chinchizi East in the morning. Also, we should have had results for Woman MP also already out, but they are not yet out. The returning officer is now still trying to read the results, because just a few minutes ago, that's when we have just opened 5 black boxes for those two sub-counties of Chihihi Town Council and Chi sub-county, because the presiding officers did not come with the declaration forms. They closed the declaration forms in the black boxes. So, but if I can try to paint for you the picture, Kanungu district, the incumbent one for Chinchizi West, of course, we are having James Kaleruka. Preliminary results from the 14 sub-counties which make up Chinchizi West indicate
he's still in the early lead because the returning officer has been reading the results. Then in the second position, from the results so far released by the Electoral Commission, returning officer for Kanungu District, in the second position we have got John Ndungutse, a retired AIGP. And for the woman MP also, we are having the incumbent Shaba patients. She seems to be also neck to neck with the NRM flag bearer, Betty Namara. So those two candidates, that's Betty Namara who is standing on an NRM ticket and Shaba patients with an independent ticket. They are neck to neck. So far, we don't know who is going to come out as winner for those two candidates for women MPs for Kanungu District. Then for Chinchizi West, we are having the incumbent James Kaberuka in an early lead because you see, Chinchizi West has got 14 sub-counties, and so far 12 are already in. Results are already out. So results indicate that Kaberuka is still in the early lead. So until we get these two sub-counties which are remaining, then we can authoritatively know who the winner for Chinchizi West is, and also woman MP. So, but all I can say is that in the morning, after Honorable Peter Yamonsi was declared the winner, there was a victory march in Kanungu town, jubilant crowds were moving with him. So it's been an atmosphere so good for him. Then also something happened yesterday. We had a calm election exercise in Chinchizi East, except for a few isolated incidents. But for Chinchizi West, we had one person shot yesterday. We had one person shot yesterday in one of the polling stations in Chinchizi West. The polling station is called Mushunga, where a voter lady was shot by an officer. But actually, reports indicate that reports indicate that the incumbents allegedly deployed guns in Nyanga sub-county. Nyanga sub-county is a stronghold of John Ndungutse. So they allegedly say that the incumbent deployed guns to disorganize some of the polling stations in Nyungu sub-county where John Ndungutse have got a lot of support, allegedly. So what happened is Army came in to intervene to calm down the situation, and unfortunately we had a one voter lady being shot. So far, those are the things I can tell you as we still await the confirmation of the results from the two sub-counties of Chinchizi West, which are now being tallied by the Electoral Commission returning officer for Kanungu District, Deputy Mukundane.
Crispus Arinitwe, before I let you go, yes. How is the security situation in Kanungu?
The security situation is kind of tense, especially at the district headquarters. We have got army deployed around here because these two candidates for Chinchizi West, remember we're having a retired AIGP, John Ndungutse. We're also having James Kaberuka. These people, they actually have that kind of close contestation. Like what I've already told you yesterday, what happened in Nyungu sub-county, one accusing the other that maybe I'm the best, that kind of stuff. So here at the headquarters, we're having army deployed around here as people stayed inside waiting for the final confirmation. But I can say that we're having James Kaberuka inside. He's been here since last night, up to now, waiting to confirm his victory. We're also having John Ndungutse also waiting to confirm his victory. They have been here since last night. Also, the Minister, Dr. Chris Badumwezi, was here last night. He left in the morning after being declared the winner. So Kanungu District, if I can paint for you the picture, is it's a district which is also a bit tense, especially for politicians, because yesterday I had a discussion with the Minister for ICT. He said that he was bothered by the continuous deployment of army officers on polling days, like what happened yesterday, because even in his polling station yesterday, at Kayanja Catholic Church, we had a similar incident whereby we had polling officials who are police constables. So we had police constables at Kayanja Catholic Church, but afterwards there was a deployment of some army officers, which the government says that they had not been invited officially. So the situation is the continuous deployment of armed officers, especially during elections, somehow is affecting the progress of a smooth election exercise. But for now, at the district, we have got enough security. We have got army people, they are deployed there. We have got police also deployed there. We have got politicians who contested inside here. Even we have got the women, in fact, even those coming for the district woman MT slot, they are also here. We have got Shara Patience, she's also inside here. We have got Namara Betty also inside here. They are all waiting for the final step from the returning officer, David Mukonani.
Well done, Crispus Arinitwe. Thank you so much. We shall be getting back to you later at a later stage, and you give us some of the results as they are coming in from Fort Portal. Minister for ICT, Chris Baryomusi, bounces back.
Indeed. Now, the chairperson of the NRM in Kakumiro, who is also the State Minister for Works and Transport, Fred Byamukama, has advised winners in the just concluded parliamentary elections in Kakumiro to jointly work together to consolidate the NRM gains in the district. Byamukama, who was declared unopposed for Bugangaizi West constituency, thanked the people of Kakumiro for overwhelmingly voting for President Museveni, with over 91% of the total votes cast in Kakumiro. We have more details in this report.
Today, thank you that we have ended the electoral process for presidential candidates and women MP plus members of parliament. We are happy that the president won with over 91%. This has been a joint effort, of course, as NRM, with the command of Regional Prime Minister, woman MP, and all of the NRM people. We have got 91%. And this one has been because the people of Kakumiro, they have used PDM, they have used the FOECA model, they have used government programs to get out of poverty. When you are out of poverty, you will support government. Even those of opposition who have not supported NRM, it's because they are still poor. They think government can give them money every day, but also we shall talk to them so that they can benefit from government programs. They can use their land to become rich. When you are rich, you don't support government. Kakumiro district, they have a chance to support NRM because they have roads, they have schools, they have hospitals. We thank you very much. I appreciate people of Kakumiro. They have supported Right Honorable Nabanja. They have supported Professor Rebecca for Bugangai's South. They have supported Nosimas for Bugangai's East. We have maintained our flags. This has been a joint effort, and I encourage them to forgive one another. Those have been giving propaganda that someone who killed the Sunday saw, propaganda of tribalism, they should forgive one another. And I caution them in the coming elections, they should be very careful, they should focus on their vote. And also, the people of Kakumiro, we have ended the election. Those who have not been working, targeting money from politicians, now the time has gone. It's high time you go back and work for yourselves, get school fees, get food at home, get welfare at home, because now politics is done, you have to work for yourselves. Thank you very much.
UBC UG polls 2026. Now, a little clarity here. Jane Ruth Acheng has won the woman MP seat for Lira City, not Lira District. For clarity, Honorable Jane Ruth Acheng has won the woman representative of Lira City, not Lira District. UBC UG polls continues. Earlier on today, we talked to one of our reporters in Bushenyi, who is Ambrose, and let's bring you up to speed of what happened.
Municipality district, of course. Thank you so much. Here in Shema Municipality, Shema district, of course, where we have been following the elections of yesterday. we understand Mr. Honorable Dixon Katesumbwa has won the Shema municipality, of course, with 19,202 elections, totaling to 62%, defeating his immediate rival, Mr. Mukasa Joseph, who has garnered 9,201 votes. Of course, we understand there were 6 in the race, and of course, including Virginia Pran Mujeni of PFF. We also had Kaiga Mustafa of NUP, who garnered 555 votes. Then we also had Jumbe Cheine of FDC, who garnered 96 votes. Then we also had Ichiriza Adrona, who garnered 645. That is Shema municipality, of course. When we go to Shema North, the NRM flag bearer, Honorable Elioda Tumwesi, of course, former minister, he's in the lead, or much as he's yet to be announced by the Electoral Commission, but we understand he's defeating his rival, Mr. Ndangire Julius. Of course, we understand right now two parishes from Shema North and Shema South are yet to be produced at the Tariff Center, such that they can also be included in the votes, of course, currently being counted. We are also in Shema South constituency, Honorable Ephraim Kamuntu, former minister. He's leading the incumbent, Professor Elijah Museveni. Of course, we also await for the Electoral Commission to announce who the winner will be. But of course, when we go to the Shema Woman MP race, we are seeing Adrian Katsine Mweresa, of course, the NRM flag bearer, taking on Jacqueline Atwaire, who contested as an independent. In this race, Adrian Katsine Mweresa is currently leading according to the results that we are having. Then when we go to Mitoma, still in Greater Bushenyi, we look at the woman MP race, where Charampe Rebecca is the NRM flag bearer, is winning the incumbent, Honorable Juliet Bashisha, who is also incumbent. Those are provisional results. In Uganda South constituency, Asa Kazora is leading the incumbent, Honorable Donozio Kahonda. Of course, that race is also yet to be declared. The issue is yet to declare a winner. And of course, when we go to Uganda Central, Otafire is leading. But here in Bushenyi, we look at the woman MP race still, Honorable Katsime Anet Mweresa, the NRM flag bearer, she has been declared. She's yet to be declared, of course, but of course, as we understand, she's winning this race, winning her political rival, Vian Nyamyoni. When we look at Shema Ishaka municipality, of course, Idi Vasaja, the NRM flag bearer, is also winning this race, of course, defeating his other 6 contenders. Of course, we had the Kasbat Kundane, also who contested as an independent. We also had Kansondiachara Nicholas, but of course, Idi Vasaja is taking this race according to the provision results that we have right now. And when we go to Igala West constituency, the race is still on, much as the NRM flag bearer is slightly leading. I might use that word, slightly leading. That is Cohen Champion, who is slightly leading his political nemesis, Boniface Tugume, because we also keep an eye on that particular race. Then Igala East constituency, of course, the provision results show that Nawanda is leading. Now, in the district, the results that we have just gotten, Honorable Cadet Benja MP is winning Bunyaruguru constituency. Of course, we are yet to get what is happening in the Katerera constituency. That is for Rubirizi district. Of course, the NRM flag bearer for Rubirizi district, woman MP, was declared unopposed, where back because she had nobody to contest against her. Now, when we go to Where's district, interestingly, in Where's West constituency, John Bosco Koi Kalisa, the NRM flag bearer, has defeated the incumbent Honorable Ephraim Viraro. That's what we got. And of course, that race has already been declared. John Bosco Kalisa has already been declared as a winner. Then when we go to the district woman MP race, Namara Anet Yamukama wins that race. And then also, interestingly, and the breaking news this time is that Francis Muzichi has been defeated by the NRM flag bearer, Mr. Zadok Kamtekanga. Honorable Francis Muzichi has been beaten badly by the NRM flag bearer, Mr. Zadok Kamtekanga. That's all we had. And of course, some of the MPs have already been, the MP elects have already been announced by their respective EC registers. Now we are waiting to see how these other candidates will come out. When I will give you the updates and when they are out. But of course, we keep an eye on this particular race. I want to hand you over back to my colleague to give you more political stories. Thank you.
For us in Bushenyi. Now let's cross over to my colleague here, Lauren.
Thank you very much. Now on to matters security. Our very own Timothy Nyangwesa had a one-on-one talk with the IGP Abbas Byakagaba on the security situation across the country. Over to you, Timothy.
Welcome to this special edition of UG Polls, and today we have a special guest that we're going to be discussing, especially what has been happening in these last few days, even as we draw towards the end of these elections come tomorrow, 5 p.m., as given by the Electoral Commission. Today, I spent time with the Inspector General of Police, Afande Abbas Byakagaba, and we're going to be talking about the generality of security in these past few days. IGP, it's good to meet you. Timothy Nyangwesa is my name.
Good meeting you. You're most welcome.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
How have the days been so far for you?
So far, the days are good because I'm getting very good response from the citizens.
Okay.
Very good energy from my people. And I think the equation is balancing up. We are good to go.
Congratulations, first and foremost. A very successful polling day. Then the first day of tallying. We're closing tomorrow. How have you managed to keep this country secure?
Well, first of all, I'm greatly humbled by our people, the citizens.
Yes.
Of course, let me also, first of all, use this opportunity to thank the Ugandans, all those who have participated in this election exercise, for really remaining civil, cooperative, and ensuring that we keep the peace so that this election exercise comes out the way it is coming out. And I'm greatly encouraged, and that's more morale for me to do more together with my people. Yeah.
Afande, I just want to quote a few things you said, especially in one of your briefings. The mandate was to secure the elections in the country, but also maintain law and order, preserving life of all citizens. What is the status of the security situation across the country, in your view?
In my view, and from the reports I keep getting across the board, the whole country remains generally stable. And this is courtesy of the efforts of all of us as security agencies, maintaining firm control over public order and ensuring that at all times there is territorial integrity. This calls for, first of all, interagency cooperation, working together, knowing that the security of, for example, the police force is tagged to the cooperation and working together with other agencies. As it is in this country, we have what we call interagency. which we really value as something giving us extra strength to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country.
And I'm grateful you have mentioned that the interagency. Some of the observers, both international and national, raised concerns about the deployment. They felt like you were using a shotgun to kill a fly. Was that they felt like it was intimidation for the people to be able to go and vote? What are your thoughts about that, and why were we overly deployed?
I think what I need to explain here is that when we are thinking about security, we must first of all scan the environment. We must carry out threats assessment, and our deployments are not just by waking up and putting people and other equipments in different places.
Yes.
It's out of a serious threat assessment and also looking at our capabilities, and again finally knowing how to place ourselves and ensure that we remain on top of the situation in order to offer the security that we require to offer to our population. And therefore, I feel a bit uncomfortable even to use those words like over deployment. Under these circumstances, I don't understand it, because our deployments are in consonance with our estimates, the way we look at the situation and how we should keep security. So over deployment maybe depends on someone who is looking at it from another angle, not the angle of security. But I would also like to observe this, that even as we move around patrolling, I've been seeing quite some cohesion, seamless interaction with the public, and to me that is what gives assurance that actually the public is valuing our presence. And I want even to attribute the success of the exercise on the 15th of this month to that deployment and the public having their expectations met vis-a-vis the provision of security. And that's why people have been able to come out and vote peacefully without any disturbances.
You, in your presser a few days ago, quoted the Police Act and talked about Chapter 3. You went on to quote the Electoral Commission Act, Chapter 126, and talked about a few principles that were there. You talked about proportionality, legality, accountability, neutrality, but also non-discrimination. There have been a few incidents across the country. What examples would you give, and what warranted these incidents? What was the proportion net that you used as police to be able to quell them?
You see, first of all, we prepare ourselves to ensure that actually our best case scenario is not to have any single incident of law breaking, of disturbance of peace. But you know, in reality, because we are dealing with the situations where the people are not necessarily homogeneous, including within the security forces, and here and there you may have an incident where there is something happening which you never actually planned for. But on the whole, I would like to observe that generally there have been very, very few incidents. Very few, to my recollection. We can talk about what I have heard in how the reports I have received in Utambala, that unfortunate incident. The reports in Bukedi East, where one of our personnel was injured, actually as a senior security officer. A few other incidents, but on the whole, this has been a peaceful environment. And as law enforcement agencies, whenever they are contraventions of the law, never mind whether it is during elections or outside elections, measures to ensure orderliness in the country will continue to be taken.
And you have mentioned those incidents. I also want to be able to mention a few. Luwero, 3 lives there. Also, we speak about some incidents within the capital city, but about 400 people arrested. And also, we are talking about some of those 400 being police officers who fall under your docket. How do you justify, how do you proportionally speak about these 4 and those 3 people that have died?
Well, maybe the beginning point, let me comment about the 4. Well, as I told you, we have regulations.
Yes.
We have standard operating procedures. We had laws which guide us in our operations. And when you fall outside that, then the institution will also take action. The bottom line is you will not commit a crime in order to stop a crime. I think we need to balance up that, and we need to be alive to that. You don't, even if you are a security officer, you don't commit a crime to stop a crime. Everything must move within the realm of the law. And therefore, we have had even to arrest our own people, and we are going to process them until justice is achieved. Now, referring to those officers who got involved in some criminality, they are still suspects, but we are going to process them until they themselves have justice, and those they could have affected also get justice. And the bottom line is that we will not tolerate any indiscipline from our side, but also will not tolerate the contravention of the laws from outside ourselves. And that is what will create a balance for us to continue having a peaceful environment for this country, even beyond the elections.
I always say that with each process there is a silver lining. Any lessons learned from this for you as the police that you see these are areas we can improve, or these are lessons we can learn to be able to be a better force that serves and protects?
Well, my immediate comment and observation is that even as a country itself, we are still moving forward, we are still building. So also the Uganda Police Force is still building. Therefore, there are areas where we need to improve, and we are going to make those improvements. And that's why you may have certain incidents where maybe I may not go into details, but there are a lot of lessons to be learned, both the good and the bad. But on the whole, I think for this season, there are a lot of good lessons to learn. There are some lessons to learn, especially during the campaign period. But how I also wish that these lessons go beyond the forces themselves, but also to our citizens, so that tomorrow we can have a better peaceful environment for this country.
Lastly but not least, the public and the police is a relationship that needs to be an ongoing. When you look at it now, how would you rate the police and the public's confidence in each other?
I think on the whole, I could say we have a lot of cooperation from the public. Good cooperation. We are not yet there. And our best case scenario would be to have everybody on our side vis-a-vis security. And we shall continue to work towards that. Ultimately, we would like to continue being useful and more useful to the population and the residents of this country. We are clearly aware that our participation in whatever we are enjoying to do has a very big relationship to the achievements of the aspirations of the citizens of this country, because we are clearly aware security is a baseline to the achievement of all other activities. And we shall continue to do that. We have the commitment. I can talk on behalf of all my colleagues, and that's the way to go. But I must observe it is still work in progress, but we are progressing very well. Finally, allow me to thank the people of Uganda for being there with us, cooperating with us, all those who have been cooperating, but also to remind those who have not cooperated very well that we still expect them to cooperate. And we shall continue to look out for them to cooperate so that we have the best environment in this country to ensure the development of this country.
Before my last question, I would like to also give the police flowers, because on 2 occasions, yesterday I managed to move around as we were trying to get what was happening in different polling stations. Generally, the city was calm, and also talking to different people. So credit to you and the team for making this possible. Also at the National Tally Center, very commendable job there. My final question is that this process will come to an end in May. The final results will be announced tomorrow by 5 p.m. How do you maintain that and keep confidence for the Ugandans that everything, their property and their lives will be secure in your hands?
I also again want to reiterate this, that our population, our people, should keep the confidence that they have in us, because we have the commitment, but also we will continue to demonstrate the resolve to protect them, the resolve to go for those who contravene the law legally, and we shall continue to be legal in all our actions, because we are clearly aware we must work within the confines of the law, but ultimately we must protect all the Ugandans and the residents living within this country. So far, so good. I would like to thank you for the flowers, and definitely the flowers motivate us. These flowers are not for me alone, the flowers for our team on my side, and that is motivation enough for us to continue. And this prevailing environment, we expect it to continue and continue from now and forever. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Inspector General of Police, for speaking to us. We really appreciate your time. I know you are busy, but thank you for squeezing us in.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So that has been a conversation with the Inspector General of Police, Fande Abbas Byakagaba, and we've been talking about the security situation of the country in this electoral process. It even goes on all the way to May, and we're asking how they're going to ensure that we're safe, both in lives and property of every Ugandan. He has given us the confidence. Regardless of the results in this country, we all have one country. We cannot set it ablaze, we can build it brick by brick. From me, Timothy Nyangweso, thank you so much, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Timothy Nyangweso, and that has been the IGP Abbas Byakagaba giving us the security situation across the country, and so far so good. I mean, just personally, I have also seen this, how the country has, well, city center really, has been calm, quiet, collected. Of course, apart from the small other, other parts of the country, but so far, from what I have seen with my eyes, it has been calm.
Indeed, it has been calm. But we have an update from, that is Lira City. Betty Amongi, who is the gender minister, has rejected the results of the race. Gender minister Betty Amongi has rejected that he has not been defeated by Jane Ruth Acheng, who is the Minister of Health. We shall be talking to our colleagues who are in the field, and they will be bringing us more updates on that.
And also, just to remind you, it is a few minutes after 2 p.m. and we will be bringing you the EC's update on the presidential vote counting, how it stands. So keep it UBC and keep it with us. For us, we are signing out for now, but our other teams will be coming in to continue to keep you updated with the developments, the voting developments, from also our foot soldiers who are in the field. They'll be giving you all that and much, much more. From myself, Lorraine Masika Kazimoto, and my dear colleague,
Brian Tumwine Biarohanga. Ciao.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagans Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The Wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. Always pray for peace.
emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibira ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala nga wagalira kirala naye obuzibu bwe buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bw'ategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes. So tubasaba tubeere bampisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hello, my name is Rosa Malango, and I serve as a special presidential envoy for tourism and trade. But before that, I spent almost 3 decades working with the United Nations and 2 years as a social entrepreneur. So I know the importance of peace for stability and for development. So at this important time, as Uganda prepares once again to go to the elections, this is an appeal that citizenship and electoral participation does not have to mean destruction. So a call to everyone to participate, to exercise their civic duties, but also to promote peace. We need peace to continue to feed our families. We need peace to be able to continue to grow. And we need peace if we really want to become the beacon of hope, tourism, and trade on the African continent.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we approach the general elections in our country, the Republic of Uganda, this is a call to all the young people. The most important thing for all of us is to ensure that we keep our country peaceful. Definitely you have the right to vote.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Well, Uganda decides, indeed, and of course this is day 2, and we are in that state where we're, anxiously waiting for the results. And of course out there, widespread failure of biometric, the BVV kits in yesterday's presidential and parliamentary election became a problem, and it's the talk of town. But again, we have some good news, yes. Right now, let's go over to Ivan Kahwa at Sembabule Tally Center to receive those updates on the provisional results.
Okay, that's enough for the afternoon. I, Elijah Gracious, being the returning officer for Zimbabwe Electoral District, having added up the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of result form in accordance with Section 77, Subsection 1 of Parliamentary Elections Act, declare Rashande Emmanuel, who has obtained the largest number of votes, elected candidate for Wemiaga County constituency, Zimbabwe Electoral District.
Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira. Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira. Abanyamuyaga muhumure, batunga mugisa muhumure, batunga ubusinge muhumure, batunga genero muhumure, Emmanuel Rwasande nyatambira.
Electoral Commission. Right now we see Justice Simon Byabakama with his team coming in again to give us more provisional results. But there at Zimbabwe, it was a typical declaration where Rashande has taken, but he's actually won the wagon. So let's hear more from the Tally Center at Lo.
Lord Chair and the Commission, you're welcome. And before we start this afternoon session, I would like to invite the President of the Council of Presidents of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, to commit this afternoon in the hands of God, lead us in a prayer, and we begin. Your Grace, you're welcome.
This is what the scripture says. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. A vote is casted, and it settles disputes, and it settles among the mighty. Proverbs 16:33 says, a vote is casted in the lap, but its outcome is from the Lord. Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for who you are. We exalt you. We magnify you. We lift up your name, which is above all other names. Every knee must bow, and every tongue must confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. Master, there is no one like you. Thank you for creating the nation called Uganda, the pearl of Africa, with a beautiful motto, for God and my country. So Lord, we commit this country of yours in your hands. As we have gone through elections yesterday peacefully, we lift up your name to say, thank you, God. Thank you, King of Kings. Thank you for using the Electoral Commission. Thank you for using all their agents. And now, this is the telecenter. We pray that you take over. We render the devil powerless. And we take the devil as a captive. We pray for Uganda, let there be peace. Because peace is all that we need. Justice and unity and stability. So bless us, even as we continue to listen to the results. We pray that, Lord, you will work out this and people will go back at work, because life must continue. And the blessings of God the Father, Almighty, the Son, Holy Spirit rest upon all of you, now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, Your Grace, for committing this afternoon to the Almighty to be with us and to guide us in what is going to happen. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the deputy chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, in the interest of the people that are watching, to know who is on the podium here, from the left is Commissioner Peter Emorut. Next to him is Commissioner Honorable Anthony Okero. Next to him is Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali. Next to him is the Deputy Chairperson Hajat Aisha Rubega. Next to him is the face that you've seen and you are continuing to see, the Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. And next to him is Commissioner Honorable Stephen Tashobia. And next to him is Commissioner Caroline Bright Binamaryo. And next to her is Mr. Kamuchababo Richard, the Acting Secretary of the Commission. You're welcome here, Commission. Your Excellencies, heads of missions that are observing these elections, the agents of presidential candidates participating in this presidential election, representatives of political parties, representatives of the observer missions that are observing these elections, both international and local, members of the civil society, members of the media, the staff of the Electoral Commission, all invited guests here, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this afternoon session at the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. And without much ado, I will hand over to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to constitute us and guide us accordingly. Thank you very much, Lord Chair.
our distinguished guests, maybe allow me to take special and good luck the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is in our midst. He is the head of the African Union Observer Mission to the Uganda General Elections 2026. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, heads of missions, and all distinguished heads of the various observer missions who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be gathered here this afternoon once again to give you an update or a brief on the current status of the presidential elections results that we have obtained so far from various parts of the country. The first session was yesterday at 9 p.m. Today, 9 a.m., we had the second update. Now, this is the third one. Not final one, but the third one. The total number of registered voters on the National Voters Register are 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations where the Ugandans went to cast their votes yesterday are 50,739. The total number of polling stations whose results we have received so far here at the National Tally Center are 30,138, constituting 59.4% of the total number of polling stations. This is the candidate's performance as of this hour. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 29,713, constituting 0.44% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasavante Robert, 20,626, constituting 0.30% of the valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 1,414,619, constituting 20.71% of the total votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 14,106, constituting 0.21% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 38,582, constituting 0.56% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 19,034, constituting 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafavi James Nathan, 144,564, constituting 2.12% of the total votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 5,148,845,000, constituting 75.38 valid votes cast. The valid votes altogether for all the candidates so far are 6,830,089, 60,830,089. Invalid votes 170,655, constituting 2.44% of the total votes cast. The total votes altogether valid are 7,744, constituting 32.34% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes 22,356. Now this is the summary of the total votes per candidate so far. But now we are going to make a presentation of the breakdown of this summary on our screen. Technical, can you come and take through our guests on the breakdown of this data, of the votes, or what the results I have read to our guests this afternoon. Thank you for listening to me.
The Chair, Electoral Commission, the Commissioners, our delegates, distinguished guests and the press, good afternoon. Today I'll be presenting the election results visualization system we call ERVS in short. And this ERVS is the one which helps us visualize results right from the national level up to the polling station, so that at the end of the day, a Ugandan or people in this room, utilizing these 4 screens in the room, we are able to see the results that finally aggregate to what the chair of the Electoral Commission Uganda is reading as provisional results. When you interact with this system, the landing page, which we call the dashboard, has a geographical representation of the votes where they're coming from. We have a breakdown that lists candidates depending on the leading candidate by percentage in terms of votes that they received. We have at a glance dashboard that is at the end that is able to display results right from the national level up to the region. So it will allow me to interpret for you the electoral map. As you see on the map, the colors that come up, whether it is yellow or red, this shows the different districts where we received results from the district tally centers, but we show the leading candidate at that specific district tally center that is leading in terms of the number of polling stations that have submitted the results. So that's how you end up seeing at the moment blue and red. The white there, these are water bodies. They are water bodies, and we chose white because it's neutral, as blue, which is normally utilized for visualization of water bodies, is one color for one of our candidates. The middle screen, where we see, for example, the percentages, the highest being 76.38, would display the candidate who's leading at that point. And that is what the Lord Chair has been reading out. And when we go to the region, at the moment we are displaying Uganda region, you look at the voter turnout. And here, it has changed to Kampala City region, but here we look at the registered voters in that specific region, and we see how many turned out, and we are able to calculate a percentage. If you see there, the percentage is 2%, and we're also able to calculate the number of valid votes, meaning that the difference are the invalid votes. We also look at the polling stations that are reporting. We start by indicating the number of polling stations, for example, in that region, and how many have we received results from. And the last visualization card is for specific candidates, presidential candidates in that specific region, where we indicate the candidate, what the percentage they get in terms of votes and their symbol. Allow me to drill down to, you could go, allow me to drill down. We have a section where we go to the electoral map, which allows users, for example, those on laptops in this room, to drill down to the different polling stations or districts. But for purposes of this specific presentation, we shall choose Lango. You can choose Lango region, but any other region you'd be able to visualize. So in Lango, okay, if you could hover, you've chosen Otuge. Could you go back so that we're able to see Lango as a region? So it's okay. Within Lango, it will zoom and we shall look at the different districts within Lango, but you could hover over Dokolo, for example. Okay. Show names, yes. So you'll be able to see the different ones. So if you are to hover, for example, on Dokolo, okay, so we can be able to see the performance of a candidate in that specific district. And when you look at this card at the moment, you're able to see that Dokolo has 2 constituencies, and you're also able to see the number of polling stations in that specific district, and also to know that how many of these polling stations have reported. It's the same summary, but it's broken down now at district in terms of registered voters, how many were valid votes, and also we show the trend, the performance of the candidate in that specific district, and you're able to interact in this same manner for the rest of the districts. You could, for this purpose, we shall demonstrate up to the polling station for you to be able to understand that the results that are declared at different intervals are a summation of what we get from the different polling stations. So Dokolo, you could go down to, you could choose North, 1 constituency. So the maps are very interactive. You just, at 1 click, you're able to go. So could you go down up to the sub-county in Dokolo? Constituency, North, you could choose North. And then, so you're able to look at the number of the yellow ones, or the colored ones, are the ones which have polling stations that have submitted results. When you see the ones which are grayed out or white at this point, it means that in those different sub-counties, no polling station so far has submitted results. So when you look at this, at least maybe choose Adok. Adok is one of the parishes within Adok sub-county, and we are going to look at the results at least of 1 polling station. And within Adok as a parish, we see that it has 5 polling stations. So you're able to look at the breakdown in terms of polling station level, where we aggregate results from that level up to the national level. So taking an example of Odea Primary School B, at least we're able to see that we have 692 registered voters, and we had 365 valid voters with 384 voter turnout. 365 were able to have valid votes, and then the invalid were 19. But even at this level of a polling station, at least we are able to visualize a candidate who is leading, or the breakdown in terms of number of votes, which we visualize as vote count. But we are also able to look at the percentage that a specific candidate was able to receive. And you can do this for your area of interest, for your polling station of interest, and you're able to navigate across the entire country in this specific manner. So that being said, that brings me to the end of this specific presentation of how we visualize our results right from the polling station level up to the national level, utilizing the election results visualization system. Thank you so much, and share back to you. Thank you.
share with you. And as the Director of Technical Support Services says, there are going to be a live streaming of the results per district. This, therefore, marks the end of this session. The next briefing will be at 6 p.m. after we have received more results, which we'll be sharing with you, or those who will be present, and the nation at large. Once again, I commend you for coming, for having a keen interest in what we are doing and the outcome of yesterday's processes where Ugandans stand up to vote for their next president. I thank you and see you later.
Well, that is at Lubowa National Tally Center there. We received that update from the Electoral Commission, and a part of what we know now, we stand at 59.4% total, which is part of the total number of the polling stations. Right now, we want to go over to Kololo Tally Center, where Daniel Mugoya is on standby to give us the updates on all provisional results or declarations.
Kibiina ki National Unity Platform kye nkwasaganya nga Ssaabawandiisi. Mwena mukimanyi nti mbadde nesimbyeyo mu kalulu ka Kampala Central ng'omubaka wa Parliament. Olunaku lwajjo bannayuganda badde basuubira kulonda, naye kyetulabye mu Kampala Central ate nga tekyawukana na bitundu bingi by'eggwanga kikaabya amaziga. Ab'amawulire ekirungi ebimu mubikutte, tukedde kutambula mu polling stations ez'enjawulo awamu ne tusanga nga boxes already zijjudde, ate awalala abo bakwata mundu ne tusanga nga bali mu kutiikinga obululu bwaffe, ate awalala ne tusanga nga badeployinze eggaali z'abayaayi, si gaali ennungi ffe oluusi twogerako, naye tusanze abayaayi abakuba buli muntu yenna yenna abadde wa NUP. Era kye bakoze abo instructions nga babadde nazo, bagobye abantu baffe polling stations. Era bw'ogenda mu Kisenyi 1 mwaba basobodde ogenda abamawulire mubaleba abavubuka abo ababaddeyo, bajeti baffe badde batuukayo bwe bati ne bakuba ne babagoba ku polling stations zonna zonna, awo ne batiikinga obululu kyere buli omu nga bw'ayagala oba nga bw'abadde ayagala. Tekikomyawo polling stations ezimu naddala Summit View n'awalala, amagye baleese amagye ne gabeera mu lines ne bakuba akalulu emirundi 8 10, buli omu emirundi gina gy'abadde asobola gy'abadde akola ki alonda. So tugumidde ebyo byonna byonna olunaku lwajjo, era bwe tumaze ne tukola ekibalo kyaffe ne tusanga nti newankubadde bakoze ebyo byonna byonna tubadde tuliidinga mu kalulu ako. Kyova olaba tusuze wano ku Tale Center kubanga tubadde tukiraba nti newankubadde babadde bakoze emivyo mingi nnyo mu kulonda, tubadde tuliidinga. Kiki bakoze? Of course mukimanyi bulungi nti omuntu gwe mbadde nesimbyeyo naye ye Minisita Museveni gwe bayita Minisita Kabanda, era tubadde tumuwangudde. Ne bw'olaba polling stations zonna teri okujjako ezo ze bakoze emivuyo, togenda kusanga polling station yenna ebadde genuine nga bamulonda oba nga bamulonze. Naye bagenze ne bakwata polling stations entonotono ddala mu Kisenyi 1, ne bagenda ne bakwata ne polling stations ku Summit View, ne bagenda ne bakwata ne polling stations endala ku State House, ne beewa obululu obutabalika nga bungi nnyo nga ne bwobaani bw'oba wakulaba mu register ya Kampala Central oba tosobola kubayitako. So abantu bonna era n'amawulire gabadde gagamba Lubongoya is leading in Kampala Central kubanga bwe kibadde. Twagenze ekiro kyajjo nga tuliidinga bulungi nga comfortable win yaffe tugirina, era buli omu nga atandise n'okutuyozaayoza. Naye basobola ne banyabo tugenze kukeera ku makya olunaku olwaleero, zibadde nga ssaawa 3 ne batandika kusoma ebintu bye tutategeera gye bivudde ne bagamba nti ku State House awo oyimisa Kabanda yafunye obululu obusuka mu 14 nti ffe twafunyeko obululu 8 bwokka ne webuuza awo abantu bameka balonderawo.
Okay, and that was that update from Kololo, of course, there. And, you know, the opposition is still making noise about how disgruntled they are about the whole exercise. But still, we do have some good you know, comments from other people that are really appreciating the work of the Electoral Commission. And we know when the true results come out, we will truly know the truth. In studios, I'm joined by Counsel. He is a lawyer, a political analyst, and he's here to break down a debrief on how the yesterday you know, exercise took place. What do we learn from what happened yesterday? The biometric malfunctioning issue, is that really something that we should look into as we move ahead, probably as we prepare for the next coming elections? So basically he's here to break down a debrief for us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, viewers.
A little bit of, you know, your highlight on yesterday's performance. A lot of people were crediting the Electoral Commission. You know, the biometrics malfunctioning was quite an issue, but then they managed to remain calm. But probably one of the challenges that really happened, and they couldn't, you know, they couldn't harmonize on that, is a lot of people that came early to vote actually abandoned the exercise and went back home, which wasn't good.
Yes, the issue of biometrics, the mess that happened, actually managed to disenfranchise a huge number of people, because I got to know that people were at polling stations for as early as 7 or even 6. They wanted to vote and go home and do other things. But then, when there was a breakdown of the biometric machines, when the materials for voting, there was an undue delay in delivering the materials for voting at a number of polling stations, especially in the urban centers in Kampala and Wakiso. After some time, some people got tired and decided to leave. So that disenfranchised quite a number of voters. So that is regrettable. And to put it in perspective, something like this has happened previously. You remember, there was complaints, there was some complaints some time back, the districts of Wakiso and Kampala it must have been 2016 elections. For as long as like late afternoon at some polling stations, people had not received election materials to vote. So some of these delays and then of course the mess about malfunctioning
the
biometrics is quite unfortunate, because first of all, those biometric machines were procured at a whopping, I think the sum is like 200 billion. So they were meant to enhance the voting process.
Yes.
So that, of course, when the ballot paper is scanned, you don't have to go manual to look for someone's name on the register, which takes time. So when they malfunction, first of all, questions arise. How about that money, the taxpayers' money, in hundreds of billions of Ugandan shillings? How about that? It's a loss to the taxpayer. Secondly, now the time. And then, of course, the time that was lost between late delivery of materials, then consulting the chairman to see now the machines are breaking down, they are not functioning. What do we do? Some time was lost. And then, of course, when you start voting at midday or at 11, and then closing time is 4 p.m., you know, there's a problem.
True.
Yeah, there's a limited time for Ugandans to cast their votes, their ballots.
Yeah, some people were saying that probably what brought about the malfunctioning was the internet shutdown. But then we heard from UCC's, head of PIERA, Mr. Ibrahim Bosa, there in Daily Monitor, expressing that there is no link between internet and the BVV kits.
So of course we may not know, because these machines, biometric, they are digital, and a lot of equipment these days uses really the internet.
Because you have to connect with the server from the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
Well, we will know the truth.
You have to scan and then connect to the server to authenticate the fact that this is a voter is in your system. How do you do that without the internet?
Without the internet. Yes. Yeah, basically. Well, that is a case that we will still have to argue about. But now, when we see, my take home yesterday was we had leaders that we could learn from, leaders that we could pick a leaf from. They came, they followed the rules, they lined up like anybody else. They didn't just surpass people that are already in line. Yes. They lined up, they made their votes, they followed each and every rule. What do you say about that?
Okay, of course, despite the mess of the biometrics, this election has been largely peaceful and organized. I think we can credit the Electoral Commission for certain things, and also the behavior of some of the leaders that you mentioned, to the effect that they followed, there was discipline, and of course, when a leader follows the procedure,
when there's rule of law,
when there's law, and there's orderliness, even the rest of the Ugandans follow suit. So there wasn't a lot of acrimony, disorderliness. Of course, apart from a few small pockets where we had incidences of tear gas, but I think that happened at when the counting of votes was ongoing. In some areas, no.
But for the polling exercise,
yes, it was largely peaceful and orderly.
Now, we have a lot of people that are disgruntled. Lubongoya is speaking on verified information that he was cheated. Can we have evidence to that? Is it possible? We've already seen evidence that the exercise went on well, and people are really, happy about where we are so far, and even with the provisional results that we are receiving from the Electoral Commission are indicating that there's not much scaffold. Now, can you say something about Lubongoya's accusations?
Of course, I've watched a little bit of what he had to say. He is making a number of allegations that there was ballot stuffing, that certain ballots were coming from some place, but you see, that is his narrative. There hasn't been any independent confirmation of what he's saying. And secondly, I don't, as of now, it's mostly provisional results that are coming. No winner has been declared yet. So I believe it's a
The heart of Africa, a new kind of school is rising. Freedom International Schools Africa. We are Africa's most affordable IB World School, offering world-class education without compromise. We have strong foundations in education. Our learning begins with identity and ends with global excellence. We are raising critical thinkers, compassionate leaders, world changers who are rooted in Ubuntu and take pride in being African. From early years to primary and middle years, and soon the prestigious diploma program, your child can learn with us until they are ready to join any university of their choice. We have all the IB programs with beautiful boarding facilities, vibrant arts and sports, teachers who love and listen. Every child grows in confidence and purpose. Join our school. January intake is ongoing.
The studios here, and we got reports that actually Honorable Betty Amongi is disputing the results even before they have been declared. She's saying that she does not acknowledge the fact that Honorable Ruth Acheng is in the lead. So it looks like there are some
I was trailing the NOPS candidate in that area. But a little bit away from that, the number of parliamentarians or the capacity of the parliament that we have in the country, we have 556 members. Yes. There's one of the candidates, his name is Luzi. We have a very big parliament. We can trim it to about 80 or, you know. Why are we having all these people? Why should women be represented? Why should the lame be presented? So what do you say about that?
I really believe we have an amorphous parliament. It's so big. It's so big, and the fear here is that looks like government is intent on even creating more districts, because that has been the narrative that has come up during the campaign season. We've had some people talking about creating more districts, and the creation of more districts comes with the creation of more constituencies and more representatives. And of course, the public expenditure rises because you've got a new district and several constituencies and people vying for representative positions. It's unsustainable right now because
we will keep sinking in debt
exactly.
if we continue like this.
Yes.
Do you think we can leading by 76?
President Museveni is leading with 76%.
But even though he's candidate, he will still be president for the next 6 months until he's sweared in.
Yes. Yeah. He's leading by 76%.
Yes, 76.
Of course, this represents of the 59% of polling station results that have been released by the Electoral Commission. So, if this percentage is maintained, it would be a resounding victory.
Very obvious.
It would be a landslide for the incumbent.
Yes. As you can see the chart there, the chart indicates that he's actually in the lead, and then Noop is coming in next there, and then the Ant. So these are some of the results. Well, I can project this over.
Lastly, tomorrow is the last day. We will know the national resistance.
On our chart, this is we've developed something here, and just to look at the national polling station summary, yes, and 30,138 stations reported as per 2:30 p.m. today at Luwowa, and as we can see, 59.4% so far. These are some of the results that we have received so far. And of course, the current voters turnout stands at 31.5%. And of course, votes that have been cast are 6.8 million here, as you can see here. Now, based on the 21.6, that is 21.6 million voters, turnout is 6.8 million as per now. But this was declared yesterday, yes, at 9:36 p.m. Yes, and of course these declarations were made by the Electoral Commission. Now when we look at the national results summary, we see that candidate Yoweri Museveni stands at 75.38%, and Robert Chagulanyi's NUP stands at 20.71% there. And of course, those are the numbers of the votes, 5 million votes and then 1 million votes. And then Nandala Mafabi there stands at 2.12%. With 144,000 votes. And then we see Ant Monto Mogisha, Mogisha Monto at 0.56% with 38,000 votes there. And then Mubaraka Munyagwa is at 0.28% with 19,000 votes there. And then Robert Kasivante at 0.3%. with 20,000 votes. We have Joseph Mabirizi at 0.21%, 14 votes there, and then Frank Bulira at 0.4%. Now, as we go further, we look at the chart. As you can see, NRM is taking the lead by 75.38%, and then NOP is number 2 in the wagon, and then the rest of the candidates there, the rest of the parties are there, indicate that it's not moving so well, but at least we see that both NOP and NRM are really performing so well in different constituencies there. And then again, this is the total summary. Council, what do you make of these results?
The results so far are provisional, representing 59% of the 50,000 polling stations.
Yes.
So far, I think what has been captured is 30,000 results from 30,000 polling stations. But if this trajectory is maintained, looks like President Museveni is heading for a landslide, a resounding victory. Looking at the margin from 75% to 20 and the others.
Exactly.
Yes. Maybe the biggest question here is this is a big change from 2021 result. Maybe the question is why? Why are things the way they are?
True.
I have a feeling the biggest contributing factor here is peace and stability.
Peace and stability.
Peace and stability.
And of course, these are just provisional results from the Electoral Commission. They will issue the final official declarations, yes, as we heard from Rashande there.
Yes.
Yeah, in Zimbabwe, Rashande has taken the lead, and actually he's, we could say right now, he has the seat for Parliament. So we will be having those, and we will keep updating you on how this transpired. Let's get back to our interview.
Yeah.
Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, the 9th Arch of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go. Some people are wondering whether this is just it. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate. Proverbs 18, the Bible says, casting a vote or disputes. So, casting a vote is biblical, God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace. Peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties. Ugandans, we should remember that voting is just an event. It's a seasonal thing to a time. And once it's done, we put leaders in place, life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of hatred, or even fighting. The security agencies, please do of protecting the people so that after
And of course, on set, we are still joined by Counsel Joanna Kabagambe. He's also a lawyer. He's a lawyer, yes, as a counsel, he's a lawyer and also a political analyst. But then on set again, we have been joined by a man who has served different constituencies. He was in the previous constituencies, the East African Assembly. Was it called the Constituency Assembly?
The Constituent Assembly.
The Constituent Assembly.
Enacted and promulgated
and
the Constitution.
And he has served democratically, and right now he is retired, NRM supporter, but also a political analyst in that angle. Thank you so much for joining the set.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure joining you.
Well, provisional results. I'll start with you because we've enjoyed ourselves here with Council. So provisional results across the country are showing that the yellow color is actually taking the lead, and then NOP is coming next. But of course, yesterday, by news time, we had some political analysts commending the Electoral Commission for handling chaos when it comes to the biometrics, the BVV kits. And that was something that would spark a little bit of violence, at the polling stations. But now when we look at the provisional results, it's actually alarming. It has revealed unexpected outcomes, from different candidates. The ones we hoped that probably would lead the wagon or even win, in declarations, it's a different music.
Yeah, thank you very much. The trends as they are, first of all, fraternal greetings to all those that are viewing us and following this program. Thank you for making time and being part of a conversation of this nature. I'd like to salute my members of the panel and the moderator, and I'm glad to be part of this panel. What we are witnessing is not surprising. Some of us saw it coming, and definitely it confirms certain positions that we've had over time. I would like to commend the Electoral Commission for having managed a very difficult situation regarding the failure of the machines to play ball. That decision that we go manual was necessary and most desirable to avert any unforeseen trends and behavior. So that was a function of good leadership. Taking responsibility, owning up, and taking a decision. And the decision they took was...
it impacted a little bit on the voter turnout.
Yeah, it did, but it was better than taking no decision at all.
True.
Because one, it was legally well grounded, because the machine goes to confirm what is on the
ballot paper.
Yeah, on the voter register.
On the voter register.
And once you have the voter register, which is guaranteed within our legal framework, the machine just goes to take the verification to the highest level, creating highest levels of accountability and transparency.
Sure.
But the data is definitely one that is provided in the voter register. And once you have it, you are able to do what you can do with the machine. But with the machine alone, and you don't have the voter register, you can't do either way. So that was a very good decision. But regarding the trends as we see them, a strategic and good campaign is based on 4 pillars. And with that, you can be able to predict.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Candidate Yoweri Museveni, NRM has a formidable and highly credible candidate with a good experience, exposure, and some good degree of expertise in managing public affairs.
Besides that, this time around as NRM all together, you joined hands and rallied together behind President Yoweri Museveni. I think that was much support in different constituencies.
Yeah, and I'm going to come to that. So the first is candidate. You need a sellable candidate. And that is, he does. Now the second pillar is the message. After having a good candidate, what message are you sending? Even if you are promoting a product, even if you are promoting a service, you must have a good message that promotes the service, that promotes. Sure. So you have a candidate, a good one, but what message do you use to promote that candidate? And the message was well thought out.
Sure.
You know, protecting the gains.
The gains.
That kind of mantra speaks to everyone. It speaks to the high and mighty, it speaks to the ordinary people, it speaks to the middle class, it speaks to everyone. Because during his tenure, different people have made different aspects of achievements in their lives. And that speaks directly. So when you say, let's go vote him and be able to protect the gains. I just want to give one example of an interesting dimension. Just university education. When I was in university, we had Makerere alone, just one university. And there are so many colleagues with whom were in senior 6 who didn't make it to the university because the policy was restrictive. When university, you had to get very good grades, extremely good, in order to be admitted. There are people who passed and would be able to be admitted because of limitation. They ended up not joining university, and many of them didn't even get degrees. But with the policy that liberalized university education, right now, there are those parents who would never have had their children graduating. That is a gain. There are those so many thousands, because now you get a year we graduate over 50,000. Now all those, when you talk about gains, someone graduated because of that, he's got a job because of that, that is a gain. It is elastic. It is not restrictive. There are those who have been able to get different achievements. So that message speaks to many people. And it is well informed by the different pillars that make the message. When you talk about peace and stability and security, that is the mother of all gains. And that gain appeals to each and every Ugandan. Because with the peace, you are able to do so many things. The sky is the limit. Everyone has been able to achieve. And interestingly, on a light note, one of the candidates is a very popular person in the creatives. Very popular, and I agree. But that is part of the game. The environment that has allowed him to thrive has been part of the peace and security. So you find that even the candidates, even being candidates itself, is a gain that they need to protect as they go to contest in this election. Then from there you have development, you have wealth creation, you have job creation, you have markets, you have service delivery, and you have strategic security. Now those are the 7 pillars that make the mantra of the message. That message was so clear, it was unambiguous, was straight, it connected with the majority, it made sense, it was timely, it was most desirable. So with that, you can't go wrong. The third pillar of a good campaign are structures. Because once you have a good candidate and you have a good message, how does that message make a trickle-down effect up to the real beneficiary, the ordinary person in the village? Now, NRM has the structures from Central Executive Committee, National Executive Committee, the Delegates Conference, the district conferences, the sub-county conferences, the parish conferences, and the village conferences. Now, the message that was well packaged went through a very clear trajectory up to the beneficiaries of the message. And that message was well packaged, was scientifically arrived at, and it made a lot of sense. It was mathematical because we worked on the basis of numbers. We didn't want any guesswork, any projections that are not scientifically supported. So what happened is that we agreed that for us we are going to use 2 mathematical signs, the addition and the multiplication. And we totally worked against subtraction and division. So we went down to the parish where we had 63 leaders at the village level. And they got the message as packaged. And being the 63, we have 72,000 villages of NRM. Now 63 times 72, you get something like 4 million. Now that is 4 million of votes of leaders. You haven't even gone to supporters and the people that they bring. That is very scientific. So what was announced at 9 was basically a representation of the leaders before even going to the supporters and the members of the party. So with that, we went with what we called the parish mobilization model. We went to all the parishes of this country. And this was good because we engaged the entire country at the same time.
I'm allowing you to talk because you're making quite a fundamental expressions, especially when it comes to to accountable governance.
Yes.
And this is what we want. But when we travel a little bit backward in the previous campaigns, it wasn't like this. This time around, NRM did it a bit different. What broke the ice?
Yeah, you know, when you are going for any engagement, you ask yourself 3 questions. The first question is, what is it that we are doing that we should continue doing? Which means it's working. The second question is, what is it that we are doing that we should stop doing? Which means you've been doing it, doesn't add value, it's not useful, so you should drop it. Then question number 3 is, what is it that we've not done that we should start doing?
Don't you think we as the ruling party, we do have enough resources to actually support every activity, every initiative that we want to put out there? And probably the others are on the other side, on the negative side. They may not have enough resources to achieve all these, you know, strategies that you're talking about?
No. The strategy is mainly brain work. You don't have to. You just
don't
have
need
to.
funds.
You just have to get the right brains. Most of the things have been done pro bono on a voluntary basis. These ideas, we even did some survey, and the survey was initiated by members of the party, not sponsored by anyone. So you need to be strategic. You need to get the right people in the right places to derive the right
at the
response.
right time.
So we did that. We asked ourselves those 3 questions, and we realized that we've always had a campaign team, you know, national task force. And we are like, has it worked to the best? Are there gaps that we could fill? So this time around, we said, look, we have these structures. These structures have people that man them. You have the SEC with members, you have the NEC with members, you have the delegates conference with members, you have members at the district level, sub-county level, parish, and the village. And we're like, what is it in for them in this campaign? How are we going to deliver a mass kind of message without involving the structures? So this time around, we had
you had to go back to the round table and revise.
We've never used the structures, and that's why we are making it good, because the structures owned the message, the structure owned the process, the structure owned the procedures, and we gave them tasks.
True.
Because we said you are 63 on the village. Can you fail to get 2 people to convince?
Okay.
We told them, we gave them a task that each one of you should bring at least 10 people.
Now that was very strategic.
And from that we said, where do you get the 10 people? He said, you can get 10 people from your family, immediate or extended. You can get people from your place of work. You can get people from your OGs and OGs. You can get people from the church, the mosque, where you go to pray.
And Honorable.
You can also even in the neighborhood.
Honorable, when we look at the previous campaign, it was 81 point something million voters.
Yes.
So it shows that a lot of awareness was actually made to capture a 21.6% million voters.
Yeah, the Electoral Commission has done its bit in terms of awareness creation, in terms of mobilization, in terms of engagement, to ensure that people do take up their civic responsibility, come out and be part of decision making, because that is the highest level of rights. When we talk about rights,
Council, I'll get to you in a while.
Yeah, important.
I'm still interested in some of these areas that I think that our Honorable Mike can actually express more. Now, the issue of before you came in, we had talked about the capacity of our parliament, 556 members. And it looks like we're having more constituencies being developed in the near future. Don't we think, as small as we are, Uganda, do we really need that much of a big, you know, parliament, considering the fact that we are debt burdened?
I belong to the school of thought that is in favor of a small, efficient, and effective parliament that is well facilitated,
yes,
that is well supported in terms of research, in terms of, so I'm not quite excited about the numbers, and that is creating a bigger problem.
True.
Because now people are looking at parliament as the fastest means to amassing wealth. So it is becoming careerism. It is losing the service element. I want people who are ready to serve effectively and efficiently. One, the bigger the parliament, the less the unit time for contribution.
From the African region.
Because right now they give you 3 minutes. What is the quality and quantity of that debate? Of 3 minutes. Even before you finish your preamble, the bell has gone. So for me, I'm not in favor of a big parliament. I really want us to get a parliament that is efficient and effective.
But trimmed down from 556.
Down to good numbers, because the numbers don't really add much in terms of the quality of debate the quality of the laws and all the other. So
and some of the parliamentarians finish up their tenure without speaking.
Very many of them have not even made their maiden speech, and we are now
some of the parliamentarians finish up their tenure without speaking.
Very many of them have not even made their maiden speech, and we are now they are now campaigning for the next session of a parliament.
So now, as a political analyst, how can we harmonize?
For instance, we have this.
The will of people remains the key in democracy.
Definitely.
So when people decide,
yes,
then there is no reason to say we got the wrong leader, because it's their mandate, you know, as citizens, as Ugandans, to actually choose the leaders of their choice.
Yes.
Looking at what's happening right now, the provisional results that are coming in, what do you think? Are people making the right decision? Are they... Let me put it this way. During the campaigns, we saw a lot of people rallying behind different candidates.
Definitely.
And you'd think that they would be taking the lead.
Yes.
But now we see these specific candidates are really just following the wagon. Are voters camouflaging as yeah, and when they go to the ballot they are picking someone else?
Well, there's been a lot of bandwagon effect. A certain presidential candidate is coming in my area. So borders. And everybody.
So that is arranged.
Sometimes it has been like actually a music show. Sometimes. But when it comes to taking that presidential candidate, I have a feeling many Ugandans are actually taking, polling or voting for peace and stability.
Okay. Okay.
I have a feeling that's the biggest, because when you look at this country, in this era from 1986 to present, this is the time when Uganda has been stable and peaceful.
Yeah.
The fact that you can come to work, any other person across all sectors, the informal sector, the middle class, everybody, peace and stability are the most important key elements of any country. In Uganda, we are attracting refugees from the region, far and beyond. Why? Because of an enabling environment that has been created. So we cannot negate, we cannot downplay the importance of peace.
Sure.
As a child...
Just to put something little on the refugee.
Yes.
At one point, Uganda was a net exporter of refugees. If you went in any capital around neighboring Uganda, you'd find refugees are Ugandans.
Yes.
Now Uganda is a net importer.
Yes.
It's a net importer and hosting the biggest refugee settlement.
Yes, from the Horn of Africa, from the Great Lakes region.
About 2 million
everywhere.
people.
Yes.
That speaks volume.
Yeah. By the time someone leaves Eritrea to come here, and all these other countries, the biggest attraction is peace and stability.
And some people are complaining, oh, but there's a lot of poverty around. But I think when there's enough peace, there's more time to make money. There's more time to buy land. There's more time
tell
to
you
build,
this. Peace of
to
mind.
develop. Yes.
You see,
there's a time I was coming from an overnight at around 3 a.m. and I was on a border. And some trucks were passing. They had, goods, charcoal, These are the trucks that I'm seeing in the night. But when we talk to our grandies, they say in times like those, you'd see trucks of military and, So there's, if you have the peace of mind, then you can relax and hope for the future. The peace of mind, then you can relax and hope for the future. Maybe the situation, because I don't think someone who was in poverty in the past years when General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni came into, government, that they're still poor. The trends change. Sometimes you may not move from glory to glory, but at least if there is peace, if there is time, if you are allowed to have time, because people in Somalia do not have time.
Exactly. So let me just tell you this. Around 2001 elections, 2006, candidate Kizza Besigye used to score a lot in northern Uganda. Because that was a...
And the winner is...
This is not the end, this is the beginning. When you win this, your mission just starts. You carry with you the responsibility of the legacy of Sheikh Zayed. You have to cause impact, and you have to help people, and you have to change the world. We won't stop until we make a lot of difference in this world. Winning the prize makes us unstoppable.
To know that the conducive environment for that independent, integrated, self-sustaining economy is peace and stability. Without that, you can't.
The mother of everything.
You can't do anything.
Now, me, per se, I didn't own a home in 2021. But now I have a very beautiful home. And I've managed to give birth to 8 children.
You're
Because
protecting the gains.
I'm hoping for the future.
Those are the gains. That beautiful home, the children that you've given birth to, and the way you are looking after them, they are immunized, they don't have any threats of,
So who is the guarantor?
And I'm thinking when these people get to the ballot, when they get the ballot paper, they are asking, why change?
Exactly.
That's the question. Is there a reason for me to change?
Yeah, because now if you're talking about the things they normally talk about, they talk about corruption. Any leader would have to grapple with that. And corruption is in the civil service and these other areas. But the single most important fundamental issue is peace and stability. If you are in the commercial sector, the working class sector, you need an enabling environment for you to go about your work, to go about your business. So I have a feeling when someone goes to the polling station, it's a sobering environment. They say, what am I voting for? I want to be able to work, to go about my business, to protect my family. You understand, that is the most important thing. And candidate Museveni is the guarantor of that.
Exactly.
for now, Uganda has been peaceful. During the COVID pandemic, he used to say, I used to watch his speech, and then he would say that in the Great Lakes region, 500 years of the Great Lakes region, Uganda has been most peaceful during the time of 1986 up to present. I used to meet people from the region, Kenyans and others, and then they would talk about during the time when a leader would come and would be in office for 2 months, 8 months, and is out. And there's a coup, there's what? You see, from 1986 up to present, I mean, investors have been coming here. The economy has grown. There's been a lot of the tax base widening. So I have a feeling. Of course, the other thing is from least developed country now to middle income. All those are gains that are worth protecting.
True.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, and another thing, Ugandans have matured politically. They simply don't want to gamble. That is at the back of their mind. Their sense of judgment is much higher than was before, given what they've gone through. At one point, they knew Uganda is a deserted country. God forgot about it.
It was a failed
now
country.
they know it can be a peaceful country, and there's hope. And we live in hope. That's how we progress. Because when you have hope for tomorrow, you work hard, knowing that you are going to build the house, finish it, live in it, and bear 8
more
children, and they grow out of it. You know, that is what sustains life. Yep.
Maybe supplementing on that, Uganda was a failed state before 1986, along the lines of Somalia.
Yeah.
It was a failed...
And the DRC.
Definitely, it was a failed state. But now, when we look in the region, Tanzania, Kenya, when you're comparing the economy of Uganda with those countries that were actually stable from independence, they didn't have the kind of political upheavals that we've had.
Leadership.
Yeah, right now, when you're comparing Uganda, it's like comparing one person who is slightly taller than another. So a lot of gains.
In terms of stability.
In terms of even the economics of the
ours is the fastest growing economy.
Fastest growing, Kenya being the giant.
Our currency is the most stable currency globally.
Yes.
Now Kampala is a regional capital. It is a regional capital.
Yes.
When you talk about a tourism city, it is a diplomatic city. All different meetings, agreements, consultations are done here. It was Nairobi that was enjoying that.
Honorable, we're going to come back to that. We also have a number, we have a question there about the big number of incumbents that are dropping out. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's go back to Zimbabwe, where our reporter Ivan Akawa is on standby to give us what's happening there at the Tally Center.
To where the returning officer has just declared the results in the 4 constituencies in Zimbabwe district and the woman representative of Zimbabwe district. As we speak, the NRM has swept all the constituencies and Zimbabwe district. In Zimbabwe district, Florence Nambazira has won the woman MP seat and victory today, including Aine Sodo, who is, and we have Emmanuel Rwashande, who who has won the NRM seat, Lwemiyaga County, then Mawogola County, Mawogola West, Hanifa Kawoya has won it. So the 4 constituencies are having NRM candidates, are having NRM winners, and Sembabule district as well. As you can see, the returning officer is done with the process of declaring all the winners, and the winners now are finding their way out. All the supporters are waiting for them. It is chanting, it is all happiness. It is all victory. Sembabule has spoken. Sembabule has voted their favorites. Here are the winners. That is Desi Byuma right there. Desi Byuma, the one in yellow, he has passed. Then other winners are also moving. I can see the likes. Of Toyota, that is Aine Kaguta, the winner for Mawogola North. That is Sodo Aine Kaguta right there being chanted. Congratulations, Honorable.
Thank you, thank you.
You have been declared winner. What's your next step? Speak to your voters.
Of course, it's to work, nothing else.
Thank you so much. Well, that is Aine Sodo Kaguta. He's a man of few words, just to work for the voters. Well, I will be speaking to other candidates, to other winners who have been declared winner. That is Sodo Aine Kaguta, who was in the race in the Mawogola County North race. He was contesting with other 5 that include Shigongo Francis of the Forum for Democratic Change, Chigonya Angela. Well, the supporters are so happy, chanting with their winners. Well, the happiness that comes to winning, that's the happiness that comes with winning. Oh, that's the happiness that comes with winning. Honorable, congratulations. You have been declared winner. Kindly speak to your voters. What are you going to do next?
I am still a member of parliament.
Oh, yes.
I'm a sitting member of parliament. So I am continuing with my work and still as a Minister of State for Minister of Health and I'm continuing with the president's program.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well, that is Honorable Hanifa Kaweya, who has just spoken to us. The people are excited here. I know the noise is too much, but we shall try and get each one of them to speak to at least those who have already been declared winners. We have so far had a word from Sodo Aine Kaguta. We've had a word from Hanifa Kaweya, and we are still figuring out if we can get hold of any other candidate or any other winner who has been declared this time around. 5 members of parliament representing the NRM in Sembabule district. Of Rwemiyaga County, he has won Theodore Sechikubo, Mikade Joseph Amoti, and Ainebiona Innocent. We are going to be speaking to the general. I think he is undergoing a photo opportunity. He is speaking with some people. Well, that is General Emmanuel Rashande.
Well, as you can see, a victory over there in Sembabule. 5 constituencies, and they've all been swept off by the NRM party. There we've seen Hanifa Kaweya, Rashande, Daisy, Biuma, and many others there jubilating, and then voters supporting and chanting victory. Quite interesting there. Thank you very much there, Ivan Kaho. Now back in studios, still with Honorable Mike Sebalu, Kennedy, NRM supporter. He has served this country for quite some time, and he's very knowledgeable about, politics. He's a political analyst. He's with us, he's at the far end, and then next to me, it is Council political analyst as well, Council Joel Baka Kabagambe. Council John Kabagambe. He's a lawyer and political analyst, and I've been enjoying myself with these two gentlemen. He joined us a little bit later, but again, we both, had already spiced the interview. So I just need, what's your take from that declaration? Because now it's no longer provisional results. Now these are declarations. So what's your take home?
These are confirmed results. Clearly, Sembabule is still yellow. Sembabule is an NRM stronghold. That's what it means.
Was that the same performance in 2021?
Yes, it was. Sembabule has been that. We cannot call Sembabule a swing district. It's still a yellow district, and the results confirm. The fact that 5 slots of members of parliament have all been swept by NRM, it speaks a lot. And
tense, in the by-elections. But now we see Rashande really winning the hearts of men and allowing the will of people to govern.
Yeah, just like my colleague has indicated, Sembabule has always been NRM, predominantly NRM. And once you go through the primaries and you've done your good homework across the primaries, definitely the general elections become ratification the earlier position of the voters. But there is a lady who had sneaked in. I think either a woman MP or something. But the stakeholders within Zimbabwe vowed to get rid of any, and they've lived up to their word. I remember Honorable Kutesa saying that by the close of this, we shouldn't have any other political tendencies. And indeed, they've been able to do that. But it has been a very interesting election with interesting dimensions. The Rasande Sechikubo dimension was a news breaker, you know, accusations and counter-accusations. But definitely, at the end of the day, it is not about the individuals. It is about how you connect with the masses, because they carry the day. Sechikubo has been a fairly popular leader from that place, but looks like his time is up, and the voters have switched allegiance. I believe that maybe Rashande could have looked at the gaps. You know, there are situations where you are tick, but someone who comes in and has done his homework, they may look at your gray areas where you are not up to the expectations, and they do a bit of their homework. At times they even recruit people in your camp. You know, someone can come and get the face of your campaign. And once they've gotten them to their side, it becomes a totally game changer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mike, and thank you very much, Council John Kabagambe. It has been quite an interesting discussion. Dear viewer out there, it's time for us to reflect more on the progress, the lessons, the aspirations that continue to shape our electoral democracy. And of course, as we sign out, let's head back to the National Tally Center, where Timothy Nyangweso is waiting to give us that interview. My name is Patricia Lukoma Ampango. A pleasure allowing me into your space. Good afternoon.
Very welcome to the National Tally Center here. Today I have Moses Wiruhanga, the Senior Presidential Advisor, but also the lead polling agent for the President. Good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So far, what do you see? How does it look like in your view?
Well, you have seen it here on the screen. We are winning, and that doesn't surprise me, because our target was to win at 70%, not less than that.
So when you look at some of the numbers, especially the turnout and the polling stations, do you see anything that concerns you?
Well, the turnout could have been higher, because so far I think it's about 50% or about. It could have been higher. Maybe let's wait for the remaining, because from what they have announced, 38,000 against 50,000. So you still have about 12,000 polling stations not yet coming. So let's wait the turn up in those areas. But for what is so far here, it's still low.
There were some incidents yesterday, security-wise. In your view, these incidents, were they avoidable? Were they something that could have been avoided? 3 people killed in Luwero yesterday, this morning, and then a few issues in different areas. What do you think about these?
I haven't studied them. I can't comment on what I don't know well about.
I can also ask you about the deployment. People felt that it was heavy deployment that might have collaborated with the biometric to bring intimidation for people not to turn out. Is that something that you see, especially with
myself? Apart from the delay of the voting materials at our polling station, which came in at around 8. I was there around 7:40, but the materials came around 8. We're already there. There were about 4 polling stations in one area. So by the time the polling materials came, about maybe 2,000 or so people had already gathered. Now, it was I call it a blessing in disguise. Why? They opened the ballot boxes when we were all there watching. So nobody can say there was staffing, because we were all there. Maybe it had been opened earlier, I would have said, I don't know what happened, I don't know what, but now many people are there at the time of opening. So you can't claim about staffing or multiple voting, people coming again and again, so things like that. So it's unfortunate that the machines were not used, but the register as per law was used. And the people, those who voted, I think were happy that they voted, they made their choice.
Two questions, Mr. Moses. When I ask, when you look at the numbers you have benefited in some areas you have not been in before, especially members of parliament, the numbers in the votes that you have attained there, what do you attribute that to, looking at Buganda region especially?
What does before mean? We have been winning in Uganda before, only to the last election. But if you say before, well, I can stretch it to 1996. We have been having elections, so yeah, before is just short-termed. But yes, we did a lot of mobilization. I was sharing here with somebody from the greater Mubende, that is Kiankwanzi, Kivoga, Mitiana, Kasanda, and Mubende. It has 20 members of parliament. So far we have got 17 of them. So that's a very big win, a very big push. Here in Kampala, well, from what the EC has been showing us, the performance is much better than before. Even from our own DR forms we have been receiving, we are doing much better. So we are going to do better in Kampala than before, than last election. Our total vote and the percentage in Kampala and Wakiso is going to be much higher than the last election.
Lastly,
maybe the reason why I see in this Kisanja which we are ending, first of all, in the last election, we were getting out of COVID. These areas of the urban areas of Uganda, Kampala and Wakiso being the highest urbanized areas in Uganda. You see, getting out of COVID, the people are not working. But the landlords were demanding rent. The workers, some of the salaries had been cut to half, some were off. So the economic situation that time was so hard. But then today is totally different. That's why there was our performance in the urban areas was not that good. So people were reacting to the situation at the time. If you ask me what has happened, how it has changed, today we are not under any lockdown. People are working. We introduced programs specifically to help people get out of poverty, like PDM. In the whole country today, we have reached out. We have so far spent 3.7 trillion under PDM, which has so far reached 3.4 million households. So people are in economic activity. If you look at the economy, it's much better today than it was 5 years ago. And who is benefiting from this economy? When you hear that Uganda's coffee exports have gone up and to almost 9 million bags, away from 3 million bags in 1986, who benefits from this coffee? Coffee in Uganda is basically a peasant crop. Very few middle-class people are involved in coffee growing. So when coffee exports go up, both in volume and the amount of money coming in, it means the farmers who are in the villages, who are in the rural areas, are getting money from coffee. And that's a very big benefit for them and the country at large. So that's why the voting today, when people have money in their pockets, is much different than when they lack it.
Lastly, tomorrow is the last day. We will know exactly who will be president-elect. But also as the National Resistance Movement, you need to bring this country together, especially not to be divided by colors. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, to develop it together?
Well, if you look at the map of Uganda, the electoral map as today is, it's basically yellow everywhere, with some few cases where Kyagulanyi has won within Uganda here, but we have also won, in some cases we have won the MPs in those areas, and our policy has always been that we develop the country irrespective of how it voted. So our programs, like for instance, look at the PDM. In the last election we lost in Uganda, but so far under PDM we have spent 627 billion within Uganda, the highest in the whole country because of the size of Uganda. Other areas are below 600 billion. But so for us, we don't discriminate. Whether you voted for us or didn't vote for us, our programs are as uniform as possible. So we shall continue to work for the development of the whole country, irrespective of how they voted for or against us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byarhanga. We appreciate your time. We'll be with you to hear the last of those polls coming in. So that's what you've heard from the NRM. They say they are performing as they expected, slightly not as much as they expected going forward, but the numbers show themselves there. About 5 million votes still coming in, and Honorable Chagulanyi coming in at the second there, north of 1.1 million there. We also look at the rest of the candidates coming in there. We have about 30,000 polling stations that have come in, about 59%. We're left with about, give or take, 21% or 31% to be able to come in here and make the difference in those votes, 41%, sorry, and that will make the significant change as we go on. The evening, when the Electoral Commission, the chairperson, comes back here and gives us the next set of results, that's when we anticipate to see exactly where the clock will be moving, and that is the anticipation that the whole country is waiting for, to know exactly what will be happening. But also, I encourage all of us to keep peace wherever we are, because this country belongs to all of us. From us here at the National Tally Center, we hand over to you at the Broadcast House.
I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugalu, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagan's Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The Wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika kipindi hiki, na kwa sasa nitaenda moja kwa moja katika kukuonyesha jinsi ambavyo matokeo ya awali ya urais yalivyo kwa sasa. Ila kabla ya hapo napenda kukukumbusha kwamba jana tarehe 15 Januari uchaguzi mkuu ulifanyika ambao ulikwenda sambamba na uchaguzi wa wabunge katika wilaya mbalimbali. Na kwa sasa ningependa kukuonyesha jinsi ambavyo matokeo ya awali ya urais yalivyo. Kwa sasa tu yanaendelea, tunaendelea kuyapokea, lakini hii haimaanishi kwamba haya ni matokeo ya mwisho. Hapana, sio ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa matokeo ya urais yako hivi. Kwa sasa Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni bado anaongoza kwa asilimia 75.38. Hiyo ni sawa na kura milioni 5,148,845. Na kwa upande mwingine tukienda katika FDC, chama pinzani cha FDC, samahani naomba nikurudishe nyuma, Nandala Mafabi ambaye aliwania nafasi hiyo kwa sasa amesimama katika asilimia 2.12, sawa na kura elfu moja ni asilimia 2.12. Alafu tukienda kwa mgombea mwingine aliyegombea urais, Mubarak Mugwanya, naomba nikurudishe nyuma, samahani. Yuko katika asilimia 28 kwa sasa, ambapo alipata kura 19,034. Na kwa upande wa Joseph Mabirizi wa CP yuko katika asilimia 21, sawa na kura 14,160, asilimia 21. Alafu tukienda kwa Robert Kasibante wa NPP yuko katika asilimia 0.3, sawa na kura 20,626. And then mwingine Frank Bulira wa RPP sasa hivi yuko na kura 29,713. Tukielekea kwa upande wa mgombea mwingine wa urais ambaye ni Mugisha Muntu wa ANT, yuko katika asilimia 56, sawa na kura 38,542. Na kwa upande wa NUP sasa hivi tunaambiwa kwamba kura yake iko katika asilimia 20.71, sawa na kura milioni 1,414,619. Na huyu nadhani nimeshamuongelea. Robert Kasibante yuko katika asilimia 3 tu na kura 20,626. Huyu nimeshamuongelea. Nadhani ndo hao tu, na napenda kukukumbusha mpenzi mtazamaji kwamba hayo sio matokeo ya mwisho, bali ni matokeo ya awali. Bado tunazidi kuyapokea kutoka katika Tume ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi, ambayo ni tume rasmi ambayo inapaswa kutangaza matokeo ya urais. Na nakukumbusha pia kwamba uchaguzi huu ulienda sambamba na uchaguzi wa bunge, lakini hiyo ingawa kuna washindi wa ubunge ambao wameshatangazwa. Kwa mfano waziri mkuu Robin Nabanja, yeye ameshatangazwa kama mshindi wa ubunge, kiti cha ubunge cha wilaya ya Kakumiro.
Without a doubt, yes, I'll recommend Digitax. Simply the bigger picture, it's the personal touch, the human touch. They have the excellent customer service because you assign an account manager, a contact person for the tech items, so you know who to go to. You don't have to call the office, and you are to the customer service. Their system is, say, support system to system integration, which is very rare. You don't have to incur an extra cost. You just have to worry about the integration and, say, the documentation. It's seamless to use and fits most of the programs or most of the programs or the sales channel that most people use. With Digitax, switching from Teams to eTeams compliance is as easy as riding a bike.
Ya kura kote nchini jumla ni 50,739 na vile vile jumla ya watu waliojiandikisha kuchagua kupiga kura yani ni milioni 21.6 na tunaambiwa kwamba idadi hiyo imeongezeka kwa kuwa mwaka 2021 waliojiandikisha walikuwa milioni 18, lakini sasa unaona kwamba kwa mwaka huu 2020 kwa uchaguzi huu wa 2026 jumla ya waliojiandikisha ni milioni 21.6. Alafu tunaambiwa kwamba wabunge waliojiandikisha kuwania nafasi mbalimbali za uongozi jumla yao ni 353 na vile vile vyama vya upinzani viliongezeka kwa kuwa kuna vingine vipya ambavyo viliundwa, na nadhani tu kwa sasa niishie hapo kwa sasa kidogo tu kwa muda, lakini tutazidi kukutangazia matokeo ya awali ya urais ambapo kituo rasmi cha kitaifa cha ujumuishaji wa kura ndicho ambacho kina majukumu ya kutangaza matokeo ya mwisho ya urais. Alafu vile vile matokeo ya ubunge yameshaanza pia, hiyo nadhani nimeshataja. Matokeo ya ubunge yameshaanza, ingawa wengine wamefaulu, wameweza kubakiza viti vyao, lakini kama kawaida katika kila shindano lazima kuna wengine washinde na wengine washindwe, na ni bora kukubali matokeo. Lakini sasa hivi na hapo baadaye napenda kufahamisha kwamba mwenzangu Saddam Mubale atakuwa na mahojiano na waangalizi wa uchaguzi ambao tayari wako Lubowa hapo baadaye. Alafu kwa sasa ningependa kukuonyesha ushindi wa Waziri Mkuu Robin Nabanja jinsi alivyotangazwa mshindi huko wilaya ya Kakumiro.
3 candidates: Nabanja Robina, Tibulihwa Harriet, and Tushenere Grace. Nabanja Robina of the NRM party garnered 78,533. Tibulihwa Harriet, who was an independent candidate, garnered 3,627. Tushenere Grace, also an independent, garnered 22,132. Therefore, and accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumiro Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabanja Robina, who obtained the largest number of votes, congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Ate obululu bwange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko ki. Abantu bamumpadde nga baagala ate nga sina budde bwa campaign. Museveni oye! Museveni du! Abandi bona kini!
Hivi tunaye Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko kule Lubowa kwa ajili ya kutupasha akiwa ameambatana na waangalizi wa uchaguzi huko Lubowa. Karibu sana Saddam.
Naam, shukrani sana Bella. Jinsi ulivyosema ni kwamba sasa hivi niko hapa kwenye makao makuu ya tume ya uchaguzi ambapo mchakato na vilevile zoezi la kuhisabu kura linaendelea hapa. Lakini tu Bella kukupa ni kwamba hapo awali mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi ya Uganda alikuja tu na kutuarifu jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa, ambapo aliwasilisha baadhi ya matokeo ambayo kwa sasa yametoka yakionyesha kwamba Rais Museveni sasa amepata kura kidogo ambazo zinawasilisha 75%. Lakini tu Bella pia ni kwamba hapo awali nimekuwa katika maeneo mbalimbali hapa jijini Kampala, ambapo kidogo kuna tu baadhi ya wafanyabiashara ambao walikuwa wamefunga maduka yao kwa ajili ya kusema kwamba wakisubiria, lakini pia kumbuka kwamba huu ni muda ambapo serikali ilitangaza kwamba kutakuwa na siku 2 za kupumzika ili kusababisha au kufanya watu washiriki katika uchaguzi huu. Lakini pia ambacho kinasubiria ni kwamba mwenyekiti atakuwa tu akitujuza mengi, ambapo itakuwa ni saa 12 ya jioni kwa ajili ya kutujuza ni matokeo gani ambayo yatakuwa yamewasili kutoka katika maeneo mbalimbali nchini. Lakini kukukumbusha tu pale nyuma awali alipokuwa akihutubia nchi, mwenyekiti alitujuza kwamba kwa mujibu wa takwimu ambazo zilikuja, ambapo kuna ushindani mkali baina ya Rais Museveni na vilevile kiongozi wa upinzani Bobi Wine, na kutujuza kwamba kwa takwimu alizotupatia Chagulanyi Robert alikuwa akiwasilisha 20.71%, ambapo alikuwa na kura 1,400,161 na yeye Museveni alikuwa ashafikisha kura 5,148,4845. Hizo tu ni baadhi ya takwimu ambazo zinakuja, lakini hapa tutakuwa tu tunakujuza kwa kina Bella yale ambayo yatakuwa yanatokea kutoka mwanzo hadi mwisho. Lakini pia ikumbuka kwamba hapo kesho mwenyekiti pia amesema kwamba kesho saa 11 watu watakuwa wameshamjua ni rais mgani ambaye atakuwa ameshateuliwa. Na sasa kilicho hapa ni kwamba tunamsubiria tu mwenyekiti kututaarifu na kutupatia yale ambayo yatakuwa yanaendelea na matokeo ambayo yatakuwa yamekuja saa 12 jioni. Bella hapo studio.
Asante sana Saddam Mubale kwa taarifa hiyo, ila ningependa kujua ulipokuwa unaelekea huko. Anaona kidogo ameshatolewa, lakini sasa hivi mtazamaji wa UBC TV tunaye mgeni ambaye nitazungumza naye mawili matatu kuhusiana na hali ilivyo leo, au nikitaka kuwajuza au yeye akitaka kuwajuza hali imekuwaje tangu asubuhi, maswali kama hayo kwa ujumla. Karibu sana, naomba ujitambulishe.
Shukran. Jina langu ni Luvuka Yunus. Tulikuwa hapa jana na leo nimebahatika kurudi kwa ajili ya kuchanganua masuala mbalimbali kuhusu uchaguzi ambao ulitokea jana na uhesabu wa kura ambao unaendelea mpaka wa leo. Naam.
Na ningependa kujua hali ikoje kwa mtazamo wako, hali ikoje tangu siku ya jana, tangu kufanyika kwa uchaguzi jana?
Tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Hali ambapo nimepitia nikiwa napitia mjini, hali imetulia sana. Hali imetulia, watu wako majumbani mwao, wanaendelea kutazama runinga wakifuatilia matokeo ya uchaguzi. Wachache ambao wako njiani wanashughulika na mambo yao yani kikawaida. Pili, jana kwa mfano watu walikuwa wamefunga maduka, biashara zilikuwa zimefunga kabisa, lakini sasa nimegundua kwamba biashara watu wameanza kurudi pole pole, wanafungua maduka yao, lakini kwa ujumla hali ni tulivu kabisa. Ni shwari, kama maji ya mtungini.
Na vile vile ningependa kujua changamoto zilizojitokeza jana katika uchaguzi zinawezaje kutatuliwa?
Shukran. Ninashukuru sana.
Vile vile ningependa kujua changamoto zilizojitokeza jana katika uchaguzi zinatatuliwaje?
Asante kwa swali hilo. Tangu jana tunatambua kuna baadhi ya changamoto, pamoja na kusema kwamba kura zilipigwa kwa amani na utulivu, lakini kuna baadhi ya changamoto ambazo zimetambulika. Mojawapo ni vile vifaa ambavyo tulivitegemea vya kutumika katika uchaguzi. Pili, idadi ya wapiga kura katika baadhi ya maeneo hasa mjini iligundulika kwamba idadi ilikuwa ni ndogo kulingana na ile ambayo ilikuwa inatarajiwa. Alafu tatu, kuna changamoto ya uharibifu wa kura. Kura nyingi zaidi nimeona tangu nitoke, nimeona zaidi ya 80,000. Hizo ni kura ambazo zimeharibika. Kwa hivyo halafu na vurugu za hapa na pale. Kwa mfano, kuna vurugu ambazo tumepata habari katika wilaya ya Ruero, wilaya ya Butambala, wilaya ya Kayunga, pamoja na mjini Nasana. Kwa sababu nina ndugu yangu kutoka huko kijijini amenipigia simu. Jamani, mbona tunasikia mjini risasi zinafyatuliwa na kadhalika na kadhalika. Unajua mkiwa kijijini mnaanza kuhofia sana, lakini tu ni maeneo machache ambayo yametokea na vurugu hizo. Kwa hivyo utatuzi wa changamoto hizo kama ulivyoniuliza, swala la kuharibika kwa kura, nimeshangaa. Unakumbuka jana tulikuwa tumefikiria kwamba uhamasishaji, elimu imetolewa ya kutosha kuhusu wapigaji kura. Nakumbuka hata juzi tulipokuwa tunajiandaa, nilikuwa katika soko la Chireka na familia yangu tukiinunua vitu vya matumizi nyumbani, tukakutana na mulevi.
Ndio.
Saa 2 jioni. Mulevi alikuwa amelewa chakari. Mimi nikaamua kumchokoza na kumsumbua. Nikamuuliza, hivi wewe katika lugha ya Kiganda, niengeri jota midde enchono kuba kalulu? Akaniambia, wewe sebo ngenda kukuba kalulu bulungi, nja kutikinga mpola. Akasalete kaita mu box. Huyu alikuwa mtu ambaye alikuwa amelewa, lakini bado akiwa anafahamu kwamba anafaa kupiga kura kuhakikisha kwamba ile tik haipiti nini, kwa hivyo haitoki nje kuharibu kura. Mpaka mlevi alikuwa na hiyo fahamu. Kwa hivyo tukawa tunaamini kwamba watu wengi wana elimu ya kutosha. Ilishangazwa kwamba idadi kubwa ya kura ziliharibika. Kwa hivyo nadhani wakati mwingine tume ya uchaguzi inahitaji kutoa elimu zaidi, kuhamasisha wapiga kura ili hali kama hiyo isitokee. Kwa mfano, asilimia hiyo ama idadi hiyo ya kura ni kura nyingi sana nchini Uganda katika karne hii ya 21, ambapo watu wengi wanaenda shule, elimu watu wanapata, lakini kukuta kwamba watu wanaharibu kura, hilo si jambo ambalo la kupendeza. Alafu jambo jingine,
ndio
changamoto nyingine ile ya mitambo. Hiyo pia tumesikitika, kwa sababu walifanya majaribio ya mitambo hiyo awali, tukawa na imani kwamba itatumika vizuri. Lakini sasa zaidi ya hilo, pesa ambazo zimetumika kununua mitambo hiyo ni pesa za mlipa ushuru, na ni pesa nyingi. Kwa hivyo iwapo mitambo hiyo haijafanya kazi, maanake hizo ni hela ambazo zimefanya nini? Zimepotea ama zimeharibika bure. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingine hali iendelee kuboreshwa ili tuweze kutoa matumizi sahihi ya hela za mlipa ushuru. Alafu hizi vurugu changamoto, unajua pale ambapo kuna masuala ya kisiasa, uchaguzi na kadhalika, ile mihemko inakuwa juu,
na lazima utegemee kwamba ukishindwa kubali matokeo. Ukishinda basi furahia, lakini
Mswahili anasema asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani.
Lakini sio lazima tena waanze mambo ya kupigana nini, hapana.
Sasa hiyo hali imekuwepo kwamba kila mmoja anapoingia pale dimbani anategemea ushindi, lakini mwisho wa siku washindi hawezi wakawa wangapi? Wawili. Lazima kutokee mshindi mmoja,
na ukishindwa utajaribu tena mara nyingine, sio mwisho wa tukio.
Ndio. Na nchi haiishi kesho ama haiishi leo kwa sababu ya uchaguzi. Bado tunahitaji kuendelea kama nchi. Kwa hivyo kwa hali hiyo nadhani vituo vya usalama wamedhibiti. Alafu jambo jingine katika hilo, nilimsikiliza msemaji wa polisi anaitwa Rusoke akisema kwamba hivi ni vikosi vikosi vijana ambao walibebwa kutoka mjini Kampala, Nansana alikuwa anasema hivyo, wakapelekwa Butambala kwa ajili ya kuleta vurugu. Kwa hivyo hali kama hiyo, hali tulisema na tulizungumzia jana, si jambo zuri, kwa sababu wewe kijana unatumika tu na yule mgombea mwanasiasa kwa ajili ya kutimiza maslahi yake. Mwisho wa siku ukikamatwa, wewe ndiyo utakayefanya nini? Utakayeadhibiwa, familia yako ndiyo itakayopata hasara. Kwa mfano magari ya watu ambayo wanasema yaliharibika, mpaka walitaka kufanya mipango ya kubeba zile boksi ama vikasha vya kura ili waende. Hiyo vurugu na uhuni kama huo hatuutarajii katika nchi yetu. Tunachokitaka na kung'ang'ania ni amani katika uchaguzi huu. Naam.
Okay. Nashukuru sana kwa Dr. Yunus kwa taarifa hiyo. Lakini hivi sasa Saddam Mubale yuko tayari kuzungumza nami tena kwa ajili ya kukupasha wewe mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV. Na wakati tunamsubiria Saddam Mubale, ningependa kujua ya kwamba tumesikia katika matokeo ya ubunge ambayo yamekuwa yakitangazwa, kuna wabunge wagombea wa kujitegemea ambao na wenyewe wameshinda na wametangazwa kama washindi. Unadhani unalizungumziaje swala hilo la kuwatangaza pia watu ambao ni wa kujitegemea?
Safi sana. Haya, kwa jambo hilo naweza nikasemaje? Raia ama wapiga kura wao wanachagua kiongozi ambaye atawafaa, kwa sababu uongozi ni dhamana ambao mtu hapaswi kulinga. Uongozi unapaswa kuwajibikia nafasi yako kwa ajili ya watu ambao wamekuchagua. Naam.
Na sasa hivi mtazamaji wa UBC TV tunaye Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko tayari. Saddam Mubale ambaye yuko tayari kutupasha. Saddam, karibu tena.
Naam, Bella, shukran sana. Bado niko hapa kwenye makao makuu ya tume ya uchaguzi, lakini jinsi nilivyomsikia Daktari Yunus hapo akieleza wajibu wa kiongozi, lakini cha msingi tu ni kwamba saa 12 bado tunamsubiria mwenyekiti wa tume hii kwa ajili ya kutupasha zaidi kuhusiana na matokeo ambayo kwa sasa yamewasili katika tume hii kwa ajili ya kuwajuza watu ni rais gani ambaye atawawakilisha kwa miaka 5 inayokuja. Lakini kwa sasa hali hapa bado imetulia tulituli, lakini pia maeneo ambayo nimepitia hapo jijini Kampala hali ni ile ile, imetulia. Watu wanasubiria kwa hamu na gamu kumjua ni nani atakayechukua kinyang'anyiro hiki cha urais. Bella,
tumesikia habari za kwamba baadhi ya maeneo kulikuwa na watu ambao walijawa na hasira na kuanza kufanya vurugu za hapa na pale. Je, una taarifa huko hali hiyo imeshakabiliwa ama ikoje kwa nyie ambao mmepita mjini leo?
Naam, Bella, wakati nilipokuwa na kuja katika tume hii, kumekuwa tu jinsi ulivyosema kwamba vijana ambao walikuwa wanataka kuzua vurugu, lakini wakati niliopitia hapo hali hiyo ilikuwa imetulizwa, manake kumekuwa tuna maafisa wa usalama ambao wamekuwa katika eneo hilo, na maeneo mengi tu hapa jijini Kampala nilipokuwa, hali ni ile ile, imetulia tulituli. Maafisa wa usalama wameshika doria katika maeneo mbalimbali na hali imetulia. Bella, hizo ni tetesi tu ambazo tulikuwa tumezisikia hapo awali, lakini ninapozungumza kwa sasa hali iko shwari kabisa.
Na vile vile ningependa kujua wewe kama kijana Saddam, una matarajio gani na uchaguzi huu wewe binafsi?
Bella, kwa kweli kama kijana yeyote anayenitazama, lakini kijana yeyote ambaye yuko katika umri, vijana ni changamoto tu mbalimbali ambazo zinawakumba, na nafikiria kwamba kiongozi ambaye anakuja, ambaye atatangazwa hapo kesho, ana changamoto kubwa ya kushughulikia changamoto hizi ambazo zinawakumba vijana, na mkiwemo changamoto ambayo ni kubwa zaidi ni changamoto ya ukosefu wa ajira kwa vijana, na ni swala ambalo angazia tuone swala hilo litatatuliwaje, na kiongozi ambaye atakuja kwa ajili ya kuitawala hii nchi ana sera gani kuhusiana na kuwaondoa vijana kwenye dimbwi la umaskini.
Asante sana Saddam, lakini sasa ushauri wa mwisho kwa vijana, wewe kama kijana ni upi?
Kitu ambacho naweza kusema ni kwamba tumeshatekeleza wajibu wetu wa kidemokrasia kama wananchi wa Uganda, na kile ambacho tunapaswa kukisubiria ni matokeo, na kwa yeyote atakayeshinda uchaguzi huu kivyovyote vile tuende naye, na uchaguzi unakuwa na uchaguzi unaisha. Miaka 5 tutakuwa tena tunamchagua rais mwingine kutoka sasa. Tukijihusisha na purukushani au vurugu, ni nchi ya Uganda ambayo itakuwa inaharibika, na sisi kama wananchi ndio tutakuwa vile tunaathirika. Na basi ni wito tu wa amani kwa yeyote yule ambaye ananitazama, kwamba ni muhimu sana kutekeleza amani na kumsubiria yeyote atakayekuja kwa ajili ya kuendeleza nchi na kuondoa wananchi katika dimbwi la umaskini, na vile vile kushughulikia changamoto ambazo zinawaathiri wananchi wa taifa hili zuri la Uganda. Bella.
Asante sana Saddam Mubale kwa taarifa hiyo. Na kweli Bwana Yunus, vurugu haijawahi kujenga taifa, inabomoa tu, inaharibu kila kitu. Kwa hivyo ni vyema vijana wakatulie, wakubali matokeo kwa wale ambao tayari wameshaanza kunungunika, au sio?
Kweli kama unavyosema, vurugu haina nafasi katika ujenzi wa taifa, na ndiyo maana kila hatua serikali imehakikisha kwamba inadhibiti uwepo wa vurugu ili amani idumu. Pale ambapo tumefikia, kwa mfano, ukiwa umeshindwa, hujachaguliwa, kuna pale jukwaa jingine ambapo unaweza kuwasilisha malalamishi yako ama kero zako. Na huko ni mahakama.
Sawa kabisa.
Na mahakama ipo tayari, kwa sababu juzi nilikuwa nasoma pia kwenye taarifa za habari kwamba na wao walijitokeza kutoa mafunzo ya kutosha kwa ajili ya kupokea malalamishi kutoka wale ambao watahisi kwamba wameibiwa kura ama hawajaridhika. Kwa hivyo upande huo pia upo mpaka mwisho, mtu aridhike kwamba nimeshindwa, aliyeshinda basi tufanye kazi pamoja kwa ajili ya nchi yetu Uganda. Hizi zote ni hatua za kidemokrasia ambazo zimefanya nini? Zimewekwa na serikali. Mpaka mtu asiachwe na dukuduku na manunguniko kuhusu mchakato huu wa uchaguzi. Na kabla ya kutoka, tulikuwa tunazungumzia wale viongozi ambao wanajitegemea. Na ni kweli, nilikuwa nasema uchaguzi unafanyika na raia. Raia anatarajia huduma kutoka kwa yule mtu ambaye amefanya nini? Amempigia kura. Na ndiyo maana baada ya kuwaweka kwenye mizani, wakaona hata pamoja huyu kuwa amekuwa kiongozi wetu ama huyu ni wa chama fulani, lakini masilahi ya wananchi yamewekwa mbele. Hilo ndilo la msingi. Hatujakataa kwamba tuko kwenye mfumo wa vyama, lakini hutaweka kikaragosi kwamba ni kiongozi katika chama alafu mpigie kura. Hapana. Raia wanataka thamani kutoka kwa wale viongozi
wao.
Ndio. Na ndio maana tumekuta kuna baadhi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza kama wagombea huru na wamepita. Pili, inaashiria kwamba huko nyuma katika uchaguzi wa vyama, ina maana kwamba baadhi ya wagombea hawakupata haki. Ilikuwaje? Sasa mtu unaweza ukajiuliza, ilikuwaje wakati ule hukupita alafu wakati huu sasa umeibuka mshindi? Ina maana mtu hakupata haki, na wakati huu sasa sauti ya wananchi imesikika kwamba huyu ndiye kiongozi tunafanya nini? Tunataka.
Okay. Na hatua ya kuongezeka kwa vyama vya siasa nchini inaashiria kitu gani?
Huo ni ukuaji wa demokrasia. Ukuaji wa demokrasia kwamba kila mtu ambaye ana uwezo, kila mtu ambaye ni mwana Uganda ana haki ya kushiriki kwa namna yeyote katika siasa za nchi. Na tunaona tume ya uchaguzi imewaruhusu wengi, ndio maana mpaka sasa tuna wagombea 8. Huo ni ukuaji wa nini? Wa demokrasia, pamoja na wengine kwamba walifutwa kwa ajili ya kutotimiza masharti ya tume ya uchaguzi, kutokuwa na vyeti, yani elimu, kwa sababu bunge, kwa mfano nazungumzia wabunge, si asasi ambayo tunatarajia kila mmoja kuwepo. Ni asasi ambayo ni ya watu ambao wamesoma, ya watu ambao wanajua mabadiliko mbalimbali ya taifa na mahitaji ya wananchi, ili waunde sera ambazo zitatuendeleza kama nchi. Kwa hivyo wale kudondoshwa, ina maana kwamba tume ilikuwa makini sana kutoruhusu kila mtu ambaye, pamoja na kusema kwamba una haki, lakini haki lazima kuna yale masharti ambayo wewe kama mtu unafaa kufanya nini? Kutimiza. Kwa mfano, kuna wengine ambao walikuwa wamerudufu zile sahihi, waliomba watoe sahihi kadhaa, lakini wengine wakafanya utaperi. Sasa huyu mtu akipita
hata kweli atahudumia watu
utaperi unatambulika. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kazi kubwa ile tume ilifanya kuhakikisha kwamba inachuja kutoa wale viongozi ambao ni mwafaka, na mpaka wakikabidhiwa mamlaka wanaweza wakapeleka nchi yetu mbele, na wamefanya vizuri kazi hiyo.
Okay, swali lingine ni kwamba swala la baadhi ya wabunge kupoteza nafasi zao. Unalizungumziaje hilo swala?
Jambo hilo linarudia pale ambapo nimesema riwaya nampenda sana na ni rafiki yangu kutoka Kenya, naitwa Profesa Rocha Chimera. Aliandika riwaya yake inaitwa Nyongo Mkaliaini. Nyongo ni yale maji chungu ambayo yanapatikana kwenye ini.
Ndio.
Sasa maji hayo yanatengenezwa na ini kwa ajili ya kusaidia ini kufanya kazi zake, kusafisha na kadhalika, ili binadamu apate uhai. Sasa ini katika mfano halisi tunalinganisha ini na viongozi. Samahani, nyongo ni viongozi ambao wanachaguliwa na ini. Unaona vile ini liko kubwa. Sasa hao ni raia, wananchi ambao wanachagua viongozi. Sasa wakishachaguliwa vile ini inapotengeneza nyongo ikifika pale inaanza kuwa kali chungu. Inakuwa chungu. Hao ndio viongozi wetu. Wakishachaguliwa wanapewa mamlaka ya uongozi, wanasahau kwamba walichaguliwa kwa ajili ya kutoa huduma kwa wananchi. Wanaanza kuwa wababe, wanaanza kuona kwamba sasa ndio wanyao. Wakasahau wale ambao waliwanyanyua. Sasa hilo ndilo limesababisha viongozi hao. Yule raia unaweza kumuona kwamba ni mtu wa chini, labda ana elimu duni, lakini wana akili.
Lakini bila yeye usingefika hapo.
Huwezi. Sasa kama nyongo haiwezi ikawepo bila ya nini? Ya ini. Ini ndio inatengeneza nyongo. Kwa hivyo wale viongozi walisahau kazi yao. Alafu baadhi yao wamechukulia kazi za ubunge ama wanasiasa kama ni ajira. Hiyo si ajira. Ajira ni ya kwetu. Kwa mfano mimi pale ni mfanyakazi wa Chambugu. Uwezi ukanitoa kesho. Ukiamua kunitoa mpaka tutaenda mahakamani. Lakini ubunge baada ya miaka 5 utaweka kwenye mizani. Na watu ndio watakuwa na sauti ama wakurudishe ama wakutoe. Baada ya kuhakikisha kwamba umetoa huduma na umewaridhisha. Kwa hivyo wale viongozi wajue kwamba usipotoa huduma, yani raia watakutoa. Wamechaguliwa, wakaamua kujitenga na wale ambao wamefanya nini? Wamewachagua. Wakasahau kwamba kesho ipo. Kwa hivyo bahati mbaya wamepoteza, lakini huo uwe mfano pia liwe funzo kwa hawa viongozi wengine ambao wanaingia ofisini. Umekuwa pale kutumikia wananchi. Hilo ndilo jambo la msingi.
Lazima ukumbuke kwamba kila baada ya miaka 5 utawahitaji.
Watumikie wananchi ili unajua sasa mcheza kwao, Mswahili usema hutuzwa. Wao wamesahau. Baada ya miaka 5 watarudi kwa wapigaji kura.
Watarudi tena kuomba kura.
Alafu jambo la kushangaza, wakishachaguliwa wanasema kwamba sisi kazi yetu ni ya kutengeneza sheria wakiwa bungeni. Lakini huku chini wakiwa wanatafuta kura wanaanza kutoa ahadi nyingi. Yani wanaahidi raia mbingu na ardhi. Tutajenga barabara, sijui tutaleta zahanati fulani na kadhalika. Lakini wakishaenda hadithi inabadilika, inaanza kusema kwamba wao watafanya nini? Samahani. Naam.
Okay. Sawa. Na kwa mujibu wa mtayarishaji wa kipindi naambiwa kwamba tumebakiza tu dakika chache.
Naam.
So tukiwasubiri wenzetu wa Kiganda na wenyewe waje walete taarifa kuhusiana na matokeo ya awali ya urais ambayo yameandaliwa na tume huru, tume ya uchaguzi ya taifa. Na hiyo inamaanisha kwamba hayo sio matokeo ya mwisho, bado tunaendelea kupashwa. Tutakuwa tukipokea taarifa hizo, wenzetu hata wale wa Kiingereza na Kiganda hapo baadaye wataendelea kukupasha, na hata kama uelewi lugha hizo mbili basi usihofu, kwa sababu hata kesho ni siku nyingine tutakuwa hapa kuendelea kukupasha, huku tukisubiria matokeo rasmi ya urais kutangazwa kesho na tume ya taifa ya uchaguzi, ambayo mwenyekiti wake ni Jaji Simon Mugenyi Byabakama. Na ndo hayo tu, mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV tuliokuwa tumekuandalia, na naomba utoe ushauri wa mwisho kwa vijana au kwa wananchi kwa ujumla.
Shukrani sana. Ushauri wangu hautatofautiana na sauti za wengine ambao wamejitokeza. Ni kwamba tuendelee kudumisha amani, tuendelee kuwa wavumilivu, tuendelee kuwa watulivu, kwa sababu nchi hii inatuhitaji leo na kesho. Pamoja tunaweza, pamoja tunaweza. Shukrani sana na Mungu atubariki. Sitasahau kushukuru shirika la UBC tena kwa fursa hii ya Kiswahili ambayo imekuwa ya pekee, kwa sababu ni lugha rasmi ya pili kama watu wengine hawajui.
Na tunajivunia lugha hiyo sisi tunaozungumza Kiswahili.
Bila shaka. Shukrani.
Shukrani sana. Na sasa hivi namsubiri mwenzetu wa Uganda aje hapa kukupa taarifa. Naona anapanda ngazi sasa hivi, na wakati muda wowote nitazungumza naye mawili matatu nipate kujua maoni yake tu kidogo tu kuhusiana na hali nzima ya uchaguzi kwa mtazamo wake yeye binafsi. Jebaleko Amina.
Emirimu jebale kiri kitya?
Chakabi.
Tutambudde tutya?
Kati nze kambuze gwe okulonda kuno okulabya otya?
Twebaza era tusiima nnyo era ne tuba nga twongera okwebaza bannayuganda okubanga bajjumbidde okulonda. Okulonda ko bakujumbidde bulungi, twebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Ekirala kyenjogera ku nsonga y'okulonda kuno, okutwalira awamu embeera nzikakkamu. Okulonda kwatambudde mirembe, abantu balimuse ne balonda, buli kimu ne kitambula bulungi, ne tusiima n'ab'ebyokwerinda. Kubanga ab'ebyokwerinda bakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo, kubanga ebyokwerinda byabadde fitedde, kwegamba omulumulu bwabadde butonotono
Okay.
yenyabo.
So kati kwabo bobo aba betulidde nti oba tebasanyuse emitima gyabwe gyebagamba simanyi babbi obululu, I mean oba wa advice ki abavubuka naddala ababali mu kucomplaininga?
Kakati ebiseera ebisinga buli wabawo okulonda mubaamu omuwanguzi ne mubaamu n'akola ki n'awangulwa. Kakati buli wamubeera mu kazannyo mulina kyesuubira nti mu kazannyo kano ke tuli mu kiringa goal ya mupiira oba tournament y'omupiira wabawo awangula ne wabawo akola ki gwe bawangulwa. Kakati oyo gwe bawangudde kituufu naye bw'oba nga tokkiriza mu mutima waliwo enkola era z'olina okuyitamu. Enkola ezo bero ozimanyi nti ntandikira wano nkoma wano naddala mu mbuga z'amateeka. Osobola okwekubira enduulu mu mbuga z'amateeka n'oleeta n'obujulizi bwo bulungi nga bulambike ne baba nga bongera okukulambika.
Okay. So Amina nze kankulekere amawulire osoma amawulire nze ogwange ngukoze ogw'Oluswayiri ogwaleero tujja kuddamu tulabagane enkya.
Amina.
Okay.
Tweyanziza nnyo Bella Masangano oyo ye munnaffe Bella Masangano. Kakati Bella oyo yabadde atuwa amawulire ag'Oluswayiri nsuubira buli kimu mukitegedde. Amanya gange yenze Amina Nabule Kajimu okuba nga nkutwala mu mawulire ag'Oluganda wano ku UBC TV. Embozi yaffe etandise olunaku olwaleero ye y'akakiiko akavunaanyizibwa ku by'okulonda mu disitulikiti y'e Kakumiro kavuddeyo ne kalangirira Robina Nabbanja ng'omubaka omukyala omulonde agenda okuddamu okukiikirira disitulikiti eno mu Parliament. Biri mu kulangirirwa era emboozi katugirabe.
Nabbanja Robina of the NRM party garnered 78,533. And accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumiro Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabbanja Robina, who obtained
Honest Baguma yalangiridde obuwanguzi bwa Ssabaminisita w'eggwanga Robina Nabbanja ng'awangulidde waggulu n'ebitundutundu 7.5 ku buli 100.
Congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Ate obululu bwange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko ki. Ngonza kusiima abantu ba Kakumiro kubandiza kimu abo okusagika muzeeyi n'obusagiki obwo bwona timanyira handi ko bakozire baitu Kakumiro mwolekeze ng'omuzeeyi ni wakusinga kandi wakusobora.
Nabbanja alambuludde lwaki ekibiina kya NRM kyegirisiza mu Kakumiro.
Let us work as a team tukole nk'ekitole tusobole kuweereza abantu ba hanu n'abantu ba Uganda. Bantu ba Mukama gavumenti yaitu ekozire ebintu bingi ebyenkulaakulana. Amasanyalaze tukagafuna, enguudo za koolasi tuzifunire kandi tukuniira n'okutunga ezindi. Singa tulakola nka tiimu oluguudo lw'okuluga Narweyo, Kisiita, Nkooko, Kakumiro, Nkooko, Ntwetwe kugendera kimu mpaka Masode kuli ya Kyankwanzi.
Nabbanja ni wali kubibasa. Honest Baguma era alangiridde Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nti yawangudde mu Kakumiro n'obululu 10,000 nga bye bitundu 91 ku buli 100.
Chagulanyi Sentamu Robert of Nook obtained 9,260. Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni of the NRM obtained 100,000. 109,027 votes. So subsequently, the results will be declared by the Electoral Commission chairperson. So hereby
Musaza ya Bugangazi South, Professor Jojo William Rubega Amoti, Ameze Joseph Tumwesige, ate Onesimus Twinamasiko, yawangudde Bugangazi East.
Thank you very much. I promise to serve you. I promise to fulfill whatever I promised you. Kakumiro district, you have also spoken very loudly and supported our president with the overwhelming majority. I thank you for recognizing his service for this country.
Byebyo no nga UBC lero yetesetesa okubanga agenderera maaso n'okutuusaako obutereevu ebigenda mu maaso n'okubalibwa. Jjukira nti ffe tukuwa ebikakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kano kakulemberwa omulamuzi Simon Byabakama. Kakati kanyongere okulambululira ku ngeri ebigenda mu maaso n'okufulumizibwa gye bifulumizibwamu. Kinajjukirwa nti omulamuzi Simon Byabakama kati mulundi gwa kusatu ng'agenda ddala mu maaso n'okufulumya ebyo byafuna. Kakati ku mulundi ogwokusatu abifulumizza zibadde ssaawa 8 era nga ku byafulumizza omuwendo ogw'abalonzi abalonzi bali obukadde 6,883,89 be bano abalonzi abavuddeyo ne babanga bakuba akalulu kaabwe. Kakati mu bimu ku byakalangirirwako babano bwe bati we batambula. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ono yakwatidde NRM bendera okubanga avuganya ku ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga ye ya okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo yakafuna obululu obukadde 5,14,885 bye bitundutundu 75 n'obutundutundu 38 ku buli 100 ye Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akwatidde ekibiina ekya NRM bendera. Ate bwe tugenda kwakwatidde National Unity Platform bendera NUP okuvuganya ku ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu ye okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo yakafuna obululu akakadde kalamba mu emitwalo 41,419 bye bitundutundu 20 n'obutundutundu 71 ku buli 100 byebyo ebya Kyagulanyi. Ate era kubavuganya ku ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga bwe tugenda ewa Nathan Nandalamafabi ono yakwatidde Forum for Democratic Change bendera okubanga naye avuganya ku ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga y'okusinziira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo yakafuna obululu emitwalo 14,464 bye bitundu 2 n'obutundutundu 12 ku buli 100. Ate ye Mugisha Muntu avuganya ku kada ekibiina kya Alliance for National Transformation ye okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo yakafuna obululu emitwalo 38,582 bwe butundutundu 0 n'obutundutundu 56 ku buli 100. Era nga tukyagenda ddala maaso ye Mubaraka Munyagwa ono naye avuganya ku kada ekibiina kya CMP ye yakafuna obululu omutwalo 1,934 bwe butundutundu 0 n'obutundutundu 28 ku buli 100. Ono ye Mubaraka Munyagwa abangi gwe bamanyinga mugati gwa bata. Ye Robert Kasibante ow'ekibiina kya NPP ye yakafuna obululu emitwalo 2,626 kati mu butundutundu bwe butundutundu 0 n'obutundutundu 3 ku buli 100 okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo nga bukakasiddwa mulamuzi Simon Byabakama ssentebe ow'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda. Bwe tugendako ewa Joseph Mabirizi ow'ekibiina kya CP ye okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo yakafuna obululu omutwalo 1,116 bwe bululu obutundutundu 0 n'obutundutundu 21 ku buli 100 okusinzira ku bya Joseph Mabirizi. Ye Frank Burira ye yakafuna okusinzira ku bululu obwakabalibwawo alina obululu emitwalo 29 mu 713 kakati mu butundutundu abeera n'obutundutundu 0 n'obutundutundu 44 ku buli 100 bwe bityo nno bye byakabalibwawo okusinziira akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda era nga akakiiko kano kagenda ddala mu maaso n'okutuusaako buli ebijja bye babirangirira mu mitendera. Basoose omutendera ogusooka gwabadde gwa ssaawa zo zaabadde ssaawa 3 ez'ekiro olunaku olw'eggulo gwe gwabadde omutendera ogusooka ng'omulamu Simon Byabakama agenda ddala mu maaso n'okulangirira. Omutendera ogwokubiri ne bijja ku ssaawa 3 ez'okumakya era ng'omulamuzi Simon Byabakama naye agenda ddala mu maaso n'okuwa omutendera ogwokubiri ogw'ebyafulumye. Kakati omutendera ogwokusatu ze zibadde essaawa 8 eza leero ng'era atuwa nga bwe tubikulambuliridde bwe bityo bwe bitambula. Era nga UBC neteefuteefu okuba nga tugenda ddala mu maaso n'okutuusaako byonna ebigenda mu maaso mu kulonda nga bwe bigenda biddiriŋŋana. Ate ng'era tukufulumiza ebyo byokka ebikakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kakulemberwa omulamuzi Simon Byabakama. Mu bufu bwe bumu ate ye ssentebe ow'ekibiina kya NRM mu district ey'e Kakumiro ono Fred Byamukama asabye bannakibiina abawangudde mu bubaka bwa Parliament babe nga bakolera wamu mu district okusobola okukuuma n'okunyweza ebyo ebituukiddwako. Ono era nga ye minisita omubeezi w'ebyenguudo y'omu ku balangiriddwa ku buwanguzi mu kitundu kino n'agamba nti okukolera awamu kigenda kuyamba nnyo ekibiina ekiri mu buyinza ekya National Resistance Movement okuba nga kigenda mu maaso. Francis Jingo.
Nkubasiima mwebale kanisiima n'abanyakakumiro district ka chairman NRM abo butagoberera bintu by'enganda tribalism kandi bakahondera omukozi ekyokubanza tukusiima Majegere wetu Prime Minister woman MP niwe atandike district yenu atubereireho kandi abantu bamahira akaru kaingi nitusiima n'okumaintaina ka flag bearer baitu Abugangaizi East Honorable Nezimas na Bugangaizi South Honorable Professor. Nkusiima abantu ba Bugangaizi West na nyowe nkarabano opposite kana kyaba nkwasiza obuhanguzi bwange. Abantu ba Kakumiro district nkubasiima bahire NRM. Ekibaire NRM babayibayi na reason. Abuka President Museveni enguudo azikozire, amaizi agakozire, amasomero agakozire, amalwala agakozire. So baina reason okuhereza President Museveni 91% obutundu kienda na kamu nogenda iguru. So tukubasiima muno kandi abakakumire kibaire Museveni akaruka ingi baina makasento munsawo enkora PDM enkora yafoeka modo ebahiro mu bwavu yabateko mbugayiga. So muntu bakubaina makasento munsawo na uchi kumangura kusupport ka government na abataito abatagire government tugenda kubeta niko nabo basobole kuraba. Na Uganda yona nkugisiima baitu President Museveni kusinga akaruru ebaire teamwork nkaini are mwitwe na country commanded by Prime Minister na abantu bona nimbasiima muno mwebale kandi nterera abantu oburu buhoire tunagenda mbyaro tukekolera abaire batakukora mbyaro ko mulinzire murafu na kasendo mba candidate atoburu buhoire tutekagenda mu kyatu tukakora tukafoka bagayiga nimbasiima muno kandi tukubaniza teamwork nga NRM mwitwena kuru atubakoleire kuruga hansi kuruga iguru paka kusirimuka hansi mwebale munentare zibairemo of course zibamu abakubaza byokudupa nanka kaita nanka nankali watu tribalistic bibamu baitu abo ninsaba baganyirangane baitu kandi ko kuba musango kudupira mugenzi wawe no kuisaitinga variance mu bantu tukusaba oburo bugaruko no bulije bisanje ebindi omuntu sera akarukawe oreka kusisa mugenzi wawe kujya kuisaitinga abantu variance nkubasima Museveni nkubasiima mwebale kanisiima n'abanyakakumiro district ka chairman NRM abo butagoberera bintu by'enganda tribalism kandi bakahondera omukozi ekyokubanza tukusiima Majegere wetu Prime Minister woman MP niwe atandike district yenu atubereireho kandi abantu bamahira akaru kaingi nitusiima n'okumaintaina ka flag bearer baitu Abugangaizi East Honorable Nezimas na Bugangaizi South Honorable Professor. Nkusiima abantu ba Bugangaizi West na nyowe nkarabano opposite kana kyaba nkwasiza obuhanguzi bwange. abantu bakakumira district nkubasima bahire NRM ekibahire NRM babaye na reason abuka president Museveni enguda azikozire amaizi agakozire amasomero agakozire amarwara agakozire so baina reason yokuhereza president Museveni 91% obutundu kienda na kamu no genda iguru so tukubasima muno kandi bakakumira kibaire Museveni akaruka ingi baina makasento munsawo enkora ya PDM enkora ya foeka modo ebahiro mu bwavu yabateko mbugaiga so muntu bakubaina makasento munsawo nawe kikumangura ku support ka government na abataito abatagire government tugenda kubeta niko nabo basobole kura bafuna kasente baruga mu bwavu bafoka bagaiga nabasokolga president Museveni abakusinga batenda kasente musaba bagire opposition bane tukuja kubayi hayo bagire president Museveni tuongere nare myeto mumaisa abanyaka 10 nkubasima na Uganda yona kugisima baitwa president Museveni kusinga akaruru ebaire teamwork nkaini are muitwe na country commanded by prime minister na abantu bona nimbasima muno mwebale kandi nterera abantu oburu buhoire tunagenda mbyaro tukekolera abaire batakukora mbyaro ko mulinzire murafuna kasento mbakandire tato buru buhoire tutekagenda mukyaro tukakora tukafoka bagaiga nimbasima muno kandi tukubaniza teamwork nga NRM muitwena kuru atubakoleire kuruga hansi kuruga iguru paka kusirimuka hansi
Mawulire ga UBC lero tuli ku UBC TV ogenda maaso n'okubanga tukutuusako butereevu ebigenda ddala maaso n'okubalibwa n'abaka mu parliament abagendera ddala maaso n'okubanga balangirirwa ku buwanguzi. Kakati katweyunge ku munnamawulire wa UBC nga ye Joshua Ssemambo ono ali mu district ey'e Wakiso atubulira ati Wakiso kitambula kitya. Joshua.
Yes, nkuwulira neza nnyo omukisa guno okubanga ntuusaako bannayuganda kiki ekigenda maaso ono ku district ey'e Wakiso webukeredde olunaku olwaleero nga ebifo bina byebadde byakalangirirwa okubadde ekyentebe Kyadondo East Busiro North saako ne Pisana municipality naye eddakiika 5 emabega n'ekifo ekya woman MP Wakiso nakyo kirangiriddwa n'ekya Busiro ekya omukulu Magula kyava okuwangulwa buno obudde bwennyininyini nakyo amaze okubanga alangirirwa. Kakati okutandika n'entebe municipality omukulu Shaika Steven owa NRM yasobodde okukumba obuwanguzi ng'ono abafunye obululu 9 naddirirwa nano Joyce Namuli afunye obululu 10,000 nga bwatyo ne incumbent Kakembo Michael akutte kyakuna owa DF Democratic Party. Kyadondo East incumbent yabaddeyo omwaddanku nyingi akukumbye obuwanguzi n'obululu 10,000 mu 613 bwatyo nga badagezako okuwadawadako yetagiro Christopher owa NRM 3 mwana mumwe North abadde Mayanja Moses ng'olina kukumbye obululu 1,913 mu 19 obululu 1,913 mu 3 obululu bweyasobodde okukumba ng'eyabadagezako okumbako ya Munanupu Ssemaganda Ronald eyafunye obululu 1,467. Embeera mu Busiro bwetwogeza buno obudde Nansana municipality nayo kwasobodde okubanga wabaddewo embiranye y'amaanyi nnyo wakati wa Zambali Blasio Mukasa eyasobodde okumalako n'awangula n'obululu 4,634 oluno naddirirwa munna NRM Bugagga Idi Matovu eyafunye obululu 1,658. Akati eddakiika 5 emabega returning officer ono omwami ayitibwa Tolbert Musinguzi asobodde okubeera ng'alangirira ababaka abalala babiri okubadde Emmanuel Magola Matovu ono yajjidde ku independent newankubadde nga badde NUP leaning asobodde okuba ng'alangirirwa nti awangudde saako n'omukyala Ethel Nalima owa woman MP Wakiso district.
Kakati mwami Joshua okusinziira nga bw'olaba embeera yo eri etya kukyamuukirira kiri kityawo?
Gye buvuddeko ko ab'ebyokwerinda basanze obuzibu n'abawagizi abamu aba Emmanuel Magola Matovu ababadde babanja obuwagizi bwe wano wabweru w'ekitebe kuba wabaddewo heavy deployment wabaddewo okuyiwa abasirikale bangi nnyo okusobola okubaziyiza okuaccessinga ekitebe newankubadde bagenze maaso n'okukola akajagalalo labiki ab'ebyokwerinda basobodde okubasinza amaanyi bwe batyo ne babakakkanya era obagenza okufuna obuwagizi bwabwe nga abamu ku bo bakutte dda eridda ewaabwe balindire obuwagizi eyo. Then embeera wano w'omunda mu kitebe ebadde nnunga mu bulungi nnyo ababyokwerinda bafubye okulaba nga bakuuma ababyokwerinda bafubye okulaba nga emirembe n'obukakamu biprevailinga wano mu kitebe munda era embeera ebadde nnungi nnyo nnyini ddala.
Webale nnyo munnaffe Joshua Ssemambo oye munnamawulire wa UBC TV nga ye Joshua Ssemambo ali mu district ye Wakiso okubanga tutegeeza ebintu nga bwe bigenze mu maaso n'okutambula olunaku olwaleero. Tugenda kuba tukuleetera abasasi baffe ab'enjawulo mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo nga batutuusaako embeera etambula etya, biki ebirangiriddwa, ani yakalangirwako ku buwanguzi, ani atannaba kulangirirwa. Naye nga jjukira nti bye tukutuusaako bino bye bikakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akakulemberwa omulamuzi Simon Byabakama Mujenyi. Ate ezo bizinesi ezisinga obungi mu bitundu eby'Entebbe zisiibye enzigale era nga n'oluguudo ebidduka bitono ddala ng'abantu bakyali mu ggandaalo nga balinda okuba nga balangirira ebyavudde mu kulonda kw'omukulembeze w'eggwanga awamu n'ababaka mu paalamenti. Ebyokwerinda bisiibye binywezzeddwa nga bakuumaddembe balawuna buli wamu okukakasa nga tewali kajagalalo konna katuukako mu bitundu eby'Entebbe. Katweyunge ku munnamawulire waffe Sula Kagugube gy'ali mu bitundu eby'Entebbe abe nga naye atubuulira ebifuddeyo.
Akawungeezi eggulo ng'enjuba egoloba okudda ewa Kiwalabe gy'erira ebiwata okubala akalulu mu bitundu by'Entebbe naddala mu bifo omulonderwa kwabadde kugenda bikwakku era nga mu bifo bitwatambuddemu naddala mu munisipaali y'Entebbe bwe twaviidde mu kifo kino ng'okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kwabadde wakati wa munna NRM Shaka Stephen Gashaija saako ne munna Nuupu Nabatta Namuli Joyce nga n'abalala obooli ababadde bakyalina essuubi nga mu kiseera kino we twogerera bindirira omuwanguzi nga n'abavuganya abawagizi baabwe bali eno bali bulindaala era bali mu keetereekerero nga buli omu awaga nga bwe basuubira nti buli omu agenda kuvaayo n'obuwagizi newankubadde ng'ebyenkomeredde tulindiridde disitulikiti y'e Wakiso okulangirira essaawa yonna wabula kino tekirobedde bawagizi baabwe taggwaamu maanyi nga mu kiseera kino abasinga obungi bali mu bitundu by'e Wakiso okulindirira okuvaayo n'obuwanguzi wabula ebyo ng'obitadde ku bbali by'ebyokwerinda munisipaali y'Entebbe binyerezeddwa bulungi nga wano bw'otunuulira amaduuka agamu wamu n'abasuzi ebyokukola babiviiriddeko ddala nga na wano kubayita ababiri wenyimiridde engeri gye buli lunaku lwakutaano wabeerawo akatale k'omubuulo wabula bw'otunula sayidi ne sayidi abasuubuzi baliwo ba munyoto ddala nga bw'oba oliawo abasinga obungi basigaddeyo mu mayumba gaabwe nga balindirira okusooka okumanya omuwanguzi okuviira ddala ku pulezidenti okutuuka ku mubaka wa paalamenti nga si munakindi beetangira embeera eyinza okubaawo oba akajagalalo konna ne basalawo okusigala ewaka waabwe nga n'abamu ku bo amaduuka bagaggadde wano ebyokwerinda buli wotune sayidi ne sayidi oba buli luuyi abateevuunyanga munyeera okukakasa nti embeera si yakasambattuko era tewabaawo muntu yenna aleeta akajagalalo nga bwe kiri nti n'alima awagonda yatera nannyuka nange nno sefuuka ekitava ku ssengejero engeri gye kiri nti n'ebiseera tulina bigere ddala nzikiriza mu kaseera kano nkuwe munanga akwongereyo akutegeeza ebibadde gy'otubadde wano ojja kukikakasa nti wamma ggwe UBC TV twaze tumazeeko nga muwogo nti waggulunva wakati nkwate wansi mmere era tuli bamalirivu ng'akatogo akasirira ate nga bwe katokota okutuusaako ebyo byonna nga bwe byatambudde mu kifo awalondeddwa nga ky'olina okukola kimu kyokka ezamugula kuzibukalamu ate ggwe byewulireko era obiggwe ennyalwe nze Sula Kagugube wano munisipaali y'Entebbe.
Webale nnyo munnaffe Sula Kagugube awo mu munisipaliti y'Entebbe ategeezezza nti twazze tumazeeko nga muwogo. Kakati ate akulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu disitulikiti y'e Rukungiri naye avuddeyo n'alangirira ebivudde mu kulonda kw'ababaka ba paalamenti mu kitundu kino nga mu bamu ku balangiriddwa ku buwanguzi kwe kubadde ne minisita Jim Muhwezi. Katubirabe.
Returning officer for Rukungiri Electoral District and in accordance with section 77(1) of the Parliamentary Elections Act Cap 177 declare Mwezi Jim Katugugu, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Zumbura County constituency.
n'abaana bangi abampire support kuruga omu family munonga bakampitya aha businguzi bakaija baterera akaruru na hatu banyemerera rubaju mwebare muno. Thank you Canon Susanna, thank you my security team, thank you food soldiers, thank you the COA team, thank you my quotas, thank you my agents, thank you the people who stood against me in the primary but stood behind me during the campaigns. Frank Rukanurwa, Ambrose Chibuka, Fred Muye, Obadia Musime, Bandi, Bona Independence, Pade, Omujisha, Amanya, Anaclet, Naband Mwena, Mwebare Munong.
Accordingly, as returning officer for the electoral district and in accordance with section 77(1) of Parliament Act, Cap 177, declare Tumukunde Henry Kakurubu, who has a number of votes, to be the elected candidate for the municipality.
Muyogeyoge nnyo bannaffe abatuuse ku buwanguzi obwo. Kakati akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu disitulikiti y'e Lira kalangiridde minisita avunaanyizibwa ku nsonga z'ebyoobulamu Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng ng'ono kati ye mubaka omulondo w'ekibuga eky'e Lira. Katubirabe.
I declare Acheng Jane Ruth Ochero
When I said I was going to discipline my opponent, the Honorable Amokti, I meant everything. But of course I was relying on the Almighty God. It is not by might, it is not by power, but it is by the Spirit of God. Trust in their horses and chariots. She trusted in her money.
So many of our supporters were terrorized by the army, and we have been a target. Over 22 polling stations were denied voting materials from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng is not our member of parliament as the people of Lira City. She will remain a member of parliament for those who planned for her cheating, and she can never have peace and respect in Lango sub-region.
Where there is true, genuine love, it is for Jane Ruth Acheng Ochero. The people of Lira City love me genuinely, and I love them in return. So I want to deeply appreciate them. But specifically moving forward, as we make that qualitative leap into the upper middle income country, we are all going to run the race to ensure that we move our people out of poverty, to continue with very high level of advocacy to ensure that our industrial park is built, the airfield at Anai is constructed, because those are areas that will offer employment to our youth, but also enhance the development of this city. We look forward to you that will come to improve on the roads. I don't have anything against my opponent. I have nothing against her at all. And my message to her is to tone down, work for the people of Lango.
and avoid lies? No, because she is not an elected member of parliament. Yes, I cannot transact a business with a criminal, and we shall not disappear politics of this country because of the targeted, orchestrated, planned intention of operating us and members of UPC.
Katweyunge kumunamawulire waffe Ivan Kahwa ono ali mbitundu ebye Masaka wamu ne Frank Bwekumbule bali Masaka okubanga nabo batubulira n'okutumenyamenyera ku ngeri embeera bwetambula n'abani abalangiriddwa. Ivan Kahwa ne Frank Bwekumbule. Tugezaako okubanga tufuna Ivan Kahwa ne Bwekumbule.
But here we are. I'm joined by one of our own, Bwekumbule Frank. But strategically, we're going to use Uganda so that he can brief us on what exactly has transpired today. As you can see right now in the background, Justin Namere has also lost, and she's addressing the members of the press. But all these, we are going to hear from our colleague to explain to us how he has seen the election process until up to now, because these are the people who have been on ground. While I was in Zimbabwe earlier on, my colleague here was following up the developments in Masaka City. Bwekumbule Frank, tweyanziza nnyo okukufuna essaawa eno. Twagala otutangazeemuko enteekateeka ey'okulonda ebadde etya nga tetunaba na kutuuka ku ky'okulangirira ani awangudde n'ani gwe bawangudde.
Abalabi baffe mbeebaza okuba nga mutugoberera ku UBC Inspiring Uganda. Nga muganda wange Ivan bamusabye okusiga ekifaananyi embeera eno nga bwe badde okuba olunaku lw'eggulo nti okulonda ng'ekifo by'abaka palamenti nga Nyendo Mukungwe bwe zawedde essaawa emu yakawungeezi olunaku lw'eggulo nga constituency ya Nyendo Mukungwe avuganya nga ate pulezidenti wa DF Oweekitiibwa Mathias Mpuuga Nsamba yabadde amaze okufuna obubonero obulaga nti asingiddwa mu kalulu, kubanga ekiraga nti omuntu asingiddwa bebamu ku bawagizi kubanga tebalabeseko wano ku Tale Center olunaku lw'eggulo naye yennyini ate nga tumanyi nti alina ttiimu nnene n'embeera ye y'amaanyi nnyo nnyini ddala. Era enonda eggulo ng'oggyeko omuluka gw'Essenyange Oweekitiibwa Mathias Mpuuga gwe muluka gwe yasobodde okubeera nga awangula olunaku lw'eggulo ku bitundu byonna ebirondebwamu. Ono Masaka City tulina polling station 2 oba ebifo 2 ebirondebwamu. Kati mu kwetooloola constituency kwa tulina constituency 2. Tulina Nyendo Mukungwe ne Kimanya Kabonera. Era okubuganya kubadde wakati w'abantu abenjawulo. Tugalako mu constituency ya Kimanya Kabonera. Okubuganya kubadde wakati wa Dr. Abedi Wanika Omugalatiya kosa ne Patrick Kimba Kuteesa. Dr. Wanika wa DF. Kuteesa Patrick Kimba wa NUP. Kosa ne Asimu Robert wa NRM. Nakubadde nga mu kusooka badde yabuusibwa amaaso oluvannyuma lw'omu kubamuganya nti mukalukano mbaddemu omuntu abasinze ebigambo bonna ng'atera tutumu byobufuzi Dr. Wanika abadde akozesa nnyo ebigambo ebibatyoboola nga yeyambisa ebigambo nti ono wa NUP teyasoma ng'agamba Kuteesa addeyo waabwe erukwingiri nti wano waffe mu Buganda abadde atekamu nnyo obusosoze era obulwasiime bwafunye kinewunyisiza nti oba oli awo ennonda ya wano ku mulundi guno mu Kimanya Kabonera ebyamawanga tebibaddeemu okujjako oba oli abamukubirwa pateye naye nga ebyamawanga abantu tebabiwuliriza nti ku bonna abadde mu kalulu abo basatu Dr. Wanika yabadde abasinze tutumu n'ebigambo n'okukonjera nga oba oli awo abantu bali balowooza nti ono asiimwe owa NRM tajja kufuna ku bululu oba oli awo bwafunye ku mulundi guno kuba afunye obululu obusoba mu 6 nga nankobadde ne Dr. Wanika badde mu 6 nga ate ono owa NUP wadde mu 8 n'omusobyo. Kati embeera eyo bwetyo bekoze ki bwebadde bwetujja wano mu Nyendo Mukungwe bw'otunuulira wano aba NUP wano mu Greater Masaka oba oli awo ne mu Buganda okulwalizaamu tulaba nti ennonda ya Masaka City oba eya Nyendo Mukungwe yabeera Lubowa Sebina owa NUP ayinza okuba nga yasinze okufuna ku bulu obutegereka bw'otunuulira magini gyawanguliddeko kubanga bwe tugenda Masaka District
owa NUP incumbent na mutawe Joan asinzeko owa NRM nalule yabuganya naye ku mundi gwe gwedde yajjanga omwetengereze kubanga bwotudako mu history wa Masaka omugenzi Kasimu Banda yali akwatidde NRM bendera yafa mu mwezi gwa December nga tugenda okulonda akalulu zijukira n'ekyotera yafa covid n'omugenzi Lobby na Sentongo yali mbako mukyala odi security bapira mu kisaje kimu kati NRM yaletawo omusika omuwala yali ayita mu Banda Senga najja na yesima mu district eri Masaka kati ate na mutawo ono incumbent kati azemu na wangula yajjanga independent oluvannyuma lw'omukyala Sebuufu ligesto NRM ye yakwata kadi ya NUP mu district ye Masaka na mutawe nagira kaboneko essaawa kati mu kusala eddiiro najja neegata ku NUP mu kulonda kuno kubaddewo era kati olaba nti owa NUP owa NRM kulwadde omusika omugenzi mu Banda yafuna obulu nga kakaaga ono nalule nafuna obulu busoba mutwalo kugamba ngo olaba nga bugato banalule ku mulundi gwe nabadde asobola okuwangula era challenge badde e Masaka nti minisita Kasolo bajje e Masaka okwesimbawo nadde ekyotera abalonzi olw'omukwano gwe bali balina ne Kasolo basalawo ne badduka ngaga nti minisita tujja tuleke eno kuba yali amaze bakwata omugamba bakola transfer abantu ne bagaga tugende mu district eyekyotera olw'omukwano minisita gwe yali akoze ki gwe yali abatadde mu kuba Kasolo yali amaze kukwatayo mu Bukoto Central n'asala ladde ekyotera kati abantu abali mikwano gye nga bagamba nti tetusobola minisita totuleke eno mu Bukoto Central wakiri ketugende tukola ki ketugende naawe era abaliranye bitundu nga Bukunda ekyana mukaga batandikira abali adiranye Lusaka lwa Mmese yali mu gombola yerwankoni mu kyotera basala ne bagenda ekyotera kugamba nakyo abalonzi abo ebitano mu butaano owanupu bwawanguzizza wa NRM mu Masaka district bambi kiraga abamu ku balonzi abagenda eri olw'omukwano gwe waali balina ne minisita Kasolo obaoli awo kyekyamuletedde okuba nga takola ki nga tawangula era wano embeera ebaddewo nga bwemubuuziza abalabi baffe Mutale Center muno wabaddewo okutaalinga ebintu nga tebikwatagana ng'era abakakiiko ebyokulonda nga singa omuntu avayo n'agamba results zino nga bakakiiko ebyokulonda nga bamugamba nti si kituufu nga bawa opportunities mukyala Nammere ng'agamba nti lwaki bano aba NUP babawadde nnyo favor era mukyala Nammere alaze obutali bumativu ng'agamba nti akakiiko ebyokulonda tekabadde kenkanya mu kufebalinga nga ye bateekayo okwemulugunya kwe nga tebamuwuliriza nnyo ng'ate wa NUP bateekayo okuwulirizibwa kwe nga bamuwa omwaganya era ekyo wabaddewo embiranye ey'amaanyi
nga munnamawulire yabadde alaba ensonga ezo gwe ekyo olaba kyabadde kituufu oba
nyinamu okutya nti ebintu ebigira mu kabokisi okubanga ebya isi tebikwatagana ne bano bye bayina ne mukyala Nammere byalina ebibye obunafu abo bwe bunsoberedde nti ebintu ebadde biba mu bokisi za isi nga tebikwatagana na dial forms n'ezabano aba NUP ketugeze mukyala Nalubo Rose ng'ate ne mukyala Nammere naye ng'alina ebiki ebirala nga twebuuza obone result sezo mu bokisi ya isi ani yazitaddemu ekintu ekyo kugamba nsigadde awo mu bbanga ng'owamawulire kubanga result sezo zibadde nga za njawulo ngera mukyala Nammere atekayo kukola ki okwemulugunya eri akakiiko era alaze obutali bumativu
wafunyeyo ku kigambo kyonna eri abo abawanguddwa naddala babadde bamanyiddwa nga abanene tulaba Bedi Bwanika Mathias Mpuuga ne Justin Nammere wuuyo bamuwunzise balina kye bayogedde kyewawulidde
sofa ekigambo kyempudde kya mukyala Nammere yalaze obutali bumativu eri akakiiko ebyokulonda era omwami we mwami Nsubuga Amuza yakubidde President Museveni omulanga aveeyo nti security n'akakiiko ebyokulonda tekakoze mulimu gwako era n'alaga nti bajja kukola likawunti biye nga kyasaba era mukyala Nammere ayogedde awo nti mu wiiki emu agenda kukola okwemulugunya kwe mu kooti ku bigambo byayogedde nga temunabakola ki kujja ensonga ezibadde ku ebyo ku mbeera
Semba tuwulire ku byokwerinda ffe wetujjidde nga wetuvudde Semba bule tuyise wali wetubadde tuva Semba bule tusanze ebyokwerinda nga binywezeddwa nnyo gwe nga munnamawulire abadde mu kitundu kino sooka otutangazeemu ekyo kyalaze ekifaananyi ki naddala mu kitundu kino eky'e Masaka
kati security okubanga eri ggulugulu baganda baffe aba NUP babadde nga bavaayo butereevu ne bategeeza ab'ebyokwerinda nti bo babadde balina omulamwa gwabwe nti kalonde kakuume kabanje kati oba oliawo security kigitiisizza okubanga abakulu bano bayinza okwagala okubanja akalulu mu mbeera etali nnungi nekira security ene kigireddde okuba wano beba kifeesi okuba mu nnyendo badde bakoze road blocks ku kuba eringira wali bwewingira wano ku mbuga za pokero kusaza bamakanika ab'enjawulo nga bakuba search bakwata mu nsawo z'abantu nga bababbako ebintu byabwe. Ekyo kibaliriza poliisi yaffe wano okuba omukka ogubalagala buli kasonda konna oba oliawo badde bateebereza okubeera nga waliwo obumenyi bw'amateeka. Era mu kiseera kino obaddewo FFU oba poliisi ekakanya obujagalalo kosa n'abamagye babadde beebulungudde kino. Era oba oliawo embeera eno ewaliriza aba NUP okulowooza nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kandyeko oba poliisi yaffe yandyekobaana n'abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda oba oliawo ne balangirira abantu abalala. Era obadde ebigambo bibadde bingi nnyo naye nga tukizudde nti oba oliawo poliisi okubeera ng'ebadde nnyingi nnyo wano mu kifo kino ewalonderwa oba ewabalirwa obululu kibadde kyakuma butebenkevu abantu obutatusibako buzibu. Mu kiseera kino tuli n'omwogezi wa poliisi mu bendobendo eri Masaka afande Twakasirye. Sebo afande Twakasirye oli butereevu ku UBC TV yaffe ey'eggwanga.
Sebo aneesimye nate okubeera ku UBC TV. Twebaza abalonzi baffe abalonze ne batakola mivuyo gyonna era nga mukalabe akalulu bendobendo lyonna katambudde bulungi. Ekyo tukyebaliza ebitongole ebikuumaddembe ebikulembeddwa mu Uganda Police, UPDF saako n'ebitongole ebirala bitukola nabyo. Abatukoze obulungi tubali tukwatagana bulungi okulaba nti wabaawo akanyalogano konna tukwataganira wamu ne tubeera nga tukajjawo.
Afande wabaddewo okweraliikirira wano abawagizi ba NUP nga bagamba nti nga balina okutya olwa deployment gye mukoze nga balowooza nti oba oliawo mwagala kukolagana n'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Era ebigambo wedda biyitingana nga babakolako olugambo nti ekiri wano poliisi yandi tulyamu olukwe. Lwaki deployment ebadde y'amaanyi ku mulundi guno?
Oyo omuntu ayeraliikira kitegeeza abeera mumenyi w'amateeka. Oba omanyi nti oli mumenyi w'amateeka lwaki oba weraliikira deployment? Ffe tutundestimatinga situation embeera nga bweze bwe tugikolako. Tubeere tusobola kuleeta abasirikale 3 wano oba 2 ate babeere nga babayisaamu eggaali. So n'olw'ensonga kino tukikola buli tubaye tukikola na buli wamu okulaba nga tukuuma abantu baffe ng'era tuli mu forces ez'enjawulo omuli Uganda Police, UPDF sako n'ebitongole ebirala bitukola nabyo. Lwaki? Nti kyonna kyonna ekibeerawo tukwataganya wamu ne tusobola okubeera nga tukigonjoola. So tebeeraliikirira deployment yoweeri era tejja kuvaawo tukuuma ggwanga na byalyo.
Abantu akasi obaddewo okuba omukka ogubalagala abantu ne balowooza nti mugezaako kugoba bawagizi ba NUP. Kimbeera ki bawaliriza okuba omukka ogubalagala mu bantu?
Ffe okuba omukka ogubalagala of course oyinza kumbuuzaku nga nti omupoliisi lwaki ayina emmundu? Lwaki omupoliisi ayina emmundu? Nti lwaki omupoliisi ayina emmundu? Omupoliisi emmundu kitundu ku mubiri gwe. Nti okukuba omukka ogwo tubadde tugumbulula abantu abadde baagala okuyingira tale center n'eryanyi nga tetusobola kukkiriza ate kujja bakyankalanya embeera egenda mu maaso. Abantu abadde muno wedde badde wawala nga noona wajjudde nga sinayo tuyinza kuteeka ate bali balala. So kyeyo kye tukoze era bwe tukubyamu omukka ogubalagala abantu ne beesega emirimu ne gitambula bulungi.
Bubaka ki bwowa abantu abatebemukulonda mu bendo eri e Masaka kubanga tumanyi abawangudde bagendagenda mu maaso n'okuyisa ebivvulu ate oba oliawo lunamumu abali bewerera bannaabwe ndi bwe tukuwangula tugenda kukola bwe tuli bwe tuti.
Ffe amagezi ge tubawa nti bakkirize mu kakiiko k'ebyokulonda kuba akakiiko k'ebyokulonda naffe ketubadde tukolera wano we tubadde okulaba nga tukawa obukuumi obulabika nga abantu baffe balona nga tebayiwo abakuba ku mukono. Abatuuze abeefuze we salute you okweyisa obulungi mu mbeera egyo mweyisizaamu. ate n'ekirala oyawulira nga si mumativu n'evudde mu kulonda waddembe okuddukira mu kkooti n'anoonya ekiddako naye ffe ngaffe tubaddewo ne tukuuma electoral commission n'abantu ababaddewo era abantu basanyufu nti at least security ebadde nnungi.
Abalabi baffe aba UBC twebaza okubeera nga mugoberera UBC Inspiring Uganda, twebaza okuba nga mubadde mutugoberera mu bendo lino e Masaka nga tubatuusaako ebyokulonda mu bendo lino. Ku lwa UBC Inspiring Uganda, nze muzzukulu wa Nakirembeka Frank Bwekumbule wano ku kitebe ky'ebyokulonda ku mbuga ya Pokino mu kibuga eky'e Masaka.
Nyo munaffe Frank Bwekumbule awamu ne Ivan Kahwa bwe batyo batujiddeyo agafeeyo mu bitundu eby'e Masaka nga nabo batubuulira ne batumenyeramu baani abawanguddwa baani abawangudde. Kinajjukirwa nti ebintu bijja tubawa bye tufunako ebyabo abawangudde naddala ebyababaka mu Parliament ate nga ne ssentebe w'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda omulamu Simon Byabakama naye bw'ajja n'atubuulirako bye yakafuna era byonna ne tubikuleetera era nga tugenda okufulumya amawulire gano nga gakakasiddwa akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda. Mu maaso kaawo tugenda kubanga neeyungibwako munnamawulire Shaidat Nassaku wano ku UBC leero mu bbanga ttono nnyo agenda kuba atwegattako. Naye nga tanatwegattako Ssaabaduumizi wa poliisi Abbas Byakagaba naye akakasizza bannansi eggwanga bwe ligenda okusigala nga temuli busambattuko mu kiseera kino ekyokulonda n'okulonda nga kuwedde. Kakati Byakagaba agamba nti obumenyi bw'amateeka obubaddewo mu biseera by'okunoonya akalulu awamu ne mu biseera ebyokulonda mpulunguse nnyo zisobola okumalibwamu era bo nga b'ebitongole by'ebyokwerinda bakoze enteekateeka okulaba nga eggwanga lisigala litebenkedde. Katubirabe.
Polisi ya Uganda ku muwendo gw'abajjasi abalawuna n'okukuuma emirembe mu Kampala n'emiriraano so yonna okutwalira awamu. Bino bikoleddwa mu kiseera ng'okubala obululu n'okulaya abawangudde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo okugenda mu maaso oluvannyuma lw'okulonda olunaku olw'eggulo nga 15 January 2026. Bannansi bakakasiddwa nga bwe batajja kubeerawo butabaira n'abakubiriza okugenda mu maaso n'okukola emirimu gyabwe kinnawadde.
Kozesa omukisa guno okusiima abantu baffe beebale nnyo eddala okukuuma emirembe ate mbasaba tweyongere bwe tutyo tugikuume n'okusinga wano kisobozesa abantu okukola ebintu bye baagala.
Ssaabaduumizi wa poliisi mu ggwanga Abbas Byakagaba annyonnyodde obumateeka obwabaddewo mu kulonda.
Akusinga ddala twakutte abantu ababadde bagenda mu bitundu ndowooza nga waliwo abaagala obakozesa kukola kutaataaganya embeera naye abasinga twabakutte era basuubire okubatwala mu mbuga z'amateeka naye okutwalira wamu obutebenkevu bwanyi nnyo era nze nkozesa omukisa guno okusiima abantu baffe nnyo beebalire ddala okukuuma emirembe.
Ebyokwerinda binywezeddwa pulezidenti w'ekibiina kya National Unity Platform Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu.
Kuva bwe tatandika ebyokulonda abakulu bonna ba presidential candidates balina security. Kati simanyi teereddwa nze nateekayo dda era buli omu akimanyi n'abasirikale baffe mubalaba obudde bwonna bakana balina security.
Byakagaba era annyonnyodde n'eyabadde mu maka g'omubaka kikiira Butambala County Muhammad Muwanga Kivumbi.
Waliwo abantu omukulu oyo be yajja mu Kampala n'atwalawa n'atwala Butambala. Kati tumonyereza lwaki obudde bw'okulonda abantu ababadde balondera mu bitundu byabwe obajjeeyo ate obakoze eki batutte mu kitundu gye batasobola na kulonda ate andisokola ki okwagala okutaataaganya embeera eri mu
ab'ebyokwerinda bagamba nti bajja kugenda mu maaso n'okulaba nga buli munnayuganda abibwa naddala mu kiseera kino eky'okubala obululu paka lwe banaalangirira ombuzi.
Mawulire ga UBC leero tuli ku UBC TV kakati tweyongedwako ne munnaffe Shaidat Nassaku naye abenga atubulira embeera bwe mutambulidde ate ne munnaffe obonero Dorothy Namuyomba naye atweyunzeeko okubanga naye agenda ddala maaso notuwa obonero. Shaidat, assalamu alaikum.
Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Akalulu gy'otambulidde biri bitya?
Embeera okusinziira we naviiriddeyo ssaawa zabadde nga 8 nga zigenda mu 9 naye embeera yabadde tosobola gamba nti yabadde esanyusa nnyo kubanga mwabaddemu okwegugunga lwakuba ekirungi nti abakuumaddembe bazze mu budde era ne basobola okutaawuluza embeera ekibooko yanyuse anti abantu babadde babanja kalulu babagambye bw'omala okukalonda oba okasuula kakuume omala okabanja kati babadde bazze kubanja bululu bwabwe kati embeera eyo nereetera abakuumaddembe okubanga ate bagezaako okutebenkeza ekitundu omanyi mpangalira eyo ku barracks ez'emakindi kakati eyo omuzinzi gw'okukuuma eddembe tegusibuka so embeera bwetyo bwe yatambudde
neera ntongera n'okusiima abakuumaddembe bakoze bambi kyamaanyi nnyo kubanga akalulu bakakuumye bambi ne bakuuma obutebenkevu okulaba nga ekiseera kino kyonna okuvira ddala nga bakanoonya n'okukalonda kati tulinze ebinaava mu kulonda n'ebirala bijja naye ng'ate era tukyali bulungi nnyo
era yembeera bwetyo weena okutambula naye nekikyakiyinza okunsanyusa nti oba oli awo luli okwekanga kwalimu nnyo nga kungi naye kati okwekanga newe kubaamu ekirungi tuli batebenkevu nti emirembe gyo weegiri egyatuleetebwa gavumenti ya NRM.
Okwekanga kutya?
Okwekanga nti oba oli awo essaawa yonna waliwo ekigenda okubaawo abantu bagenda kwekalakaasa naye kati essaawa zino tebikyaliwo abantu balina okubeera bakkakkamu balindirire ebyo byonaabivudde mu kusalawo kwe bakoze olunaku olw'ejjo. Nze Shaidat Nassaku
neewuunyizza munnange olunaku olw'eggulu akaseera kabadde katono nnyo naye we twatuukidde akawungezi essaawa emu byenaadde nsuubira nti oba tunaasanga abantu mu kkubo ng'ekkubo jjereere tuwe ku bivuddemu.
Kati okusooka kwa byonna njagala okujjukiza munnayuganda ali eyo nti okulonda kwagenze maaso okwetooloola eggwanga edistricts twabadde na 146 mwe mwalondeddwa ababaka n'abakulembeze tugenda kulaga ebyakalangirirwawo naddala ku bifo eby'obubaka obukiise mu parliament. Tugenda kutandika n'abeesimbyewo ku kifo ky'omubaka owa district ya Kinkizi West James Kaberuka ye yawangudde ekifo ky'omubaka kiko obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu ne kuddako era wa NRM n'era Rashande Emmanuel ono Jeno Mulamba wa NRM wa Lwemiyaga County yawangudde akalulu ka Lwemiyaga County. Henry Musasizi naye wa NRM awangudde Rubanda East wa National Resistance Movement. Kakati abalala betulina tulina Robina Nabbanja sawa minister w'eggwanga ali ku kadi ya National Resistance Movement awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka omukazi mu district y'e Kakumiro. Chris Baryomunsi minister ow'ebyempuliziganya teknologiya n'okulungamya eggwanga naye awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka kiko obutereevu mu parliament ekya Kinkizi County East. Tulina Moses Mayanja owa Busiro North. Kakati tulina Lule Eric naye awangudde ku kadi ya NRM awangudde Kiboga West. Tulina Minister Jennifer Cheng awangudde ekifo ky'omubaka kiko obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu eky'omubaka omukazi. Ono nno wabaddeyo kalumanywera eriri eyo kubanga babadde abantu babiri nga baminisita betulina abeesimbye ku kifo ekyo. Tulina Gerald Karuhanga awangudde entuŋŋamo ku kadya abadde ku bwannamunigina ye teyajidde mu kibiina. Tulina Jim Muhwezi awangulidde ku kadya NRM ono naye ajidde ku mu kibiina kya omukyala Asha Mafabi naye awangudde ekya Sironko eky'omubaka omukazi akiika mu parliament. Emmanuel Magola awangudde ku bwannamunigina mu Busiro East eno ye wava eyali omubaka oba eyali asunsuddwa okukiika ku kifo ekyo Mathias Walukaga. Kakati bwe tukutwalako mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebirala ebyenjawulo kale ebyo bye tubadde tukyalinawo ebisinga ku ebyo bigenda kujja ogenda kuba obyekkaanya ngenda kuzaayo ewa Amina Nabulwe tube nga ate tukutwaliriza mpola mpola nga bwe tukyakuleetera ebigenda mu maaso baani abawangudde mu kitundu ki mu buvanjuba mu bugwanjuba mu bukiikakkono ate wamu ne mu Buganda
naye omanyi embeera gy'obaamu ng'olinza okulangirirwa nga bagenda kulangirira bwe bati owulira otya
obeera tomanyi kyakuwulira kyekisookera ddala kubanga kisoboka okubanga osobola okubanga okankana olwokubanga tomanyi kigenda kuddirira osobola okubanga tomanyi nti gwe bagenda okulangirira embeera ebeera ya bunkenke okutwaliza awamu olwokuba nti obeera tomanyi naye bwe bakulangirira osooka n'otowolokoka nze nsooka n'ensaalayo eraka bbiri okwebaza omutonzi
naye okimanyi nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kandibadde kateekawo emmeeza ng'eno emmeeza yakubudaabuda abawanguddwa okimanyi ekyo kimisinga
ekyo kituufu
kubanga abantu abamu bagenda ne bamenyeko emitima n'owulira nti stroke yamukubye n'owulira nti abadde tabisuubira bateekamu ssente nnyingi nnyo okunoonya akalulu
ekyo kituufu naye ekirungi kya byonna bw'oba ogenda okuvuganya mu bifo ebifaananako bwe bityo nkusuubira okubanga obeera olowooza ku biki ebinaavaamu era ogenda kubitwala otya nti singa abantu balonda ne kivaayo nti si gwawangudde nkusuubira okubanga weeteekateeka nti singa siwangula nina engeri gye ngenda okweddaabulula naye muvaamu abeeraliikirira muvaamu abagenda mu depression n'aba nga takyetegeera naye singa aba yeeteekateeka n'agamba nti akalulu konna ebinaakavaamu byebyo lilla embeera eba ejja mutambulira bulungi
kale kakati tuli ku mawulire aga UBC leero ku UBC TV ndi ne Shaidat Nassaku okubanga twongera okubalambulira n'okubalaga ku biki eby'amaanyi ebigenda mu maaso obululu obuzze nga bubalibwa na biki ebivuddemu era omulamuzi Simon Byabakama naye watyo n'avaayo n'abanga atubuulira emitendera kati ali ku mutendera gwa kusatu okutubuulira biki ebigenze mu maaso n'obululu obwakabalibwako era ffe nga aba UBC TV tuli beeteefuteefu okuba nga tugenda mu maaso n'okubatuusaako buli kimu nga bwe kifaanana naye nga b'ebyokwerinda tubasiima nnyo okuba nga musobodde okuuma ebyokwerinda n'abalonzi era ne twongera nammwe okubanga tubasiima okubanga mwajjumbidde bambi mwasitukiddemu ne mugenda ne mulonda mwebale nnyo mwebalege ate era n'okukuuma obutebenkevu mmwe mwennyini ne mugamba nti kamukuuma emirembe nga okulonda bwe kugenda mu maaso era n'okulonda nga kuwedde ne mugamba nti tugenda kusigala nga tukuuma emirembe byonna byonna ne biba nga bituuseewo bwe biti
mpozi okujjukiza okulonda lukusa lukuweebwa ssemateeka kakati mu bufunze tuweebaza bannayuganda okubanga bajjumbidde naye era babadde bateekeddwa ekikola
naye ate okimanyi waliwo abamu abasobola okuzira
ekyo kituufu naye bw'ozira olina okukkiriza ebivuddeyo era olina okutambula nabyo butereevu kubanga wasazeewo abalala bakusalirewo bw'obanga akaluluko liba ddoboozi lyo bw'oteenyigira mu butereevu oba osuubira ki
ate era ku luno bakenyigiddemu mwattu
kituufu babadde bateekeddwa teeka lukusa lubaweebwa ssemateeka kubanga nze bwe siirondi Amina n'olonda kakati nga nvaayo nga ngamba lwaki ebbeeyi y'ekintu eri bweti ng'ate naganya okwenyigira mu butereevu
nze abakusalidde
webale nnyo akaluluko ly'eddoboozi lyo
waliwo olesewaawo
mpozi okwongerayo katono twagala tukulage ababaka era abayiseemu mu bitundu ebyenjawulo Lule Area Eric wa NRM yayiseemu ku kaadi ey'okukiika mu Parliament afunye ebitundu 73 ku 100 bwe bululu 9,235 Mutumba Abdul afunye ebitundu 27 ku 100 yaddiridde Lule Eric Eria nga naye ajidde ku bwannamunigina afunye obululu 15,842. Kishuru ye ajidde ku bwannamunigina. Bw'otunuulira aba Kiboga West, nsonyiwa mukatini, abantu nga mu municipality bano Karuhanga Gerald Kafule afunye obululu 3,967. Ali ku bwannamunigina owa NRM Musinguzi Yona yakafuna obululu 2,824. Bwe tugenda mu Busiro County North owa NRM Mayanja Moses afunye obululu 1,919. Ali kadi ya NRM Semaganda Ronald alina obululu 1,667. Ono ali ku kadi ya National Unity Platform byebitundu 43 ku 100.
Kakati Shaidat nga okyagenda ddala mu maaso n'okubawa ebigenda mu maaso, tugenda kusooka tubawumuzeemu katono nnyo tukomewo n'ebirala ebyenjawulo, naye tugenda kusooka tubawumuzeemu katini n'olulala tubeere nga tukomawo tubawe abalala abasobodde okuba nga bayitamu. Mwekumire ku UBC leero, tuli ku UBC TV okubatuusaako buli kimu ekigenda mu maaso.
I call upon all Ugandans to ensure that when you're contributing towards this peaceful environment that we are currently having, on our side, we are determined and committed, and we are clearly aware that in order to have it very well, we have to continuously work together with the population, the good citizens, because after all, we know that this is delegated duty, and we do it on behalf of citizens of this country. That one we shall never forget. The only thing we shall continue to remember is that we shall put all our efforts towards the achievement of what delegated to us to do. We expect all direction from the public against wrongdoing, but also we expect a lot of support when we are operating within their environments where we protect them. Like our patrol teams, expect them to be received with grace and support, so that really they can also keep getting energized to do what they are doing on behalf of the
yalangiriddwa Shamim Malende ali ku kaadi ya National Unity Platform kuba yabadde bakwatidde bendera kaadi ya National Unity Platform kuba yabadde bakwatidde bendera.
And welcome back to Jeff Quinange live here at Citizen Television. On the bench tonight, it's the firebrands. They may be backbenchers, but I'm telling you, these MPs are outspoken. Kiaro MP Didi Nyoro is in the house, as is Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino. Gentlemen, let me start with you, Didi, real quick. Look, why are you so uneasy with your party? Since, you know, it's not so long ago, you were the blue-eyed boy of UDA. Kwani kuliendaje?
Jeff, I think you should ask the party that, because I think it's the party that deviated. Because when we were campaigning and I had a chance even to come here to sell our agenda, I think the party wholesome is the one that has deviated from what we were to do. I've spoken on several things, but the primary ones is around the economy. We told Kenyans that we are not going to borrow the kind of money we are borrowing now, that we'd go through on borrowing, because for sustainable development, it's not just about spending now, but also about the future of our economy. Also, we were to give education the primacy it deserves. I don't think now that party is doing what we sold to the Kenyan people, and especially when it comes to the funding for in terms of education. And holistic things like, for example, what we are doing in terms of dissent. People are having alternative voices, as we have seen, especially with the young people, what has been happening. So I think once you get the representatives of the party, it's good that you pose that question to them, because I still believe in the same things we sold to the Kenyan people, and I believe they are the right things to do.
Okay.
Whoever is in power.
Are you disappointed then with your party?
I am disappointed, and especially on the same things I've told you about. I am very keen about the economy, because for all the countries that we may admire to be like, all of them, the Asian tigers, the Western countries, what makes the country to be categorized as progressive is how it performs in terms of the economy. And we have not been doing very well. And let me give you just so that you see, and especially between what is sold and what I think we should be doing. Whatever you do economically speaking, the outcomes speak for themselves in terms of the figures. And I'm saying that because I have been seeing that we are investing too much on PR, selling a story, other than just doing the work to speak for itself. The economy of Kenya is growing at 4.9% this year, last year actually of 2025. The figures are still being corroborated, but that is the projection. But if you judge Kenya based on the region, Uganda is growing faster than us. It will grow between 6 and 6.5% in the year 2025. Tanzania is growing faster than us. Rwanda, can you believe this, Jeff?
Go on.
Rwanda in the year 2025 Q3, quarter 3, they grew by double digit, over 10%.
What?
And the overall growth of Rwanda will be 7 to probably 9%, as the figures are being corroborated by the various agencies. So I believe that whatever you do in the small bits, you still get betrayed by the figures. Let me also give some figures in terms of Kenya, comparative to Kenya of the past. And let me compare the three regimes that has been there. When President Mwai Kibaki took over in 2003, our GDP in dollar terms was around 19 billion US dollars. But in his first 3 years, let me compare 3 years because we are in our third, it is now in the third year. The economy went up to 26 billion US dollars, which was a 36% increment in 3 years. When President Uhuru took over in the year 2013, the economy grew from 61 billion US dollars to around 64. That was around 21% growth in 3 years. When we took over, the GDP of Kenya was around 114 billion US dollars. The projection up to end of 2025, it will be 131 billion US dollars. That is 14.9%. Now, to bring it home in terms of, we use NEC exams. You can times by 2 for us to have the mental comparison in terms of NEC. It means President Kibaki's 3 years, if you times by 2, is 72%. You'll tell me what NEC says about 72%, what grade it is. 21% of President Uhuru is around 42%. If you times by 2. If you times 14.9% by 2, it is apparently 29%. You tell me what grade that is in terms of...
That's an F.
Is that what?
It's an F.
Is that what, Jeff? Please.
I said it's an F.
I need to be aware. So what I'm trying to say, we all want Kenya to progress, and that is why we keep on giving alternative voices. But for Kenya to progress, we have to start on the basis of reality and truth. So that when we tell Kenyans we are going this direction, and the economy is growing, I don't need to buy a tarubeta. Even whispers will speak loud. That is why I'm disappointed.
Okay, Babu, same thing with you and ODM. You know, you seem to be very close to, you're Baba's boy. Baba, there's never an occasion where you got up and didn't praise Baba to no end. And yet, you're still outside the tent, man. You know, what's up?
Jeff, I must tell you that deep down my heart, I loved Baba and I still love Baba. Actually, Baba, there's no any other leader in this country that I will love the way I loved Baba. We suffered together. We campaigned together. I went to 280 constituencies out of 290 constituencies because of Baba. I was the first person to have been abducted in this government, and they disappeared with me for 3 good days because of the love that I had for Baba. We were beaten at Soi, the chopper that was stoned. We were almost dying in that chopper because of my love for Baba. I was doing mobilization for Baba in Nairobi. So I was Baba's boy, I was Baba's right-hand man, I was Baba's errand boy. And that is the love that I had for Baba. And Jeff, our Baba, passed on, quite unfortunate. It was a sudden death that we are still mourning up to date. And Jeff, because of that, the general is dead. Long live the general, but the dream is still alive. The fact that the general is dead, Jeff, then we need to ask ourselves a simple question in ODM, that what kind of a general do we need to take after Baba? Do we need the weakest general, or do we need the strongest general, or do we need a parachuted general? Our Moses is gone, and when Moses was leaving, he left at Mount Nebo, then handed over to Joshua. The next question we must ask ourselves, Jeff, is that do we need a Joshua who is Moses' age mate, or who is older than Moses, or a Joshua who is younger than Moses? The answer is simple, Jeff. We need a Joshua who is younger than Moses, a Joshua with the vim, with the vigor, with the courage, with the temerity to take the people that Baba left to Canaan, because we've already seen Canaan, and I will come back and talk about Canaan versus Singapore, because Baba left us telling us to go to Canaan. Now we are being diverted to go to Singapore. The distance between Singapore and Canaan is 7,800 kilometers. People keep on saying that they dreamt, that Baba sent them a dream, and Baba, we've not even been told by our great mom, Mama Ida Odinga, that Baba has sent him a dream, has sent her a dream, sorry. But people are saying the way they've dreamt 7, 8 times about Baba, what Baba said. But why can't they say that Baba told us to go to Canaan and not to Singapore? I want to tell you one thing, Jeff, that in the book of Joel, 2 verses 28, the Bible says clearly that old men will dream dreams, but young men will see the vision. That means that for you to dream dreams, you must be asleep. You must be at comfort zone. You must be at rest. Therefore, our old men are now at comfort zone and at rest. They are at rest because of the wars that they've fought and brought it this far. They are at rest because of the sweat, the toil, and the moil. Because they fought for this nation. And it is time for them to hand over the baton to the young generation who are seeing the next future, who are seeing the generation, who are seeing for the next generation, who are seeing the future. That those young people will change this nation, will ensure that the high cost of living goes down, will ensure that overtaxation is no longer there in this nation, will ensure that employment is given to our young men and women, will ensure that quality education and affordable is given to our children, equal to healthcare. And that, when the time for the young men to hand over riches once they become old, they will also hand over to other young men and women who will ensure that the dream is kept alive.
Okay.
And Jeff,
go on.
Current ODM that we have does not talk about what Baba stood for. Baba never went to look for coalitions. Baba never went to look for other parties. Other parties came to look for Baba. This that we are going to look for is a different ODM. So therefore, the leadership of ODM must ensure that they stand with what Baba believed in.
And you feel they're a little twisted, a little...
what I will tell you,
off course, kidogo.
They are off course. That leadership, they don't like the young people. And I want to tell you, again, in the book of 1 Timothy 4, verses 12, says clearly that do not allow yourself to be despised because you are a youth. But show, by good example, by love, show the good work that you can do to the
Didi, real quick, Babu just mentioned Singapore a moment ago. And you are a numbers man. You know your numbers. And you just mentioned it briefly a short while ago that you have to stick to your vision. Is Singapore a reality or is it a diversion?
Let me answer it this way. In economics, just to bring it in terms of real life, if, for example, you are a banana farmer, you compare how well you want to do banana farming with another banana farmer. You can't compare your yield using, let's say, oranges or pears. What am I trying to say? Every time you want to champion a cause like any other country economically, there are things that you look for. And that's why I believe the whole thing is like the one we sold about this versus the other. And because the time is nearing, creativity now have to jump in with another of such. And this is the reason I gave the example of bananas and the rest. Economically speaking, when you want to compare an economy and you want to do like that economy, you look at the homogeneity of those economies. You look at are these things even the same in many dynamics? The GDP per capita of that country is around, and I don't want to even get into that political sloganeering, so you allow me to use that reference. It's around 90,000 US dollars.
GDP?
No, GDP per capita, per person. Ours is around 3,000, but that's not even the point. The point is that how the economies are fashioned. The economy of Singapore is fashioned very differently from how the economy of Kenya is fashioned. Number one, in terms of the involvement of the state in terms of the economy. If, for example, you check at SGX, the Singaporean stock market, you take the top 10 companies, you realize that Temasek, one of the entity of government that owns stakes in other companies, they are very dominant in terms of ownership. Because Singapore, in its start, as much as it was promoting private side of the economy, the government was also very heavy in terms of state capitalism. So the economy actually that is very close to what Kenya should be, if we actually mean to emulate a country, it is actually South Korea. Because if you look at the size of that country you mentioned vis-a-vis Kenya, totally off, even a county in Kenya is bigger in terms of geographical size, population-wise, and the same. If you compare the same with a country, for example, South Korea, more or less, our ideals economically bled more with South Korea. Our population is in the 50 millions. South Korea is in the 50 millions. Our country, our aspiration is to promote private sector-driven capitalism. And that is why we keep on divesting from government stakes. If you look at South Korea, that is what it advanced, and especially from the rule of General Park, where the economy was so involved in growing private enterprise that they had to create a cadre of companies called chaebols. You see, for example, my phone, here Samsung, LG, Hyundai, those are brands from South Korea. Yeah. But they were created by a deliberate government policy. Why? Because they wanted these companies, which would become behemoths, to be the pinnacle of the supply chain of supporting SMEs in South Korea, etc., etc., etc. That's point number one on how the economies are organized. There is something very important also that Kenya has to give critical thinking on. It's something called FDI. If you look at the Asian tigers in generality, because our aspiration is to grow Kenya, you realize that majority of the economies, including China, they don't just grow using internal resources. Most of these companies actually grow using other people's money. If you just try to think about any company, for example, in Singapore, take, for example, DBS Bank, Keppel. If you go to South Korea, you take others. You go to China, take any BYD. You realize there is, in all those, what I'm trying to make, because I'm trying to just jump into the point because of time. If you check in all those companies, and many others I have not mentioned, you see something very peculiar. For BYD to be BYD that we know, they actually grew on American money. At some point, Berkshire Hathaway was an investor. If you check Alibaba, there was foreign money. But now when you come to Kenya, and especially policy making, and I've been there, I have seen it. I'm speaking from experience, given my other
chairmanship budget.
Yes.
Yes.
Many times we confuse FDI and remittances. We want to sell a story to Kenyans about money that is coming to Kenya, and especially from Kenyans who are working abroad. Yep. Remittances are consumerism driven. FDI is investment driven. The other point I'm just trying to give a highlight. You look at Kenya, and you look at the countries we want to emulate, you want to look at the dynamism of those economies, and you realize ours is very haphazard. If you look, for example, at Japan that started to grow around Asia, they started with having labor-intensive industries. And there was a reason. Because you mop up unemployment, you solve a social problem, but you also give people a chance to be a resource. And then you upgrade. You go to a skill-intensive kind of industry or economy. Then you go to capital intensive. And then you go to technology driven. Why am I giving all these issues around here? The economy must know where it is so that the policies, even if you may leapfrog and go to the others, technology, etc., you have to start at the base and first stick there until you then graduate and go to the next. And I'm not saying you keep off growing on the rest in terms of skill and technology and capital intensive. I'm saying that we must be deliberate on creating labor-intensive industries because this is an economic issue in terms of solution, but it's also a social one. The other point as I go to the finish, I'll just give a few. For us to become like those countries, none of them grew on the basis of patronage. The biggest problem we have in our country now is patronage. Patronage is where we mix power and economy. Is it a coincidence in Kenya that when one is bequeathed with a big position, they automatically become the best entrepreneurs in Kenya, that they become also captains of the industries in terms of ownership? The other point, which we have to be very clear on, is governance and corruption. Yeah. Singapore, in the year 1980s, they had a program around housing. And the Minister for Housing took some money from somebody. And he was being searched by the equivalent of EACC. And because Lee Kuan Yew was his friend, he decided to call him. Hey, my friend, I'm in this kind of problem.
Can I come see you?
Can I come see you, mate?
Yes.
Lee Kuan Yew told him, malizana na EACC, mimi siendi pahali utaniona. Utaniona tu. The guy committed suicide. What am I trying to say? Jeff, and I'm talking this because I know for sure it is important. We have to root the diversion that happens around taking public resources and benefiting from policies when especially we are in governance. Because corruption is not just about kitu kidogo. The biggest level of corruption is the one that distorts economic incentives. Yeah. This is what I mean. In not just Kenya, most of the countries in the global south, you realize as a young man, if I just gain power, I get money in between. If you go to those countries, there is a clear demarcation. So what happens? Even the person who should be an entrepreneur, the biggest resource in entrepreneurship becomes power. Yeah. And that is not how an economy can grow to the level we want to go into. The very last one is human capital development. From the US, from the UK in terms of growth, actually from way back, you know, there is a time Netherlands was a superpower in the world. From Netherlands to the UK, to the US, coming to the Asian tigers, including China, you realize one critical element. In all economic models of those ones, practical examples, and even theoretically, human capital development is the most important resource that you have to work on when you're talking about growing an economy, not in a normal pace, astronomically. Okay. And we cannot do that when at the same time we are denying the basic level of that, which is basic education, sufficient resources.
Babu.
Yep, if I may, the issue of Singapore.
Yes.
First of all, if I just talk at face value and compare Singapore and Kenya, Jeff, the size of Singapore is 736 square kilometers.
Is that central province? Is that smaller than?
The size of Nairobi is 696 square kilometers.
Wow.
Therefore, Singapore and Nairobi are almost congruent in size. The size of Kenya is 580,000 square kilometers. It means that Kenya is 800 times bigger than Singapore. Then the population of Kenya is 58 million in number, while the population of Singapore is 6.1 million in number. The GDP right now of Singapore is close to around 4.6% today. And the GDP of Kenya is approximately around between that 4 and 5%. Therefore, it means that how else will the 58 million Kenyans fit in Singapore, which is a smaller country in terms of size. Jeff, there is no need of the state, of the government, of the president talking about Singapore. If we have a blueprint in Kenya, for 40 years when KANU was ruling this nation, by 2002, we had an economic growth rate. Actually, I'm talking about the economic growth rate, not the GDP. Of Singapore is 4.6, and of Kenya is around 5%. The economic growth rate of Kenya as at 2002 was at 2%. Then when Kibaki took over, the economic growth rate shot to 7%.
7.1, I remember, yes.
7%.
Yes.
Then, in 2008, Kibaki came up with a blueprint and called it the Vision 2030. We don't need to go to Singapore. I want us to focus here. The Vision 2030, having come up, the projection was that by the year 2013, it ought to have had a two-digit number, which was approximately 10%. And by the year 2030, it ought to have maintained that 10% and even more. With the blueprint that we have, we had 3 pillars. The economic pillar, that was comprising of tourism, that we were to market our nation, and we were to come up with proper infrastructure and proper hotel industry to attract tourism in our nation. Yep. We were to talk about manufacturing, that we invest more in manufacturing, in construction industry, in the service industry, which we have the banking and the insurance industry. We were also supposed to talk about the micro, that is retail and wholesale, micro and small, medium enterprises. That is the Juakali sector, and were to be financed through cooperatives and SACCOs. Very simple, Jeff. Then we had the economic sector, then we had the social sector. The social pillar was supposed to take care of education, providing quality and affordable education, if possible free, because there was free primary education. Then in addition to that, healthcare, primary healthcare, affordable and of great quality. We're talking about proper environment, sanitation, clean and sufficient supply of water. Simple things, Jeff. Then the last one is the political pillar, where we were talking about the justice system, reforms in the justice system. We were to talk about the reforms in the electoral process to give us proper leadership, not what we have now. We were to talk about the management of the political parties so that we don't have the problems we are experiencing with my brother Ndindi Nyoro today. Yep. Then, Jeff, before all that, we were advised that there were basic things that ought to have been done first before we implemented the 3 pillars, the economic, the political, and the social pillars. And they were simple. Number 1, the security of a state. That, in the security, we were supposed to have proper police reforms. My brother and I will tell you today that we don't have a police